Hello, my fellow novel enjoyers. Imagine going to bed as an ordinary college student and waking up 8 years in the future as your own married self. Sounds crazy, right? Now imagine finding out you're a beautiful blonde woman. You have a 6-year-old daughter. Your husband is your biggest rival from school. Your entire family hates you. And apparently, you almost cheated on your husband with another manipulative guy. Yeah, this story wastes absolutely zero time. A story written by author like DL. Today's novel is a mix of comedy, mystery, romance, and enough emotional damage to keep your therapist employed for the next decade. Our main character has no memory of the last 8 years and has to figure out what happened and fix her messy life. It's not an NTR story, and I've personally read it, so quality guaranteed. The original novel's link in the description. Chapter 1. Soul transmigrated into myself 8 years later, almost got hammered. I must be dreaming, right? Lin Keke rubbed her face, her mouth instantly dropping open. Such a realistic sensation. It's not a dream. Bro really went from I identify as a struggle to full golden-haired lowly overnight. That's not a glow-up. That's a system error. She stared at the long golden hair cascading over her shoulders and the cute, delicate face reflected in the mirror. A male college student, with just a hint of femboy potential, had closed his eyes in 2024 and woken up as a golden-haired lowly in 2032. There's actually such a good thing. The dim, incandescent light flickered overhead. On the bedside table, next to the full-length mirror, sat a photo frame. 3 people smiled back at her. Herself, the current lowly version, a very tall and handsome man, and a little girl with long golden hair who looked about 5 or 6 years old. Lin Keke's mind went blank. She picked up the frame with trembling hands. I've freaking turned into a housewife. Her hand reached down instinctively, only to find that her former dignity as a man had completely disappeared. Holy crap, she exclaimed. It's really gone. A whirlwind of emotions hit her, part panic, part confusion, and if she was honest with herself, a tiny spark of curiosity. She had fantasized before about what it would be like to be a beautiful girl and enjoy that kind of attention, but this was on another level. The bedroom was decorated primarily in soft pink. It felt like the original owner's space. Lin Keke took a deep breath and decided the first order of business was finding a phone to gather information. Just then, the door clicked open. A tall man in a white shirt walked in. Lin Keke recognized him immediately from the photo, the handsome man standing beside her in the frame. He stared at her with clear displeasure. Lin Keke, what were you yelling about in the middle of the night? Don't you know our daughter needs to sleep at this time? An inexplicable fear surged in her chest. She took a step back. Who are you? Where am I? Did you drink so much that you broke your brain? The man approached impatiently. Tonight is business as usual. I'll let you sleep after we're done, so stop acting crazy. Business as usual? Before she could process what that meant, the man forcefully picked her up and threw her onto the bed. One large hand pinned her arms above her head while the other lifted her top. What are you doing? Lin Keke cried out. She twisted desperately and drove her knee into his abdomen with all her strength. The man frowned, bringing his face close to hers. Lin Keke, what exactly do you mean by this? Have you finally reached the point where you don't even want to fulfill your duties as a wife? You. Lin Keke looked at his familiar yet intimidating face, and her eyes widened in shock. You're Shin Ming? Her arch-rival from high school through university. The guy who was always in the same class, always nitpicking and bickering with her. Shin Ming raised an eyebrow. Is this your first day knowing me? A thought seemed to cross his mind. Role play? You did like that before. Is that what you want today? Play your head. Shin Ming, get off me right now. Shin Ming pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. His brow furrowed. If you don't give me a proper reason, I'll make it so you can't get out of bed for 3 days. And you won't see that bastard Chi Pengfei for 3 days either. Ah. Lin Keke's eyes turned red, tears glistening. You're hurting me. Shin Ming froze. After a long moment, his expression softened. I'll be gentler. Before she could react, his face drew closer. Get lost. Shin Ming paused, clearly stunned. His face gradually turned cold, but he didn't push further. Instead, he got off the bed. I'm going back to my room. I have work tomorrow. The door slammed shut. Lin Keke curled up under the quilt, heart pounding, terrified he might come back. After spacing out for half an hour, nature called. She rushed to the bathroom at the end of the hallway. The apartment was clearly high-end and luxurious. A woman's body is truly mysterious, she muttered, face flushed after finishing. Opening the toilet door, she froze. Mommy, I'm not staying up. I just wanted to go to the bathroom. A little girl with flowing golden hair stood there, trembling slightly, looking terrified. Mommy, Lin Keke pointed at herself in disbelief. Shun Xingyue nodded, legs pressed together. Yuer is 6 years old this year. Lin Keke's brain short-circuited. She let the girl into the bathroom and stumbled back to the bedroom in a daze. Lying on the bed hugging a pillow, she finally checked the phone. The calendar read 2032. She had transmigrated 8 years into the future, as a woman. Married. With a child. Opening WeChat, she saw messages from her sister Lin Chuan that painted a devastating picture of the past her. Cheating, family estrangement, massive money transfers to Qi Pengfei, and a string of terrible decisions. Lin Keke gripped the phone tightly, her pretty face pale. What kind of mess have I woken up in? Here is a picture of Lin Keke uploaded by the author. Chapter 2. Can you believe me? April 2nd. Lin Keke. We agreed to go on a date yesterday. Why haven't you come yet, even though I've been waiting for ages? Qi Pengfei replied after a long time. You didn't actually believe that, did you? Yesterday was April Fool's Day. I was just teasing you. May 26th. Lin Keke. Why wouldn't you let me hold your hand in the car today? Qi Pengfei. I'm not very good at driving with one hand. I'm afraid of causing an accident. Don't be unreasonable. I'll treat you to a meal in a couple of days to make it up to you, babe. Lin Keke gripped the corner of the quilt tightly, her beautiful brows furrowed deeply. What kind of chat history is this between a simp and a dream guy? Are you saying that the old me simped for him for so long, and in the end, I couldn't even hold his hand? Am I that stupid? I even believed an excuse like not being able to drive with one hand. Bro really fell for the one-hand driving excuse in 2032? That's not a red flag. That's a whole parade. Furthermore, every time the other party transferred money, it was only a few hundred yuan, while she transferred tens of thousands every time. She had transferred at least 2 million in total, and now there was less than 100,000 left in her WeChat, and she didn't even know if there was any money in her bank card. It was just too absurd. This isn't right, is it? She fell into her memories. Qi Pengfei was the dream guy of every girl at Mingyue University and was incredibly gentle to everyone. He was indeed at the level of a dream guy. Lin Keke shook her head, trying to keep herself calm. Did I turn into an idiot over these past few years? Although the old me did think Qi Pengfei was handsome from the bottom of my heart, it shouldn't have reached the point of being a simp, right? Besides, even if I hated Shenming, I shouldn't have cheated while I was already married, right? Is this the reason why Shenming's attitude towards me is so bad? Or, never mind, let's not worry about this for now. Let's first figure out how I changed sex and how I ended up marrying that bastard Shenming. Lin Keke bit her thumb, stared at Lin Chuan's WeChat for a long time, and finally made up her mind. Lin Keke, Chuan, something happened on my end. Is it convenient for me to call you? Message sent, but rejected by the recipient. Lin Keke. I asterisk. She was a bit frantic. What on earth have I done in these 8 years? Lin Keke looked at the only 4 contacts on her phone screen and locked her gaze on Zhang Luo. That was her good friend. She should know something. Thinking this, she was about to send a message but realized it was almost 1 o'clock. People would be asleep at this hour, right? Helpless, Lin Keke decided to search for the information she needed on her phone herself first. The next day, Lin Keke pulled off the quilt with a sense of hopelessness, put on her little rabbit slippers, and walked out of the bedroom with a pitter-patter sound. Well, she had been looking for information all night, but didn't find anything useful. The only 2 things she could confirm were that she had transmigrated into her future self. That much was impossible to be wrong about. The other thing was that her previous self seemed to be a total beast. It feels so weird having my lower body feeling chilly. She pushed the door open and didn't walk far before arriving at the dining room. You're so big already and still need daddy to feed you. Yuer is really acting spoiled. Shenming smiled helplessly, his tone full of doting. Hee, I just love it when daddy feeds me. The little girl had her hair tied in a cute bun, sitting in her father's lap, with 2 little dimples on her face, looking extremely lovable. Lin Keke suddenly felt her mood improve quite a bit. Catching sight of Lin Keke out of the corner of her eye, Shen Xingyue quickly pushed away the spoon Shen Ming was offering and hurriedly got down from him. Mommy, Yaya will eat by herself. No need for daddy to feed me. Little girl can eat by herself. Shen Ming turned his head to look. His smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a bitter and deep-seated look. What are you standing there for? Come over and eat breakfast. Lin Keke was just about to swear, but as soon as she saw Shen Xingyue's cute face, she immediately covered her mouth. It wouldn't be appropriate to say that kind of thing in front of a child, and besides, she was her own daughter. However, why does this bastard Shen Ming look like I owe him millions? Lin Keke sat down next to Shen Xingyue with a straight face, but didn't notice the little girl trembling in fear. Lin Keke, what do you mean by this? You know clearly that our daughter is afraid of you, and yet you still deliberately sit next to her. There are so many chairs, can't you sit somewhere else? Shen Xingyue quickly shook her head. Yaya is not afraid of mommy, not afraid of mommy. Lin Keke was stunned. She turned her head to look and clearly saw fear on the other person's face. Afraid of her? Why? Am I not her mother? Could it be that I did something to her? Lin Keke had no choice but to get up and sit to the side. She looked at the steaming scallion noodles, but had no appetite. I have something to do, and will go out after I finish eating. Shen Ming glanced at her. What do you mean? He was about to lose his temper, but suddenly felt someone tugging at his hem. Turning his head to look, it was the terrified Shen Xingyue. Shen Ming suppressed his anger and glared at Lin Keke. After the meal, Shen Xingyue went downstairs by herself and was picked up by the school bus. What did you mean just now? Go out if you want to, why tell me? Shen Ming stared at Lin Keke with a displeased expression. Are you deliberately telling me that you're going to find that bastard Qi Pengfei? Are you trying to force me to get angry and beat you, so you can go to court and complain to divorce me? I'm telling you, I will never let you go in this life. Don't even think about running away with that bastard Qi Pengfei. Lin Keke was dumbfounded and immediately wanted to retort, but suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. I'm not going to look for Qi Pengfei. Shen Ming was clearly stunned. Question mark. Then he sneered. Do you think I would believe that? Your family has cut off contact with you, and your only friend Zhang Luo was driven away by you a few days ago. As a web novelist, your work doesn't require you to go out. If you aren't going out to find that bastard Qi Pengfei, what else could you be doing? His tone made Lin Keke very frustrated, but Lin Keke knew very well that it was her who had wronged the other party now, and she had no ground to stand on. Moreover, she needed information. She needed to know what had happened over these years. Asking Shen Ming directly would obviously give her the answer faster. If they started arguing, they definitely wouldn't be able to talk normally. Lin Keke calmed down. I'm really not going to look for him. If I say that I have lost the memories of the past 8 years, would you believe me? Chapter 3. My husband knows I cheated in the past, yet he still doesn't want to divorce me? Shen Ming let out a cold snort and slammed his palm heavily onto the dining table. Trying to trick me into a divorce with a stunt like losing your memory? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Lin Keke. I'm really not lying to you. Shen Ming's gaze grew increasingly cold. If there's nothing else, I'm off to work. He had just turned to leave when he felt his clothes being tugged. What do you mean by this? Lin Keke was frightened by his expression and hurriedly pulled her hand back. Continuing to talk like that definitely wouldn't get any answers, and she might even be considered mentally ill. Do you still remember why the two of us got married? Shen Ming was extremely speechless. What else could two people get married for? He dropped that remark and turned to leave. I'm telling you, Lin Keke, no matter what method you use, I will not divorce you. It's not. Lin Keke still wanted to hold him back, but the moment she thought of his terrifying expression just now, she feared he might beat her. She was currently just a little lowly, about 1.5 meters tall. How could she possibly win against him? She had no choice but to let Shen Ming leave. She returned to the living room somewhat helplessly and sat on the sofa. As expected, I couldn't ask anything. Who would believe that someone would inexplicably and suddenly lose 8 years of memory? The ahog on Lin Keke's head drooped softly. A moment later, it suddenly stood up. No, I have to figure out the current situation. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Keke clenched her little fist to cheer herself on, then took out her phone, opened WeChat, and found Zhang Luo. Full of hope, she sent a message. Are you there? Looking at the words sending, Lin Keke's heart jumped into her throat. If she couldn't even contact Zhang Luo, she didn't know how long it would take to figure out her current situation. Right now, what she wanted to know most was why she had married Xin Ming, and why her daughter was afraid of her. Secondly, it was why she had cheated. While Lin Keke was pondering, the message showed as sent. Great! Zhang Luo hasn't blocked me. A wave of joy washed over her. While waiting for Zhang Luo to reply, Lin Keke discovered a familiar app on her phone. Tomato Novel Writer Backend. Lin Keke expectantly opened the writer backend and was pleasantly surprised to find that she had created over a dozen works in the past 8 years. And every single one was a masterpiece of over 1 million words. Her little mouth couldn't help but curl up. Did my dream of becoming a famous pure romance author actually come true? She flipped through from the first work, but when she saw the fourth one, she was stunned. Starred at the Hawan sect, the female sect master was refined into a puppet by me? Lin Keke widened her eyes. What is this? How could I possibly write this kind of harem novel? I am a pure romance war god. Refusing to believe it, she read 2 chapters, but her stomach churned, and she almost threw up the noodles she had just eaten. The content was even more explosive than the title. It wasn't just a harem novel, it was a cuckold novel. The protagonist had a cuckold fetish. Bro turned from pure romance god to cuckold factory in 8 years. My past self really said hold my beer and ran it. Lin Keke hurriedly clicked to exit, then continued to check the next 3 books, only to find that every single one was a cuckold novel. Furthermore, the writing was overly flowery, impossibly hard to read, and the plot was boring and cliché. The comments were also full of insults. Lin Keke shook her head vigorously. Fake, it's all fake. Ding pop-up WeChat message, Zhang Luo. Lin Keke snapped out of her confusion and checked Zhang Luo's reply. Zhang Luo, what? Does our great author have something else to discuss with me? Lin Keke gave a bitter smile. Sigh. She bit the bullet and replied. Are you free for a call? It's urgent. It took a long time for the other side to reply. Lin Keke's eyes lit up. There's a chance. She immediately clicked voice call. The other side picked up immediately, and a familiar yet somewhat strange female voice came through. Lin Keke, what business do you have with me now? Our partnership has ended. I will not provide you with my works anymore. Lin Keke knew what she meant and denied it. Zhang Luo, I didn't call you for that reason, though that is part of it. Then what do you want to say? The other side's tone was clearly questioning. Lin Keke organized the information in her mind. If I said I lost my memory from 8 years ago, or that I traveled here from 8 years ago, would you believe me? Inspiration for a new novel? That's an interesting idea, but if you continue writing cuckold novels for Qi Pengfei, I won't work with you. Writing cuckold novels for Qi Pengfei? Lin Keke's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She seemed to have guessed something. No, I'm not joking. I really don't remember anything from the past 8 years. My memory is still stuck at freshman year. She explained strenuously, her tone full of seriousness. Zhang Luo was clearly silent, and it took a long time for her to reply. Lin Keke, have you been brainwashed by Qi Pengfei? Hurry up and go to a psychiatric hospital to get checked out. I have to go out later. Next time. Stop. Lin Keke immediately interrupted her. Having finally managed to get important information, she definitely wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. I'm serious. No one else made me do this. Her voice was almost a shout. Zhang Luo, you. A sigh came from the other side. If you insist on saying that, what is it you want to ask? Lin Keke let out a long sigh of relief. She could finally communicate properly. I want to know why I married Xin Ming, and also, why I cheated with Qi Pengfei. Zhang Luo, why you married Xin Ming? I'm afraid only you know that. You've never mentioned it to anyone. As for why you cheated, it's simple. You were out of your mind. Lin Keke, can you tell me what you know? About things after freshman year. Zhang Luo, after freshman year? You dropped out before you even finished your freshman year. Lin Keke widened her eyes. Huh, how is that possible? Even if it was for my father, I had to get my diploma. They were hoping I would successfully finish university and fulfill the wishes they couldn't complete. Zhang Luo explained. There was a party during freshman year, and in front of students from several classes, You exposed the fact that Shen Ming liked cross-dressers. You even showed some perverted pictures he had saved on his phone. Although I don't know how you managed to do those things, you did. Shen Ming couldn't handle the humiliation, and coupled with the fact that he had been drinking a lot, he was overcome with shame and anger and jumped off the building. It's said that he suffered nearly fatal head trauma and became a vegetable. Later you dropped out, and when I saw you again, you were already married to Shen Ming. I was shocked. I didn't know how he recovered, and I didn't know why you two, who clearly hated each other, were together happily. Lin Keke was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she had heard. She had caused Shen Ming to become a vegetable. She might be bad, but she wasn't that bad, right? Wait, that's not right. Why didn't Zhang Luo mention anything about her having gender reassignment surgery? Chapter 4. The Indifference of a Good Friend. Qi Pengfei invites her to eat. Lin Keke was just about to ask, but she suddenly realized that since she had dropped out of university in her freshman year, Zhang Luo likely didn't know what happened afterward either. Besides, she felt that something was wrong. Gender reassignment was a huge deal, yet the other person hadn't mentioned a single word about it. Would it be convenient to meet up? There are some things I want to ask in person. Lin Keke clutched the hem of her skirt, her fists tightly clenched. The person on the other end hesitated for a long time before finally agreeing. All right. Beep. After hanging up the phone, Lin Keke felt like half of her life was already ruined. With a child, she really couldn't bring herself to run away. After all, her parents had divorced in her previous life. She knew exactly how painful that feeling was. Even though her daughter was afraid of her right now, with some effort, coaxing a little child would be no problem. Besides, if she ran away again, based on the information she had, there might be nowhere left for her to stay. As for the gender swap issue, she was afraid she would only be able to ask her sister. Sai, as a male college student, how was she supposed to fix this terrible situation? Lin Keke patted her face and splashed some cold water on it. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, noticing the heavy dark circles under her eyes, and let out a long sigh. Since I'm here, I'll have to make the best of it. For now, I'll figure out the situation before making any plans. Lin Keke randomly picked out a nondescript dress from her wardrobe, put it on, and then headed out. 9:46 a.m., Qian City, Mingrue Cafe. Beside the piano stand, a handsome man in a tuxedo was elegantly playing Moonlight Sonata. Beside the glass door, Lin Keke sat on a wooden chair, waiting anxiously. After a while, a tall woman walked over in high heels. Lin Keke looked closely, and her eyes lit up. Zhang Luo's face was exactly the same as before. It had barely changed. It was just that the vibe she gave off had changed. She didn't seem like a naive college student anymore, but rather a white-collar office worker. She was wearing a professional pencil skirt and carrying a brown shoulder bag. Lin Keke tried her best to appear natural. Long time no see. Zhang Luo's movement of putting down her bag noticeably paused, and she glanced at Lin Keke. We just met a few days ago for work. Have you forgotten? She reached out, picked up the spoon on the table, and stirred her coffee. I already told you I forgot. I'm not lying to you. I really don't remember. Lin Keke made a gesture as if swearing, looking extremely serious. If the version of me from a few days ago upset you, I am very sorry, and I sincerely apologize to you here. Lin Keke stood up and bowed deeply. Zhang Luo didn't look at her, taking a sip of coffee on her own. Get straight to the point. Okay. Lin Keke sat back down and collected her thoughts. We've been good sisters since our freshman year, right? Zhang Luo's eyes hardened, and she picked up her bag and stood up. Goodbye. Wait, no. Lin Keke stood up in a panic to stop her. What's wrong now? Zhang Luo shook her head in disappointment. I don't know if you've really lost your memory, or if you're just acting. I advise you, Lin Keke, if you regret your current life, you need to find a way to solve it yourself. Instead of treating me like a fool. Even if you could talk the talk this time, I wouldn't cooperate with you. Suppose I slapped you, and you got angry. Then I asked you what I could do to make you forgive me. Would you tell me? Do you think this is flirting? I won't say that we'll never see each other again, but whether our friendship can be salvaged depends on you. Before she had finished speaking, Zhang Luo turned and left resolutely, ignoring Lin Keke's shouts. The piercing gazes from those around her made Lin Keke feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. She collapsed weakly onto the wooden chair, her little brows tightly furrowed. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Clearly, the two of them had been very close before and had even promised to be friends for life. Yet, they hadn't even spoken a few sentences before this meeting ended in such a sorry state. A notification chime. Ding. She picked up her phone with dull eyes, but the moment she saw the sender, she regained her energy. Qi Pengfei. He was the source of all this. As long as she drew a line in the sand with him, she could fix everything, right? If not for Xin Xingyue or the information about her sister Lin Chuan, Lin Keke could have just walked away. But as things stood, doing that would only lead to a bad ending. At the very least, she had to restore her reputation first to live comfortably. She checked the message sent by Qi Pengfei. Keke, I want to talk to you about something. Would it be convenient to meet this afternoon? If you can, let's meet at Lin local cuisine restaurant at noon. I'll treat you to a meal to make up for missing our appointment earlier. Just in time, I'll see if I can get my money back while I'm at it. Chapter 5. Does the scumbag editor want me to give up the position of honorary writer? Lin local cuisine restaurant, private room 3. The sound of a door opening came from behind. Qi Pengfei turned his head to look. My dear Keke, I've missed you so much after just one day apart. Did you sleep well last night? I'm very sorry I couldn't personally take you home last night and had to entrust you to a female ride-hailing driver. You know how that guy at your place is. If he had seen me taking you home, he definitely would have resorted to violence again. Looking at his handsome, harmless-looking face, Lin Keke felt a wave of nausea for no reason. Perhaps it was the pure love genes in her body. Even though she had disliked Xin Ming before, after learning some things, Lin Keke didn't hate him as much anymore. At the very least, he wouldn't cheat. She felt more guilt toward Xin Ming now. After all, she had turned him into a vegetable. The mutual hatred between her and Xin Ming was 8 years ago. Even if she couldn't accept it, she had to try to communicate with him. But this Qi Pengfei, he actually dared to brainwash her into writing cuckold harem stories. It was simply unforgivable. Qi Pengfei noticed that something was off with her and quickly put on a smile he thought was very handsome. Keke, is it my imagination? Why do I feel like there's fire in your eyes? Yes, I'm very angry. Lin Keke walked over to sit opposite Qi Pengfei and picked up the menu, flipping through it casually. Qi Pengfei poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Huh? Why? Did you have another fight with Xin Ming? Lin Keke glanced at it, but didn't reach out to take it. There was no fight. It's because of something else. What is it? Qi Pengfei's smile didn't fade. Instead, it grew even brighter. What kind of craziness is this woman acting out today? In the past, if he poured her a glass of water, she would have wanted to take the glass home to cherish it. What was going on today? What nerve had she snapped? Lin Keke slammed her hand on the table, shaking the wine in her glass until it spilled all over. My husband said he plans to build a house in his hometown and is asking me for money. Seeing this, Qi Pengfei stoked the fire. That's not very manly, is it? Asking his wife for money to build a house. He's a typical loser. Lin Keke glanced at him. I thought so too, but I've been living off of him all these years, so it wouldn't be right not to contribute some money. Qi Pengfei waved his hand. No, 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 you're wrong about that, Keke. As his wife, you've helped him raise such a cute girl. That's enough. It's his blessing to have married you, and everything else should be his responsibility. Just think about it. How much suffering did you endure the year you were pregnant? Was that all for nothing? Qi Pengfei became more and more agitated as he spoke, even taking out his phone to open a social media app and showing a featured article. Look at what it says here. I think it's very correct. A man becomes a father in an instant, but a woman suffers for a year and is left with many lingering effects. That guy Xin Ming is exactly as I said, someone who doesn't know how to cherish his wife. Lin Keke was dumbfounded. She had never imagined that the pure university student, Qi Pengfei, could be so eloquent. Isn't this just toxic chicken soup? Lin Keke pondered for a moment. Even so, if I don't contribute a single cent, it would be a bit inappropriate. We are family after all. Qi Pengfei scratched his head. That's true. So you plan to pay up? Lin Keke suddenly looked troubled. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't have much money on me. He knows I have money, and if I don't come up with some, I'm afraid. So, about all that money I transferred to you, which you said you were saving for our future wedding. Could you take some out first? Qi Pengfei's expression changed slightly, and his eyes darted around. Ahem. I put that money into a fixed-term deposit to earn interest, so I can't take it out for the time being. Lin Keke frowned. When can you withdraw it? Qi Pengfei looked troubled. At least in half a year. Lin Keke. I see. She changed the subject. When are you and your wife getting a divorce? How much time has passed, and there's been zero progress? Qi Pengfei quickly shook his head. No, I'm ready any time on my end. I'm just waiting for you to get divorced on your end. Lin Keke picked up her glass and took a sip. All right, I understand. So, what did you want to see me for? This scumbag has so many ulterior motives. Qi Pengfei suddenly put on a flattering smile. A while ago, didn't Brother Song assign a new author to me? Her book has been a huge hit recently, and she has a chance to challenge for the position of honorary writer. I was thinking, Keke, your performance in recent years has been really poor. How about you step down now? You could still save some face. If you don't step down now, the platform will revoke your status sooner or later. That would be so embarrassing. Anyway, I'll support you then, so you won't need money. Lin Keke's eyelids twitched wildly as she listened. To become an honorary writer, one must generate over 10 million in profit for the platform. Honorary writers enjoy exclusive recommendation slots. This alone is enough to drive other authors crazy. Traffic means money. There are only 5 honorary writers on the entire Tomato novel platform, and all of them have written classic works. Want her to step down? Impossible. Besides, the reason she ended up in this state is all his fault, isn't it? Although it's mostly because of her own stupidity from before. If you invited me to dinner for this, I'm afraid I cannot agree. Lin Keke stared at him with a look of suspicion. Are you questioning my writing ability? Qi Pengfei immediately denied it. No, no, no. How could I doubt your ability, Keke? Lin Keke's gaze was sharp. Just what? Nothing. Qi Pengfei sensed that Lin Keke was acting strangely today, so he casually made an excuse and left. Lin Keke picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp. Heh, how did I not notice before that such a scheming side was hidden beneath that pure face? Huh. Lin Keke got up and left. She swore that she would hold on to her status as an honorary writer tightly, and no one would take it away from her. She had thought she could draw a line today, but it seems she needs to find a way to get the money back first before completely burning bridges. Chapter 6. The little girl is clearly afraid of me, so why is she unwilling to let me leave? A skyscraper with the Tomato novel logo. Xinguei Animation Studio. In the conference room, a dozen men and women were silent. Xinming stood at the very front, with a white cloth next to him. It was a holographic projection. Everyone knows that in recent years, the studio has been spending more than it earns, and the pressure has been constantly increasing. So, to avoid the studio dissolving, I have decided to lay off staff. As soon as these words were spoken, a middle-aged man wearing a hoodie stood up instantly. Don't you know why this is happening? Out of the 5 honorary writers, you just had to sign the worst one. The money earned from animating other authors' works is pitifully small. There's no comparison to the works of an honorary writer. If we don't starve, who will? If it weren't for Brotherly pulling in work for us all these years, constantly doing manga adaptations for other works, we would have dissolved long ago. He pointed his finger at Shun Ming excitedly. I said back then that we absolutely had to choose Gunan, but you insisted on choosing your wife. Are you happy now? None of us can make any money. Veins popped out on Shun Ming's forehead, and he suppressed his anger. I know, calm down. I'm just planning this for now. I don't intend to lay anyone off immediately. Speaking of this, he paused, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Whenever he thought of Lin Keke's words, you are not as good as Qi Pengfei in any way, he got irritated. Finally, he made up his mind. Recently, Fate's Eye has been having trouble with her Weiming studio. Maybe we can take advantage of the situation. Talking to her shouldn't be a big problem. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was shocked. A female artist even thought she had misheard. Brother Shun, you know that a studio can only sign 1 honorary writer. Are you going to give up on Lin Keke? Xinming gave a bitter smile. There's no need to say such things. Getting off work at 6 o'clock, Xinming sat in his car, staring blankly at a yellowed photo in his hand. The content of the photo was Lin Keke hugging him, both of them smiling very happily. He had gone to find Chi Pengfei, but Chi Pengfei refused to admit it. He knew the only breakthrough was Lin Keke, but Lin Keke was like she was possessed, saying she would rather die than be without Chi Pengfei. Recalling the scene of being rejected last night, Shen Ming slumped over the steering wheel, veins bulging on his arms, gripping the photo tightly. Mingan Residential Complex, Building 4, 401. Warm lights illuminated the entire corridor, and Shun Xingyue stood on tiptoes to knock on the door. She was carrying a little bunny backpack with a star sticker on her face. Click. The door opened. Shun Xingyue immediately showed a smile. Daddy, I'm back. Mom. Little girl did not hesitate for a second, immediately tearing the sticker off her face and throwing it on the ground. Lin Keke was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Yue, welcome home. From the way Shin Xingyue's room was decorated, it was clear that she was very fond of white rabbits and stars. But why did she tear off the stickers just now? Mom, I won't play with stickers next time. The little girl's voice was trembling violently, and her legs were shaking along with it. Huh. Lin Keke was puzzled. If you like playing with them, then play. Why stop? Shin Xingyue shook her head vigorously. I won't play anymore, so please don't scold Yue, Mom. Lin Keke froze. She wasn't stupid, and she understood quickly. When her daughter played with stickers before, she had probably been scolded by her. Goodness, how could the previous version of herself be such a beast? Such a cute daughter. She wished she could give her everything best in the world. Watching her daughter shivering all over, Lin Keke pursed her lips and turned back into the house. Come in first. Mom made something delicious. Huh. Shen Xingyue tilted her head and closed the door as she entered the house. Why would Mom suddenly cook? The last time Mom cooked was a long time ago, right? Recalling that delicious taste, Shen Xingyue subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The food Mom made. Dinner is served. Lin Keke placed a bowl of chicken on the dining table and reached up to wipe her forehead. All right, you can start eating. Shen Xingyue held her spoon, looking at the 6 dishes on the table in a daze. Every dish was something she liked to eat. Was today the new year or something? The little girl suddenly realized something. Could it be that Mom is leaving, so she's cooking one last meal for Yue? Thinking of this, her eyes turned red and tears welled up. Mom, don't abandon Yue, Mom. Don't abandon. Yaya hates that uncle. Everything Mom says, Yue can do. She looked at Lin Keke with a sincere face. So don't leave, okay? Lin Keke's heart trembled, and she hurriedly comforted her daughter. Mom isn't leaving. Mom isn't leaving. Who said Mom is leaving? No one said that. She couldn't stand to see such a cute little girl cry, let alone her own flesh and blood. She really wanted to reach out and touch her daughter's head, but was afraid the other would dodge. Shen Xingyue cried while wiping her tears. Boo, but Mom said before that you would leave with that uncle sooner or later. Was that a lie to Yue? Lin Keke nodded repeatedly. Mom was just teasing Yue, so don't cry, okay? The little girl's breathing was rapid. It took a long while before she choked out the question. Really? Lin Keke nodded seriously, making a swearing gesture with her right hand. It couldn't be more real, I swear. That's good. Having received this answer, Shun Xingyue finally started eating with peace of mind. She carefully scooped up a piece of chicken and put it into her mouth. Lin Keke watched her with anticipation. Is it good? She was someone who had cooked for years and had honed impressive culinary skills. Shun Xingyue was stunned. The fresh and fragrant chicken in her mouth seemed to take her back a few years. A tear slid down her cheek uncontrollably. Lin Keke was dumbfounded. She covered her head with both hands. Why are you crying again? Is it so bad that it makes you cry? It's delicious. The food Mom makes is the most delicious. Woo-woo. If it's delicious, why are you crying? Before Lin Keke could react, a door-opening sound suddenly rang out behind her. Lin Keke turned her head to look and froze completely. Xin Ming had returned. What if he forced her to perform her routine duties tonight? She understood the man too well. With such a beautiful wife, how could he possibly restrain himself? What smells so good? His gaze swept past Lin Keke, and Xin Ming saw a table full of dishes. Before he could be shocked, he saw the little girl crying. The anger he had suppressed for a long time finally erupted at this moment. He rushed to Shen Xingyue's side in a few steps and pulled her into his arms. Yue, don't cry, Dad is here. Don't cry, Dad will protect you. After coaxing her for a few moments, Shen Xingyue gradually stopped crying. Shen Ming glared at Lin Keke. Why are you bullying our daughter again? She doesn't owe you anything. Why are you taking your anger out on a child? What? Lin Keke was instantly furious. That jerk Shen Ming was still the same as before, jumping to conclusions without distinguishing right from wrong. How annoying. She slapped the table in annoyance. You're spouting nonsense. I didn't bully you. If you don't believe me, ask her. Shen Ming sneered. Our daughter isn't someone who cries easily. Every time she cried before, it was because of you. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Lin Keke felt her brain go a bit dizzy. It seemed like she was on the verge of fainting from anger. Seeing that the other person didn't speak, the light in Shen Ming's eyes gradually dimmed. Was his persistence in not divorcing wrong? If this affects Yue, I can't just think about myself. Dad, Yue was crying because she was happy. It has nothing to do with Mom. What? Shen Ming looked completely confused. Crying because you were happy? What? Shen Xingyue extended her small finger and pointed at the food on the table. Mom, the food Mom made. The taste is exactly the same as before. Shen Ming glanced at the food, then looked at Lin Keke. The other person was hugging her chest, fuming. What are you looking at? I already said it has nothing to do with me. Can't you think of me in a better light? The man was a bit surprised, but still replied expressionlessly, sorry. A delicious dinner was spent in a strange atmosphere. Yue, go do your homework. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come call Dad. Okay. Shen Xingyue hopped and skipped towards her bedroom. Seeing that her daughter was actually so lively, Lin Keke heaved a long sigh of relief. She had thought her daughter had been suppressed by her former self into having a timid personality. Shen Ming sat on the sofa, his tone flat. Lin Keke, what are you trying to tell me by cooking this meal? Lin Keke answered subconsciously. I just want to restore my relationship with our daughter. Shen Ming casually picked up a pear from the coffee table. Saying such things at this point, he peeled it with a small knife, his movement skillful. Lin Keke pursed her lips, momentarily not knowing how to defend herself. That's right. Although she didn't know the details, she could tell from the attitude of all her relatives and friends that she had done something irreparable. Although the man opposite her had often opposed her during their student days, it was ultimately just some minor grudges, nothing serious. Moreover, if she wanted to make up with her younger sister, she definitely had to make up with Shen Ming. Goodness, what on earth had this jerk done, and why would Xuehan say those things? Shen Ming, I know you won't believe anything I say, but I will prove it to you with my actions. The pear's skin, it was finished peeling. It never broke. Shen Ming's hand hovered in midair, unable to understand for a moment. He clearly wasn't peeling it carefully, so why didn't the pear's skin break? As your wife, I believe I have the right to ask you some questions. Lin Keke looked serious. The two of us. What was the purpose of our marriage? Chapter 7. Shen Ming is losing control of his desires. Shen Ming tossed the pear peel into the trash can. When two people get married, besides wanting to build a family, what else could it be for? Have you really lost your memory? The man's deep gaze was fixed intently on her, as if trying to find some flaw in her. The last time she cooked was when Qi Pengfei came over as a guest. That was the only reason she had personally cooked. What on earth was wrong with her today? You can choose not to believe me, but I will do my absolute best to make up for the mistakes I've made in the past, Lin Keke said indifferently. Hearing this again, Shen Ming was thoroughly disappointed. He took a bite of the pear. Lin Keke, I don't have any more money for you to squander, and don't even think about taking my money to buy things for that bastard Qi Pengfei. No, Lin Keke opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute it. The previous version of herself had probably said the exact same thing, but the goal had been to ask Shen Ming for money. However, this feeling of not being trusted no matter what she said made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Shen Ming sighed and slumped helplessly into the sofa. Although I don't know what you're actually thinking, I can tell you very responsibly. We got married back then because we were in love. You want a divorce? Impossible. Lin Keke felt desperate. How did it always manage to get back to divorce? She didn't seem to have mentioned it even once, right? She subconsciously took a step back. Can't we just have a proper talk? Shen Ming stood up. I used to beg you to talk to me properly, but you simply wouldn't listen. I don't know what you're thinking, but I will treat you exactly the same way you treat me." He walked toward his bedroom. "One last thing. Star Trail Studio is terminating your contract. After all, we still need to eat." Terminating the contract? Watching his back, Lin Keke immediately took out her phone, opened the writer's assistant, and checked her homepage. A moment later, she understood something. So that's how it is. Lin Keke rubbed her temples, turned to look at the bowls and chopsticks on the dining table, and decided to wash the dishes first. From the conversation with Shin Ming, it could be analyzed that he didn't know the reason for my sex change. But where did this being in love come from? Why wouldn't he explain it clearly? I'll go ask him later. As for the matter of the sex change, I'm afraid I can only tackle that through Xuehan. Since Xuehan has such a good relationship with Shin Ming, I can definitely get in touch with her through him. Putting the last bowl back into the sterilizer, Lin Keke untied her apron and walked towards Shin Ming's bedroom. "Keke, if only we could go back to how things were." Shin Ming sat on his office chair, staring blankly at Lin Keke's photo. "Damn you. Chi Pengfei, don't let me catch evidence of you and Lin Keke cheating. I will definitely make you pay then." Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Shin Ming went to open the door with suspicion. A little lowly, wearing a simple short skirt, stood prettily before him. "There's one more thing I want to ask you," Lin Keke said cautiously, her hands clasped behind her back. Shin Ming stared at her face. "Ask," Lin Keke said softly. When did we get married? How long did we date?" Shin Ming froze for a moment, panic flashing through his eyes. "We got married 7 years ago, and we dated for half a year." "I see." Lin Keke rubbed her chin, her little brain working frantically, and asked tentatively, "I heard from Zhang Luo that you were in a vegetative state before. How did you recover?" Shin Ming was a bit impatient. "Recovered is recovered. How else could I have recovered?" For such a perfunctory answer, Lin Keke couldn't find any flaws, so she could only respond with an "oh." Shin Ming looked at the bewildered Lin Keke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Could she really have lost her memory? Did she bump her head again? No. She must be looking for an opportunity to run away with Chi Pengfei, and she is just acting now. Whenever he recalled the things Lin Keke had said for the sake of Chi Pengfei, Shin Ming felt as if his heart were being twisted by a knife. Lin Keke sighed inwardly. She felt that Shin Ming was hiding something, and she had to get in touch with Xuehan. Could you make a call to my sister? I want to tell her some things." Shin Ming hesitated for a moment, but eventually took out his phone and called Lin Xuehan. The phone rang for a long time, but the other party never answered. "She might be busy with work. Let's talk about it tomorrow," Shin Ming said indifferently. "Oh, okay. Let's talk tomorrow then. I'm going back to my room." Just as Lin Keke turned around, Shin Ming's voice came from behind her. "What about today's routine?" Her whole body stiffened instantly. "This?" Shin Ming looked at her expectantly, hoping she would agree. Only when doing that kind of thing could Shin Ming feel that Lin Keke still belonged to him. Even if Lin Keke had spoken of him as unbearably as she had before, she could not deny her physiological attraction to him, because the body cannot lie. Let's forget it. I'm not feeling very well today." Lin Keke casually found an excuse. "Okay." Having received the answer, Lin Keke fled as if flying. Shin Ming stared blankly at the floor for a long time, then let out a long sigh. Perhaps separating was destined long ago. Back in her own bedroom, Lin Keke finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. She had been terrified that Shin Ming would force her, but fortunately, that didn't happen. Lin Keke sat by the computer and decided to start a new book to maintain her position as an honorary writer. She looked at her previous books and discovered that her previous level seemed to have dropped a bit. Her freshman year was her peak. Over the years, her writing skills had decreased instead of increasing. Now that the peak has returned, she will surely take everything back. There is still plenty of time to make up for the family, but the collapse of her career is imminent. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the next morning. Lin Keke woke up in front of the computer and smiled as she looked at the 3 chapters of the draft on the screen. As expected of me, she immediately sent the 3 draft chapters and the overall direction of the article to the editor. After finishing this task, Lin Keke dragged her exhausted body toward the kitchen. Since she had already decided to atone for her previous self, As a qualified wife, taking care of all 3 meals was naturally a matter of course. Another sleepless night. Shin Ming stared at himself in the mirror, his dark circles very heavy, and scratched his hair with some irritation. It had been 2 days since he had been intimate with Keke, and he felt stifled inside. He really wanted to hold her, really wanted to. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking pulled Shin Ming back to reality from his fantasy. At this hour, is it where? Shin Ming quickly put on his suit. Wait a moment, Daddy will make you breakfast right away. Click. Lin Keke. Lin Keke stood in front of him wearing a slip dress, the strap on her right shoulder slipping down, revealing a large area of fair skin. Her collarbone was clearly visible, incredibly seductive. Shin Ming's Adam's apple bobbed a few times, and an uncontrollable impulse made him reach out his hands and pull her into his arms. Lin Keke's vision went black, and her legs went weak. Wait a minute. I came to ask you to make a phone call. What are you doing? Chapter 8. My sister only accepts Shin Ming as her brother-in-law and refuses to let me divorce him. Feeling Lin Keke's desperate struggle, the thought of carrying her back to the bed instantly vanished from Shin Ming's mind. That wave of desire was extinguished. He let go and took a few steps back. Seeing that he seemed a bit angry, Lin Keke fearfully moved a little further away from him while adjusting her slipping shoulder strap. Shin Ming pursed his lips, remained silent for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Lin Chuan. Hello, brother-in-law. Is there something you need? A gentle female voice rang out. Shin Ming's gaze locked onto Lin Keke. Your sister has something to tell you. Lin Chuan's voice turned cold instantly. She has something to tell me, but I have nothing to say to her. Unless she draws a line with that scumbag Chi Pengfei, she is no longer my sister. Chuan. Lin Keke panicked and shouted out. I swear I will draw a line with Chi Pengfei. So, please give your sister a chance to talk to you, okay? Hearing this, Shin Ming remained expressionless. Who knew if the other party was lying or just using a delaying tactic? Lin Chuan was silent for a while before slowly speaking. Fine. Lin Keke immediately rushed to Shin Ming, stood on her tiptoes, and reached out her hand. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Shin Ming handed her the phone and left the bedroom, intending to make breakfast. At this time, Shin Xingyue should be waking up. Chuan, listen to me. Lin Keke tried to stay calm. I'm going to ask you a question. Don't worry about whether it makes sense. Just tell me what you know, okay? Lin Chuan. Go ahead. Lin Keke felt a glimmer of joy and quickly asked, Chuan, do you know what I did after I dropped out of college in my freshman year? Lin Chuan asked, confused. Why are you asking this? Lin Keke was a bit anxious. Don't worry about why I'm asking. Just tell me what you know. Let me think. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Chuan slowly said, Back then, after you dropped out, you left Xinyan City. I heard you say it was to take care of your brother-in-law, who had become a vegetable. Because brother-in-law's only remaining parent, his mother, died of anger when he became a vegetable, and there was no one to take care of him. Later on, when I saw you again, you were already married to brother-in-law and were pregnant. What? Lin Keke's mouth fell open. I dropped out to take care of him, and then I married him. Hearing Lin Keke say this, Lin Chuan also felt things were strange, but she felt those things didn't matter anymore. You never told me the specific details, and I don't know them either. But if you called just to ask about such meaningless things, perhaps our relationship won't change at all. Wait a minute, Chuan. Lin Keke temporarily pushed those thoughts to the back of her mind. What I said earlier about drawing a line with Chi Pengfei is serious. I wasn't just talking nonsense. Oh, Lin Chuan found it hard to believe, her tone full of skepticism. Empty words prove nothing. I'm turning on the recording now. You must promise to draw a line with Chi Pengfei and live a good life with brother-in-law. If I break this promise, may I be struck by lightning. Lin Keke. Her expression was somewhat ugly. As for the first condition, drawing a line with Chi Pengfei was something she wanted to do herself. There was no need for Lin Chuan to make her swear an oath. But the second condition, wasn't this making things difficult for her? She was a man before she transmigrated. If she lived a good life with Shin Ming, sooner or later she would be pressed onto the bed by him, and then something wrong would happen. How could he accept that? Although, in his past life, he did quite want to be a girl. But how could she accept that kind of thing? Lin Chuan's voice turned cold instantly. You're silent. Is it because you can't do it? Lin Keke bit the bullet and denied it. No. Lin Chuan. Then swear it now. Lin Keke's expression was now worse than if she were crying. However, after weighing the pros and cons, she still agreed to her sister's request, who said the second condition had to be fulfilled. Maybe Ming wouldn't be able to stand being neglected and would cheat first? That would give her a reason to divorce. Wait. Lin Keke thought of Xinxingyue. If they divorced, Xuehan, what did Ming do back then? Why do you only recognize him as your brother-in-law? Lin Xuehan said, word for word, 5 years ago, father was critically ill, and the surgery cost a huge amount of money. You emptied your savings and managed to scrape together the surgery fees to cure father, only to find out that father owed a huge gambling debt outside. While running the studio, brother-in-law took on several extra jobs, working until he was hospitalized, just to barely pay off the debts. During that time, brother-in-law didn't even have a single complaint. Lin Keke was stunned. A guy who gave her trouble every day could actually go to such lengths for her father? According to the withdrawal records from the Tomato novel author backend, she started making money 4 years ago. In other words, while working several jobs simultaneously, Ming not only had to take care of her and their daughter, who were doing nothing, but also had to take care of Xuehan and father. Lin Xuehan's displeased voice suddenly rang out. Are you going to agree to my request or not? Lin Keke snapped out of her shock. I agree. Good. Since you've agreed, you must do it. Lin Xuehan's voice seemed to soften a bit. I'll come to visit you all in a few days. At that time, I hope to see a beautiful picture. Sister, I'm hanging up now. Dad needs me for something. Hearing that, sister, Lin Keke felt a strange sensation in her heart. She really hadn't doted on her for nothing when they were little. Even in this situation, she was willing to give her a chance. Lin Keke took a deep breath and secretly made a resolution. Never mind the rough stuff for now. Restoring this family was something she had to do. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her sister didn't seem to mention anything about her sex change. She hadn't brought it up at all. Why? A bold idea suddenly popped into Lin Keke's mind. Could it be that she transmigrated to a parallel universe, and that in this universe, she was originally female? For now, that's the only explanation. Lin Keke decided to put this matter aside for now. Anyway, it didn't affect anything at the moment. Right now, she should focus on getting the money back from Qi Pengfei and then drawing a line with him. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her. Still not done chatting, Lin Keke was startled and stumbled. As she was about to fall, Ming caught her by the waist. Lin Keke reacted as if she had touched hot water. She instinctively pushed the man away and broke free from his embrace. Not daring to look at his face, she handed him the phone. Here, back to you. Ming took the phone back. The mood that had improved quite a bit from eating the noodles Lin Keke made turn sour again. The noodles are getting cold. Oh, Lin Keke was silent for a moment. If Star Trail Studio wants to terminate my contract, can you wait another 3 months? My new work will definitely allow us to make money together. Ming shook his head and was about to speak when Lin Keke's phone suddenly rang. Baby Keke, answer the phone quickly. Baby Keke, answer the phone quickly. Hearing this ringtone, Lin Keke's face stiffened. She took out her phone and saw, sure enough, it was a call from Qi Pengfei. Damn it. Why was this ringtone recorded by Qi Pengfei himself? How disgusting is that? She looked up at Ming with some fear. Chapter 9. Qi Pengfei lowers his stance. Do you think I'm still a fool? It was a gaze that scrutinized a criminal, making Lin Keke's heart stop. Ming just looked at her like that, without speaking or making any move. Keke baby, pick up the phone quickly. Keke baby, pick up the phone quickly. A sense of suffocation enveloped Lin Keke. She was stunned for a long time before she reacted and immediately answered the phone. Hello? Keke, why did it take so long to answer the phone? Was what you sent me earlier your new work? Once these words were spoken, Ming's gloomy expression improved slightly. Only then did Lin Keke remember that Qi Pengfei was her editor. Yes, that is my new work. Lin Keke panted heavily. Hearing this voice full of coquettishness, Qi Pengfei was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you? Your voice doesn't sound right. Are you not feeling well? Lin Keke lowered her head, her peripheral vision fixed tightly on Ming. It's nothing. Just tell me, Why did you call me? How is my new work? Chi Pingfei thought for a moment. It's a very interesting idea. It's not convenient for me to say specifically. Do you have time to meet later? A death question. How was she supposed to answer this? Lin Keke stiffened all over and looked up at Shun Ming with a tremble. The man sneered. Work? That's understandable. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Keke retreated back to the bed with some lingering fear and lay down. Scared me to death. I thought he was going to beat me up. So are you free to come out and meet? If it's convenient, let's meet at the usual place in half an hour. Lin Keke wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Is there something you can't just say directly? It's hard to explain in a short while, and there are other things, very important, it's not good to talk about on the phone. Fine then. Hanging up the phone, Lin Keke realized deeply that she must cut off all contact with Chi Pingfei as soon as possible. At this moment, an indescribable fragrance drifted into her nose, and she felt inexplicably refreshed. What is that smell? Lin Keke stood up and turned to look, her mind instantly going blank. This is Shun Ming's room, and I actually think the smell on his bed is very fragrant. She hurried away. On the table was a bowl of scallion noodles that was almost cold, with a fried egg inside. Lin Keke walked carefully to the dining table, stealing glances at Shun Ming while eating breakfast. Isn't today Friday? Why isn't this guy going to work? You should have gone to school, right? Shin Ming turned off his phone and looked up at her. Regarding what you said earlier about giving you 3 more months, I cannot agree to that. Her hand holding the noodles froze in midair, and Lin Keke asked in confusion, why? Shin Ming explained with reason and evidence. First, as the most capable studio collaborating with Tomato Novel, our Star Trail studio has not created a work that qualified for the annual Outstanding Animation for 3 consecutive years. Lin Keke, ? Annual Outstanding Animation works seem to require both popularity and quality to qualify, and finally, they have to go through a full network vote to become an outstanding work. Generally speaking, the 5 spots for outstanding animation works each year are basically monopolized by the 5 major honorary writers. Shin Ming continued. Secondly, because there are no good works, our studio has been losing money. If we can't make money again, I won't even have the money to pay my subordinates. The remaining funds of Star Trail Studio can only produce one last animation, which means we only have one last chance. Lin Keke understood that if the other party continued to cooperate with her, his career would suffer a major blow. At that time, if she couldn't make money and Shun Ming's studio disbanded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shin Ming clenched his fists. I have things I must do. Lin Keke, you can just go keep writing those meaningless things with Chi Pingfei. I will notify you in a few days that we will formally terminate the contract. Shin Ming got up and left. Watching his back, Lin Keke didn't know why, but she saw a trace of loneliness. The man walked to the door, suddenly stopped, turned back, and gave Lin Keke a serious look. Even if you don't do that kind of thing with me, I won't cheat. Don't think you can rely on that method to divorce me. Bang! As the door closed, Lin Keke was the only one left in the empty house. She pursed her lips and let out a long sigh. Now she had only one thought in her heart. Could she beat up her former self? This kind of treatment, where everyone doesn't think highly of you and no one trusts you, is not something an ordinary person can endure. She wanted to run away, but what about her daughter? Moreover, once she thought of the things Shun Ming had done for her family, she felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Wanting to compensate him, the only 2 things she could think of were to be nicer to Shun Ming, and then, she couldn't do that thing at all. She was a male just 2 days ago. How could she accept doing that with a male? But speaking of which, it's really strange. Why did her former self likely cheat on him? And he still hasn't divorced her? Could it be that life can't go on without wearing a green hat? Or is it that he is an extreme lolicon who doesn't want to give up such a top-tier loli like her? The second guess is more likely, right? Lin Keke shook her head vigorously. Why bother with all this? Let's go listen to what Chi Pingfei wants to say. Linan Local Cuisine Restaurant, Private Room Number 3. My cute Keke, you finally arrived. Chi Pingfei said with a smile. Lin Keke glanced at him, walked straight to the opposite side of him, sat down, and kept a straight face. Regarding my new work, what do you want to say? Calling me out specifically. Chi Pingfei's expression changed slightly. Keke, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask, didn't you promise me before that no matter when you start a new book, you would ask me what theme to write about? Why is it that now when you start a new work, you didn't even discuss it with me? Lin Keke was speechless. You took a verbal agreement seriously? Chi Pengfei, what I want to write is my business. As an editor, are you qualified to question the decision of an honorary writer like me? Clang. Chi Pengfei's hand shook, and the glass shattered all over the floor. Cough, cough. He was full of shock. What's the situation with this woman? How dare she talk to me like this? Is she not afraid that I will leave her? Wait, it seems her period is in a few days. Oh, no wonder she's so irritable. Forget it, I won't bicker with her. Chi Pengfei put on a gentle smile. Of course I am not qualified to decide what you write. Since you have already decided to write this, I will also fulfill my responsibilities as an editor. I will try my best to help you correct the errors that appear in your writing. Lin Keke stood up. All right then, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Chi Pengfei hurriedly called out to stop her. Wait a moment, Keke. Regarding your position as an honorary writer, are you really not considering stepping down? Lin Keke rolled her eyes at him. If I told you to resign, would you? Don't contact me in the future unless there's something. There's not that much for us to talk about. After speaking, Lin Keke walked quickly towards the door. Seeing this scene, Chi Pengfei instantly understood something. Could it be that because I've been keeping her hanging without giving her any benefits, she's angry? Chi Pengfei frowned slightly. How about? Wait a moment, Keke. Lin Keke turned back and looked at him with a disdainful gaze. What else is there? Chi Pengfei hesitated for a moment. Keke, haven't you always wanted to go on a formal date? Do you want to go now? Of course, I will hold your hand the whole time. And if you want a hug, that's also possible. Little shorty, hurry up and say yes to me. I've already lowered my stance. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Keke's mouth twitched, thinking that the other party definitely had an underdeveloped cerebellum and a completely undeveloped brain. Chapter 10. Is there a homewrecker trying to seduce Xinming? Challenging my bottom line. You and I both have our own families. If this happens again, I won't mind telling your wife. Lin Keke warned coldly, then turned and left without leaving any room for negotiation. Chi Pengfei frowned, subconsciously reaching out to grab Lin Keke, but he suddenly sobered up and ultimately did nothing. Calm down, calm down. She must be playing hard to get. That's right, that's exactly it. Chi Pengfei curled his lips into a mocking smile. Lin Keke, keep up the act. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Once your period is over, you'll have to wash yourself clean and offer yourself to me anyway. Star Trail Studio. In the empty office, Xinming sat in his computer chair, staring at the screen. Lin Keke's words from the morning echoed in his mind. Give me another chance. Give her another chance, really? Xinming shook his head quickly. No. I can't let my personal thoughts cause everyone to lose their jobs. Besides, she's definitely just writing that disgusting article for Chi Pengfei again. How could anyone possibly read that? Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door rang out. Xinming, please come in. A young woman wearing a short skirt walked in, a professional smile on her face. The woman had a pretty face and was very conspicuous in a crowd. Brother Shun, good news. Fate's Eye has decided to meet with us. The time is set for 2 p.m. next Monday. Hearing this, Xinming's eyes lit up. Really? Zhang Yuan nodded repeatedly. Really? I just called to schedule it. Our studio is saved. That's great. Xinming slapped the table in excitement, almost jumping up. As the boss leading the team, many of the people were brought into the studio by him. If the studio collapsed, he wouldn't be able to face those brothers. Zhang Yuan stared at Xinming's chiseled face, pursing her lips, hesitating for a moment. By the way, Brother Xin, my new work is performing very well. It has received strong promotion from the platform and is expected to be adapted into an animation. I'd like to invite you to celebrate. Do you think that's convenient? Xinming came back to his senses from the surprise and shook his head regretfully. Sorry, little Zhang. Why don't you celebrate with Wang Jie and the others? I promised my daughter I would take her to the amusement park tomorrow. Zhang Yuan looked a bit disappointed. Is that so? Xinming. Yeah, so I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan had intended to leave, but suddenly thought of something and put on a smile again. How about I go to the amusement park with you tomorrow? Consider it a celebration. I haven't seen Xinxingyue in a long time. She probably misses me, right? This. Shen Ming pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. All right. Then tomorrow morning at Lego Amusement Park. Remember to come. Okay. Zhang Yuan left happily, swaying her waist as she walked. Watching her strange walking posture, Shen Ming scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Are geniuses always this strange? Even the way she walks is different from normal people. Mingan Residential Complex, 401. Lin Keke was wearing a thin dress, wearing a pair of bright gold glasses, holding her forehead and staring at the computer screen. January, April, July, and October of every year are the times when anime series start updating. Today is October 19th, and there are less than 3 months until the next batch of anime series broadcasts. In 70 days, the work content must be rich enough to support an anime adaptation. Time is very tight. It's almost impossible to complete. Unless it's updated while being animated, that's the only possibility. By early February next year, her position as an honorary writer will be revoked. The only way to keep the position of honorary writer is to create a phenomenal work. Just being a high-quality work isn't enough. It must be a phenomenal hit. Achieving a level where everyone from 14 to 35 years old knows it. Only then is it worthy of the title of honorary writer. To get that level of popularity, novels alone definitely won't work. It must be adapted into both manga and anime simultaneously. Secondary creation can't be left behind either. Lin Keke looked up at the ceiling, her pale purple eyes revealing a trace of fatigue. After checking the author assistant backend, she knew very well that her position as an honorary writer was built on several major high-quality works. And the other 4 honorary writers each have a phenomenal work. She is a bit unworthy of the position. Nowadays, there are quite a few writers whose strength is not inferior to hers. If she can't produce decent results, the outcome is predictable. However, ever since she had a brain explosion last night and stayed up all night writing 6,000 words, she hadn't been able to type 2,000 words after sitting all morning today. It's tough. In her decadence, Lin Keke's peripheral vision caught the time on the computer. She leaned forward sharply, her slightly chubby face wanting to stick to the display screen. No way. It's 11 o'clock. She didn't have time to change her clothes and ran out of the bedroom with her fair little feet in slippers. Shen Xingyue finishes classes and goes on holiday every Friday morning, and she will be back in a while. If she couldn't let such a cute daughter eat the meal she cooked for the first time, then what is the point of the cooking skills she practiced? In her previous life, Lin Keke liked watching anime, and she loved watching those anime about raising daughters. It looked especially healing. Now that she has a real, even cuter daughter than the ones in anime, she can't wait to spoil her to the heavens. If only she could hold Shen Xingyue to sleep every day. Unfortunately, it's probably impossible to hold her daughter now. As soon as she gets close to Shen Xingyue, the little one's legs tremble in fear. Lin Keke moved a chair from the living room, stepped on the chair to open the upper layer of the refrigerator, and took out the pork ribs she bought this morning. Putting the stool back, she headed to the kitchen. Put up the pot, boil water, defrost. In the hallway, a gust of autumn wind swept by. Shen Xingyue, wearing only a pleated skirt, subconsciously curled up her body. Wow, so cold. Walking to the door of her home, Shen Xingyue tore off the star sticker on her face and carefully put it into her pocket. Dad hasn't come home yet, and I don't know if Mom made lunch. The little girl looked up, staring at her front door, and couldn't help but recall yesterday's dinner. I really want to eat the food Mom made again. She really wanted to tell Lin Keke to let her cook for her every day. The little girl shook her head, her twin tails swinging rapidly. Better not say it. Mom is too scary when she gets angry. She raised her arm, about to knock on the door, when a familiar shout came from afar. Shen Xingyue turned her head to look and immediately revealed a bright smile. She stood on tiptoe and waved, her words full of surprise. Dad, why are you back? And Sister Zhang, long time no see. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of 401 was suddenly opened. Lin Keke poked her head out from inside, and at the first sight of her daughter, she showed a smile. As soon as she turned her head, the smile gradually disappeared. Next to Shen Ming stood a young beauty staring at him. Lin Keke narrowed her eyes. Who is that? Mom. Shen Xingyue's feet retreated uncontrollably. Chapter 11. Stay away from me. I am a married man. Hearing her daughter call her, Lin Keke turned her head and revealed a gentle smile. Where? Welcome home. Huh? Shun Xingyue stared at her blankly, unable to understand her mother's behavior. In her memory, the last time her mother had been this gentle with her was the last time. I'm back. In the distance, Shin Ming saw Lin Keke's outfit and was instantly stunned in place. Such a thin dress. One could even see her innerwear through it. What is she trying to do by dressing like that? A fire was instantly ignited, and he hurriedly lowered his head and averted his gaze. Brother Shun, what's wrong? Zhang Yuan subconsciously moved closer to Shun Ming, wanting to check on his condition. Lin Keke. Seeing the two of them so close, she instinctively frowned. No, even though I don't want to be his wife, for you to seduce my husband right in front of me. Aren't you looking down on me too much? She subconsciously clenched her fists. Ooh. Seeing her looking like she was about to explode in anger, Shun Xingyue trembled all over. Mom. What? What's wrong with you? She instinctively wanted to run to her father's side, but was called out. Wait a second. Lin Keke snapped back to reality, the expression on her face immediately turning back into a smile. It's nothing. You go inside first. Mom has already made lunch. Lunch made by Mom. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up, and she carefully entered the house and dashed toward the dining room. Lin Keke called out behind her. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. In the hallway, the moment he saw Zhang Yuan approaching, Shin Ming immediately pulled away. Xiaozhang, what are you doing? He looked at her, puzzled. Zhang Yuan reacted. Sorry, Brother Shun. I was just concerned about your health and forgot that sister-in-law was still watching. Mentioning sister-in-law, Shun Ming's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked toward the door, only to see that both his daughter and wife were no longer there. What the hell? They didn't see that, did they? Just now, Zhang Yuan was very close. Her extreme measurements had almost touched his arm. If they had been seen, it would definitely be a misunderstanding. Not good. Shin Ming sighed and looked seriously into Zhang Yuan's eyes. Xiaozhang, when men and women interact, you need to maintain a sense of boundaries, understand? Zhang Yuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she just nodded. Let's go. Shin Ming walked toward the door on his own. Zhang Yuan pursed her lips, thinking to herself, Brother Shun, you will know sooner or later, sister-in-law will never turn back. I will become your new harbor. In the dining room, Shun Xingyue looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table, drooling. She excitedly picked up her spoon and blinked her big eyes at Lin Keke. Mom, can I eat now? Before Lin Keke could reply, Shun Ming's voice came from outside. Not yet. Dad and your sister Zhang haven't arrived yet. The little girl wrinkled her little nose. Hurry up, Dad. Hurry up. Yue can't wait anymore. All right. Shin Ming and Zhang Yuan quickened their pace and soon arrived at the dining table. In the luxury residential area, the house was very spacious, so the dining room was naturally large as well. Lin Keke's family used a dining table capable of seating 8 people. Shin Ming and Shin Xingyue, father and daughter, sat next to each other. This was fine, but Lin Keke glared at him, feeling inexplicably dissatisfied. Clearly, she was his wife, yet she was sitting across from him. Instead, that strange woman was sitting on the other side of Shin Xingyue. To Lin Keke, it felt as if the 3 of them were the family, and she was the guest. That would have been fine. After all, their relationship was bad right now. What was most infuriating was that just now, Shin Ming had glanced at her and immediately lowered his head. Now, even while eating, he kept his head down, as if he knew he had done something wrong and couldn't bear to look at her, yet he still did it. Shin Ming, why are you keeping your head down? Shun Ming's eyelid twitched a few times. Can you change your clothes before saying things like that? Lin Keke was slightly stunned. She looked down, and her little face instantly flushed red. I'll go change my clothes. She ran off in a panic. Brother Shun, does sister-in-law always dress so provocatively at home? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Didn't they say their relationship wasn't very good? Why was Lin Keke wearing a dress that looked like lingerie? Shin Ming waved his hand. No, she only wears that when she sleeps. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. Sister Zhang, And Dad, hurry up and eat. Shin Xingyue grabbed a pork rib and ate with relish. Slow down, be careful not to choke. Shin Ming chuckled and rubbed his daughter's back. What is going on with her? Cooking all 3 meals a day? Could she really be repentant and want to win us back? While Shin Ming was puzzled, he turned his head and saw Zhang Yuan, who seemed a bit displeased. Xiaozhang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Ah. Zhang Yuan snapped out of her jealousy and shook her head with a smile. Nothing. I was just thinking, sister-in-law's cooking is really good. I don't know who she learned from. It's comparable to a 5-star chef. It said she taught herself. Shin Ming suddenly realized something. Lin Keke's cooking was indeed very good at first, but after she got together with Qi Pengfei, she hadn't cooked for a long time. Once, when Qi Pengfei came over as a guest, the food Lin Keke made wasn't as delicious as it was when they first got married. Her cooking skills had clearly regressed. But now, her cooking skills seemed to have recovered. What was going on? Strange. At this moment, Lin Keke returned to the dining room. Seeing her wearing a black long dress, Shin Ming was stunned. He remembered very clearly that he had given her that dress. It was a birthday gift, if he recalled correctly. Why would she wear the clothes I gave her? Ever since the two of them had a falling out, Lin Keke had never worn the clothes he bought for her again. Could it be? Before he could think it through, Lin Keke was already in front of him. The look of displeasure on her face left him feeling somewhat confused. What are you staring at? If you don't eat, it'll get cold. Lin Keke started eating on her own. Shin Ming picked up his chopsticks belatedly, then suddenly realized something. Xiaozhang's place has a power outage, so she came over to our place to grab a meal. Tomorrow, she and I are planning to take Yuer to the amusement park. Do you want to go? He didn't know what he was thinking, but he decided to invite Lin Keke. The current her seemed like she might agree. Lin Keke stopped eating and looked at him with a puzzled gaze. You're going out to play with our daughter. Why bring someone else along? Shin Ming explained. Xiaozhang has had some career success recently and wants to celebrate with us. Lin Keke shrugged. Oh, I'll go with you tomorrow. Shin Ming felt a bit surprised, but it also seemed within his expectations. All right. See you tomorrow. Bang. Closing the door, Zhang Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. Why did she suddenly want to repair her relationship with her daughter at this time? This is not very good. After she entered the elevator, she called the contact saved as Editor Qi. Shin Xingyue went back to her room to do her homework after eating. In order to have a wonderful holiday, the homework had to be finished as soon as possible. Lin Keke was tidying up the dining table, and Shin Ming was sitting on a dining chair, staring at her. Why are you wearing this dress? Lin Keke's movements paused. I wore it because I wanted to. What's the matter? Can't I wear this dress? Her tone sounded like she was angry, which inexplicably made Shin Ming feel irritated. It was as if he had done something to wrong her, when in fact, she was the one who had wronged him. Shin Ming kept a straight face. I didn't say you couldn't wear it. Then why are you asking questions like that? Lin Keke rolled her eyes at him and carried the tableware toward the kitchen. Shin Ming twitched his lips and followed her, feeling annoyed. Watching her back as she washed the dishes, Shin Ming was about to ask her why she was angry, when he suddenly thought of something. Wait, did she become like this because Xiaozhang came over for a meal? Jealous? That's impossible, right? Just as he was thinking this, Lin Keke suddenly turned her head and looked over. The man saw it, saw her flushed face, and her evasive eyes. Don't misunderstand. I'm not angry. I was just in a bad mood earlier. Chapter 12. Will you give me another chance? Shin Ming frowned. Are you in a bad mood? Lin Keke hurriedly turned back to continue washing the dishes. It's nothing. I'm not angry anymore. Shin Ming stared at her back and silently exited the kitchen. He walked toward the bathroom, pondering repeatedly. It must have been a lapse in his judgment. How could she possibly be jealous? In her mind, only Qi Pengfei was worthy of her. Thinking of this, Shin Ming punched the wall, making a thud sound. He wished he could immediately drag Qi Pengfei over and tear him apart. Lin Keke grabbed a plate and scrubbed it vigorously, her heart beating rapidly. He doesn't think I'm jealous, does he? Goodness, what was I thinking just now? But him bringing another woman home for dinner, isn't that just a disguised challenge to my bottom line? That's right. I'm just very angry about this matter. Having figured out the source of her anger, Lin Keke felt much more at ease. 1930. After showering and returning to the bedroom, Lin Keke sat in front of the computer, preparing to use her brain once more. Staring at the blank screen, she felt her mind was also a blank slate. The story's premise is about a depressed boy and a girl with multiple personality disorder falling in love. They save each other and eventually live happily together. How should the fourth chapter begin? Just as Lin Keke was contemplating, a knock came at the door. She took off her gold-rimmed glasses and walked to the door. What do you want? She didn't intend to open the door. Heaven knows what would happen if she did. Shin Ming's displeased voice reached her ears. What? Do you have to talk to your husband through a door? Am I going to eat you or do something to you? Lin Keke rolled her eyes. Exactly. Isn't that just what you want to do to me? She said indifferently. You can just say what you have to say. On the other side of the door, Shin Ming frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to turn around and leave. But at the thought of the good times they once had, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He truly, really wanted to see Lin Keke get back on her feet again. She used to be very outstanding. Shin Ming's, wife is not a good-for-nothing. He knew that. Didn't you say you wanted our Star Trail studio to give you another chance? Show me the content of your new book, and perhaps I'll consider it. The door suddenly opened. Lin Keke looked at him with a face full of joy. You are willing to give me another chance? Shin Ming glanced at her face. Show me the content first. Come in. Lin Keke walked toward the computer excitedly. She had already figured out the current situation. Star Trail Studio was currently the strongest animation production studio in the country. If they were willing to produce her work at the highest standard, then every single frame of the animation would be no less than that movie from Haicheng. It was just extremely expensive, and whether it could recoup the cost was hard to say. Shin Ming sat in the computer chair, and Lin Keke stood beside him, using the mouse to look for something. Soon, a PPT file appeared in their line of sight. Lin Keke leaned into his ear and began to explain patiently. My story uses strong character designs. Halfway through, Shin Ming roughly understood what kind of story Lin Keke wanted to create. She really didn't write that kind of disgusting stuff? Shin Ming turned his head to look at her profile, and his heart stopped for a beat. So cute. Her long golden hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and her earnest gaze seemed to let him see the Lin Keke from a few years ago. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked over. What do you think? I think it has great potential. The moment they locked eyes, Lin Keke abruptly stepped back, instinctively shielding her chest with both hands. Why? Why are you staring at me? Shin Ming snapped out of it, his face inexplicably flushing red. Do I need a reason to look at you? What part of you have I not seen? Lin Keke. She stood frozen in place, not knowing how to refute him. What cross-dresser fetish? He is definitely a lolicon. For some reason, Lin Keke suddenly realized something. There must be something fishy about the marriage. Even Xuehan doesn't know the full details. He is just a perverted lolicon who lusts after my body. Regaining her composure, Lin Keke didn't intend to continue that topic with him, so she asked, So, how is the story? You are listening, right? Shin Ming crossed his legs and took the mouse to scan through the PPT again himself. The story is good, but it feels a bit self-indulgent. If you tweak some of the plot points slightly, it will definitely be an excellent work. The theme isn't novel, but the final outcome depends on how the creator expresses it. I believe in your writing ability, but the schedule can only be arranged for April of next year. January is impossible. You only have 3 chapters right now. The volume of content is too small. Lin Keke scratched her head, her ahog swaying. So, are you still willing to continue collaborating with me? Shin Ming fell silent. Even if the studio adapted a masterpiece this time, the funds to produce the next high-quality anime would likely not be enough. Unless they invested all the funds this time into Fate's Eye, that is, the work of the honorary writer. Then, by achieving excellent results and obtaining sufficient returns, the studio could continue to survive. But to collaborate with Fate's Eye, they would have to terminate the contract with Lin Keke. Shin Ming looked up and saw Lin Keke's expectant gaze. Her beautiful purple eyes were trembling slightly from nervousness. As their eyes met, Shin Ming instinctively reached out to pat her head. Lin Keke immediately moved back by a body length, leaving the other party's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Shin Ming froze. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing and just silently withdrew his hand. The man stood up. I will give you an answer regarding this matter next Monday night. I have to get up early tomorrow to take our daughter to the amusement park, so I'm going back to my room first. Oh, Lin Keke's gaze was fixed firmly on him. As soon as he stood up, she immediately moved out of the way. Until Shin Ming walked to the main door, Lin Keke instinctively said out of habit, "Good night." The man paused in his tracks and looked back with confusion. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that Lin Keke seemed truly different from before. "Tonight, can we sleep together?" "Just sleep together. I won't do anything." As he said this, Shin Ming felt he was being too pathetic. She was clearly his wife. If he were just a bit more forceful, she wouldn't be able to resist at all, right? Lin Keke immediately covered her skirt. "No, let's not." Rejected for the third time, Shin Ming was somewhat dazed. "Are you afraid of me?" He narrowed his eyes, and his long-suppressed anger was ignited at this moment. Watching Shin Ming closing in step by step, Lin Keke retreated repeatedly, attempting to stabilize him with words. "No, I'm not afraid of you. Please calm down first." Suddenly, her legs hit the bed, and she fell onto it, the position being very precarious. "Oh no." Shin Ming's face immediately blocked out the ceiling, looking down at her from above. "Don't think I won't use force. It is also against the law for you not to fulfill your duties as a wife." He leaned down, greedily inhaling the fragrance on Lin Keke's body. Chapter 13, Ferris Wheel. Lin Keke closed her eyes in fear, her hands pressing firmly against his chest. "No, wait a moment, don't do this." Seeing her like this, Shin Ming felt even more agitated. He couldn't take it anymore. He had to have her right now. Just as Shin Ming was about to make a move, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Daddy, there's a problem I don't know how to do. Can you teach me?" The man froze and hurriedly turned his head to look. The moment Shun Xingyue's feet appeared, Shin Ming used all his strength to scramble to the door. "Huh." The little girl tilted her head to look at him. "Daddy, why are you in Mommy's room?" Shin Ming was breathing heavily, forcing a smile. "Daddy was looking for Mommy about something." "Did you run into a difficult problem, Yue?" Shun Xingyue felt a bit embarrassed. "I was distracted when the teacher explained a problem." "I'm sorry. So, can Daddy teach me?" Shin Ming gently stroked his daughter's head. "Of course, just ask Daddy whenever you have a problem." "Okay." The little girl rubbed her head against her father's palm, then skipped off towards her own room. "Daddy, come quickly." "Okay." Shun Ming answered, then turned to look at Lin Keke, only to find her curled up into a ball, her face full of terror. Listening carefully, he could almost hear faint sobbing. "Keke." Shin Ming opened his mouth, but finally sighed. "Get some sleep early. We still have to go to the amusement park tomorrow." Bang! The door was shut, and without the slightest hesitation, Lin Keke jumped out of bed. After locking the door, she sat on the floor, feeling weak. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. If Yue hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid I would have already been by him. Lin Keke felt a lingering fear in her heart and decided that she should try her best not to be alone with Shun Ming in the future. This is definitely sexual repression. Or maybe not. It's just, that kind of desire is too strong. People say that a man's desire gradually decreases after marriage. She and Shin Ming have been married for so many years, so why is he still insatiable? Lin Keke grabbed her hair messily, her beautiful blonde hair instantly turning into a bird's nest. She sat back in her computer chair with a tense face, preparing to continue working. An hour passed, and the screen remained blank. So annoying. Lin Keke laid down and clenched her small fist, pounding the desk hard. Her brain kept replaying that blood-pumping scene from earlier. When she was being pinned down, she could clearly feel her body longing for it, and it even felt weak. What is all this? She, Lin Keke, would absolutely not surrender to Shin Ming. Making up for the family and that kind of thing are two different matters. She had indeed longed to be a beautiful girl, but she would absolutely not fall into depravity, absolutely not. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Shin Ming stared at the pitch-black ceiling, replaying the earlier scene in his mind over and over. I made Keke cry again. Why does she want to reject me? Everything seems to be getting better, so why does she reject me on that one thing? Could it be that she really lost her memory, and her perception is stuck at the stage where we were classmates? The next day, Lagu Amusement Park, main entrance. Yay, we're finally here. Shen Xingyue blew her toy whistle and clapped her hands excitedly. Xinming gently tapped her forehead. Yue, keep it down. Your mommy is still sleeping. Oh, that's right. Shen Xingyue took off the whistle belatedly and cautiously looked back. Phew, mommy hasn't woken up yet. Xinming parked the car. Let's get out first. Okay. After the father and daughter got out of the car, Shen Xingyue saw Zhang Yuanyuan under a big tree next to the amusement park entrance. She excitedly stood on tiptoe, waved, and ran over. Big Sister Zhang. Xinming hurriedly reminded her. Slow down. There are many people. Be careful not to bump into anyone. Seeing that the two had successfully met up, Xinming finally felt relieved. Yue, this girl is too lively. He shook his head, walked to the back seat, opened the door, and found that Lin Keke still had her eyes tightly closed. Xinming was about to wake her up when he suddenly covered his mouth. He leaned over to Lin Keke and stared intently at her sleeping face. This face can truly heal all troubles. Xinming reached out and pinched her cheek. Wake up. We're here. Stop sleeping. His voice was very light and soft. He continued to pinch her cheek. Wake up. Stop sleeping. After repeating this 6 or 7 times, Xinming's entire palm was pressed against Lin Keke's face. Suddenly, a cute female voice rang out. Daddy, why haven't you and Mommy come over yet? Xinming suddenly lifted his head as if waking from a dream and accidentally bumped his head. Bang! Ouch! Xinming hurriedly backed out of the car, rubbing his head hard. Zhang Yuanyuan held Shen Xingyue's hand, looking worried. Brother Shen, are you okay? Xinming gritted his teeth and waved his hand. I'm fine. Lin Keke opened her eyes and stretched her body like a kitten. Comfortable. She rubbed her eyes again, and as her peripheral vision caught the 3 people outside, her brain slowly started working. When she saw Shen Xingyue and Zhang Yuanyuan holding hands, a flash of displeasure clearly appeared in her eyes. We're here. Xinming, yes. Entering the amusement park, the 3 adults were led around by Shen Xingyue, a child. Bumper cars, swings, basketball shooting, pirate ship, etc., not one was missed. Because the whole family hadn't been out to play together for a long time, the little girl was inexplicably excited. There was no acting up and no feelings of dissatisfaction. Until, I'm sorry, miss, one gondola can only seat 2 people. The space is only designed to be that big. This is a strict rule. The female attendant patiently explained to Shen Xingyue. Shen Xingyue frowned, but, although it would be fine if she sat with Daddy, she always felt that since it was so hard for the whole family to come to the amusement park together, if they couldn't sit together on the Ferris wheel, it felt like something was missing. If Mommy is left out, Mommy would be unhappy, right? Although Mommy always scolds her for being unreasonable, but that is also her Mommy. No matter how excessive Mommy is, she has never hit her. She didn't hate Lin Keke, she was just a bit afraid of her. Xinming placed his hand on his daughter's head. Since they've said so, let it be. Don't make things difficult for the attendant. Oh, the little girl replied with her head down, her mood clearly dampened. Xinming nodded in satisfaction. So, who does Yue want to sit with? Either is fine. Shen Xingyue looked up, looked at Daddy, then looked at Mommy. I'll sit with Daddy. All right then. Xinming picked up his daughter and turned his head. Xiaozhang, then you just sit with Keke. After saying that, he took Shen Xingyue onto the gondola. Zhang Yuanyuan looked at Xinming's back, feeling a sudden sense of regret. Sigh, if only I could sit with Brother Shen. However, she thought about it again. Being able to be alone with Lin Keke was also a good thing. Sister-in-law, let's go in too. There are still so many people lining up behind us. Lin Keke glanced at her. Fine. Lin Keke stared at the scenery outside the glass, mentally outlining the plot for her new book. Sister-in-law, is it convenient to tell you something? Lin Keke turned her head with confusion, only to see the other person displaying her phone screen in front of her. The content on the screen was, phone book page, contact, Editor Chi. Sister-in-law, you should know this person, right? Editor Chi Pengfei. Chapter 14, The Stupid Zhang Yuanyuan. Lin Keke asked meaningfully, what do you mean? A pair of purple eyes, as if capable of piercing through a person's heart, scrutinized Zhang Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuanyuan scoffed. Sister-in-law, I am crystal clear about the affair between you and Editor Chi." Hearing this, Lin Keke lowered her head to look at her phone nonchalantly and performed a casual operation. And then, Zhang Yuanyuan retracted her hand. "Sister-in-law, since you and Editor Chi will run away together sooner or later, you might as well divorce Brother Shin early. Editor Chi also told me last night that he has made up his mind to get a divorce. If you also get a divorce, it would be killing two birds with one stone, achieving two things at once." She extended her right hand and raised her index finger. "First, you can marry the idol you have been longing for." She crossed her legs and raised her middle finger. "Second, Shin Xingyue won't have to live cautiously because of you, and she can grow up healthier. I am saying all this for your own good, sister-in-law. What do you think?" Lin Keke yawned. "Are you done? If you are, don't bother me. I need to conceive my new work." Huh. Seeing that the other party completely ignored her, Zhang Yuanyuan was somewhat puzzled. That's not right. Editor Chi had clearly guaranteed that as soon as Lin Keke heard his name, Chi Pengfei, she would be like a female dog finding its master. How is it that there is no reaction at all? Zhang Yuanyuan turned her head to look out the window and discovered that the pod they were in had reached its highest point. There was not much time left. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I didn't turn on the recorder. You can boldly speak your mind. You definitely want to marry Editor Chi, right?" Lin Keke glanced at her. "Ms. Zhang, you missed one point regarding the benefits you mentioned earlier. That is, it would give you the opportunity to pursue Xinming, wouldn't it?" Zhang Yuanyuan was visibly stunned, but then she laughed out loud. "Sister-in-law, don't you understand it very well? Then why don't you accept my proposal? Get a divorce tomorrow. As for Brother Shan, as long as you do some intimate relations with Editor Chi and record it, Brother Shun will definitely be unable to bear the humiliation and choose to let go." The corners of Lin Keke's mouth twitched. She seriously suspected that this Zhang Yuanyuan had also been brainwashed by Chi Pengfei. If that guy joined a pyramid scheme, he would definitely be an expert. She didn't know what he had said to make Zhang Yuanyuan do such a stupid thing as revealing her own sordid thoughts. Originally, she only suspected the other party, but now it was confirmed. Zhang Yuanyuan indeed harbored improper thoughts about Xinming. Lin Keke was extremely speechless. Just as she was about to say something, who knew that Zhang Yuanyuan's mouth would be like an open faucet, unable to stop. And there is the position of honorary writer. Editor Chi said he is preparing to open a website. As long as you step down now, he will grant you a new identity on his website that is no less than that of an honorary writer. Lin Keke understood now. So this Zhang Yuanyuan was the newcomer that Chi Pengfei mentioned before. Besides, did they take her for a fool? How could she possibly step down? Chi Pengfei wouldn't help her for free. He must have been eyeing something of hers. Lin Keke shook her head. "Ms. Zhang, I don't understand anything you just said. Let's leave it at that for now." As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened and the pod landed. Lin Keke stood up and left. Zhang Yuanyuan suddenly realized that she might have said the wrong thing. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never known what it meant to read the room. To put it bluntly, her emotional intelligence was ridiculously low, and so was her IQ. Lin Keke believed that her success was likely entirely due to Chi Pengfei manipulating things behind the scenes. "Wait a moment, sister-in-law." Zhang Yuanyuan still wanted to say something, but she saw Xinming and Shin Xingyue standing not far away. She had to shut her mouth and swallow the words she wanted to say. What on earth is going on? Editor Chi has never lied to me. Why would there be an accident? Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. Zhang Yuanyuan watched Lin Keke, who was gradually approaching Xinming, and was not worried that she would reveal the content of their conversation just now. Xinming did not trust Lin Keke. At least, that was what Zhang Yuanyuan believed after observing their interactions over the past few years. Moreover, Lin Keke had no reason to do so. She was dying to divorce Xinming, so why would she care who wanted to be with him? Zhang Yuanyuan touched her chin, her gaze locked on Shin Xingyue. The problem must lie with that little girl. Lin Keke was, after all, a mother. Even if she desperately wanted to be with Chi Pengfei, she would likely be hesitant due to the presence of her daughter. Lin Keke walked up to the father and daughter, looked down at Shin Xingyue, and reached out to touch her daughter's head. "Yue, was it fun?" The little girl instinctively hid behind her father, only poking her head out. It was fun. How did you feel, Mommy? Lin Keke's hand hovered awkwardly in midair. I also thought it was fun. Ming watched this scene and felt that Lin Keke was somewhat pitiful. However, she had brought this upon herself. Little Xinxingyue, what shall we go play next? Zhang Yuanyuan walked to Ming's side with a smile and naturally touched Xinxingyue's head. The little girl not only did not dodge, but instead revealed a smile. Given her image in Xinxingyue's eyes, she could probably even take the child home without any issues. It was just a brat. She was too easy to handle, and she had already been coaxed quite well by her before. Ha ha! Next stop. Let's go to the haunted house. Following the little girl's cheers, the three of them headed towards the haunted house. Ming held Xinxingyue's left hand, while Zhang Yuanyuan held her right hand. Lin Keke saw this scene, a trace of displeasure flashing in her eyes, and she quickly brushed past Ming. I'm going back. Once these words were spoken, Xinxingyue's raised mouth immediately drooped. Did Yuer make Mommy unhappy? It must be Yuer's problem again. Ming grabbed her arm. Why are you going back so suddenly? Didn't we agree to have lunch together before going home? He knew his daughter was very happy now, happier than ever before, because the whole family was here. He did not want Lin Keke's inexplicable behavior to affect Xinxingyue's mood. Heh, Lin Keke sneered. Anyway, you all play the same whether I'm here or not. I'm going home to busy myself with work. After saying this, she shook off Ming's hand and left without looking back. Anger welled up in Ming's heart. Just as he was about to say something, he was ultimately held back by his reason. We are outside now. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Calm down, calm down. She had always been like this. Ever since she got involved with Qi Pengfei, she had become a troublesome woman. Except for Qi Pengfei, she had no patience for anyone else. But Ming's subconscious told him not to think of Lin Keke like that. She had changed a little now, at least on the surface. Why was she angry? Ming looked left and right, and finally discovered the source of the problem. Perhaps he was being sentimental, or perhaps he was just overthinking it. But if he didn't chase after her here, the distance between him and Lin Keke would definitely become even greater. Yuer, let go of Sister Zhang's hand. We are going back with Mommy. Zhang Yuanyuan. Xinxingyue readily let go of Zhang Yuanyuan's hand. Oh, okay. Ming apologized to Zhang Yuanyuan. Sorry, little Zhang. Your sister-in-law might be in a bad mood. You should find other colleagues to have lunch with. After speaking, he picked up Xinxingyue and sprinted in the direction where Lin Keke had left, leaving Zhang Yuanyuan alone, confused and bewildered in the wind. Chapter 15. Do you still love me? Amusement park entrance. Humph. Lin Keke kicked a pebble on the side of the road. Sigh. Isn't it a bit too cruel to let a college student face all this alone? She knew there was a reason she was being treated this way, but this clearly wasn't her fault. She would be sad too, okay? Aside from not giving Ming that thing, hadn't she been doing perfectly well these past few days? 3 meals a day, mopping the floor, sweeping, cleaning the kitchen and bathroom, tidying up the bed, and so on. Also, working hard on her writing for herself and for the family. The final result was seeing another woman acting like family with her own family. And she, herself, was like an outsider. This feeling was disgusting. Lin Keke squatted down and picked up a stick to draw circles on the ground. But then again, sigh, should I not have been so willful? Yuer looked so happy. Even though she wasn't wrong, whenever she thought about what Ming had done for her and her family, she couldn't help but feel heartache for him, feeling like she had let him down. So annoying. All of this should be blamed on that bastard Qi Pengfei. I really wanna... What are you doing squatting by the road? Let's go, time to go home. Lin Keke turned her head to look. A tall man was standing behind her, holding a little girl's hand. That annoying woman wasn't there. Xinxingyue walked up to Lin Keke, paused for a long time, and then, as if having made up her mind, she tremblingly moved her head closer. Daddy said Mommy wasn't happy because she didn't get to touch Yuer's head. Yuer didn't mean to dodge just now. Yuer couldn't control her body. After Mommy touches Yuer's head, can you cook for Yuer? Lin Keke was stunned, her gaze shifting to Ming, as if asking, why did you follow me? The man looked at the empty space aside and said casually, Yuer wanted to be with you. I'm just keeping her company. Although Lin Keke felt it was Ming's idea, The other party didn't seem to want to admit it. TCH, at least this father and daughter have a conscience. Lin Keke stood up, raised her arm, and patted Shun Xingyue's little head. Shun Xingyue closed her eyes tightly, her body trembling slightly. Lin Keke felt a bit weary seeing this, but then a smile appeared on her face. All right, Mommy will cook for you personally. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up like stars. Okay, looking at her happy appearance, Lin Keke's heart felt a trace of comfort. Forget it, it's better than no progress at all. Mingan Residential Complex, Building 4, Room 401. The sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. In the living room, Xin Ming was sitting on the sofa with his daughter. His eyes were filled with doubt, his gaze locked on the direction of the kitchen. I forgot the events of the past 8 years. Should I be taking this statement from Keke seriously? Otherwise, how could she have changed so drastically all of a sudden? Except for not fulfilling her duties as a wife, everything else she did was almost impeccable, exactly the same as before. No, this is too ridiculous. How could she suddenly lose 8 years of memories? What exactly is going on with her? Diced chicken with chili peppers. Lin Keke brought a plate to the father and daughter, and a fragrance immediately permeated the entire dining room. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled. The chili isn't spicy. I've tasted it. Shun Xingyue licked her lips with her little tongue, instinctively swallowing her saliva. Time to eat. She couldn't wait to pick up the spoon nearby and scooped a few pieces of chicken into her mouth. The next second, the little girl's hand uncontrollably pressed against her face, her expression incomparably intoxicated. Mommy, I want to eat diced chicken with chili peppers for the rest of my life. Lin Keke nodded with a smile. All right, then Mommy will make it for you for the rest of my life. Shun Xingyue froze, looking at the other party in disbelief. Really can I? Lin Keke replied seriously. Really, you can. Woo-woo. The little girl cried while eating. But Lin Keke was very happy watching this. A happy lunch was finished quickly. There were entertainment facilities for children below Mingan Residential Complex, and there was security to look after the children there. So when Shun Xingyue suggested going downstairs to find other children to play with, the two agreed without worry. Xin Ming wanted to go together, but he had something to say to Lin Keke. Then I'm going downstairs. Xin Xingyue stood at the front door with her big white rabbit backpack, waving goodbye to her parents. Go ahead, just make sure not to fight with others, Xin Ming instructed. I know you won't fight. Saying that, the little girl stood on tiptoe to pull down the door handle and went out. Bang! The moment the door was closed, the atmosphere in the whole room suddenly became a bit strange. Lin Keke suddenly remembered that Xin Ming had wanted to bully her last night, but it was forced to stop because of her daughter's arrival. Her face stiffened, and she quickly stood up. I'm going to write. Must hurry back to the bedroom. As long as she reached that place and locked the door, she would be safe. Wait a moment, Lin Keke, I have something to tell you. Xin Ming's tone was a bit cold, allowing no room for refusal. Lin Keke really wanted to cry at this moment. If she had known, she would have gone downstairs with her daughter. She turned her head with difficulty, trying her best to appear calm. What is it? Today, she was wearing a decent white gauze skirt, pure white silk stockings wrapped around her legs, and her beautiful blonde hair was scattered naturally, giving off a vibe of a campus first love. Xin Ming couldn't take his eyes off her. He wanted to look at her like this forever. He hesitated, but when he thought of Shun Xingyue, he understood that he had to say this. If you were trying to hurt my and my daughter's hearts one last time before you leave. His expression changed, and a sickly madness appeared in his eyes. I will lock you in the house, and you will never see that bastard Qi Pingfei again. As long as I am not dead, you will never get your freedom. Lin Keke was so scared she shivered, almost falling onto the floor. What are you talking about? Why would I do that? Because you. Xin Ming opened his mouth, some words stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Lin Keke wasn't stupid. She quickly understood what Xin Ming was thinking. A nameless fire rose from the bottom of her heart. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly remembered Lin Xuan's words. She lowered her head and sighed. Xin Ming, no matter what you think of me, I will do as I please. I won't be like before, whether you believe me or not. She left this sentence behind and turned towards the bedroom. Xin Ming looked at her blankly. then suddenly rushed over, hugging her directly before she could react. Keke, do you still love me? Even if just a little bit. Chapter 16. You must do things that make you happy. Feeling the touch coming from behind her, Lin Keke's eyelids twitched wildly. Shinming hugged her even tighter. Keke, do you have no love for me at all? Lin Keke used all her might to try to break free from his embrace. But no matter how hard she struggled, Shinming's hands were like iron chains, tightly wrapped around her. It's over now. If she didn't answer, something bad would definitely happen. In her desperation, Lin Keke didn't care about much else and said straightforwardly, "Didn't I say I lost my memory? How do you expect me to answer that question? I don't believe it." Shinming brought his face close to hers, staring intently into her eyes. "Since you lost your memory, why didn't you just walk away?" Lin Keke frowned. "Do you think I am the kind of person who could easily abandon my family? Or are you saying that you think the previous me was that kind of person? You clearly understood the previous me, so why ask such meaningless questions? Unless you don't understand me." As soon as she said this, Lin Keke felt the pressure on her abdomen suddenly disappear. Shinming took a few steps back, his eyes instantly becoming much clearer. He shook his head vigorously and reached out to rub his temples. "My mind wasn't very clear just now. Did I scare you?" Lin Keke walked straight to the bedroom without looking back. "It's nothing." Bang! As the door was slammed shut, Shinming returned to the sofa. He looked up at the pure white ceiling, feeling extremely irritated in his heart. What on earth is Keke thinking? Is she genuinely repenting? Or is she acting? Pulling open the curtains, a ray of bright sunshine spilled in, making Lin Keke feel a bit more relaxed. She walked to the computer desk and put on her gold-rimmed glasses, which were specifically for work. These glasses had no prescription, but Lin Keke didn't know why she had to wear them. When typing, she always felt uncomfortable without them. The computer screen was blank, and so was Lin Keke's mind. Her thoughts drifted back to the scene just now. Shinming's reaction was clearly not right. Lin Keke seriously suspected that in this world, she and Shinming did not fall in love normally and then get married. But no matter how she thought about it, she could only assume it was highly likely she was tricked and the other party didn't do anything excessive. Is that so, right? Sigh, forget about that for now. People live in the present. If she couldn't keep her position as an honorary writer, she would be very sad. This title recognized her dream, and she couldn't lose it. Lin Keke stared blankly at the display screen until, an hour later, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed her mind. "I think I know how to write it now." 3 hours later. This is the strength of a genius. Lin Keke typed until her pretty face was flushed and her breathing was rapid. She had a premonition that this new book would definitely make her a well-deserved honorary writer. She excitedly took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Luo. "Lin, are you free tomorrow? Meet at the old place to talk about cooperation. It will definitely surprise you." After sending this message, Lin Keke turned her head to look outside the door. She had to discuss it with Shinming. Novel serialization, manga adaptation, anime adaptation, and fan creations, all at the same time. Lin Keke walked to the bedside, picked up the dress, stared at it for a few glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Sigh, dresses are really troublesome to wear. I'll go buy some regular pants another day. It's really strange. Shinming stood at the door of Lin Keke's room, his eyes full of confusion. In recent years, during normal holidays, Lin Keke basically spent her time outside, either outside or on the way to go out. As for why she went out, Shinming didn't want to think about it. But today she stayed at home, working hard to make money. If only it could stay like this forever. "Keke, can the previous you still come back?" Click. A golden-haired loli appeared in his line of sight without any warning. Lin Keke instinctively took a few steps back. What are you doing standing here?" Shinming. "Passing by, preparing to go to the bathroom." Lin Keke. "Oh, then you go ahead. I have something to tell you later." "Okay." After listening to Lin Keke's idea, Shinming shook his head. "Don't you think this is too arrogant? If it fails, do you know how much money and time you will lose?" Lin Keke was stunned. She had never thought about what to do if she failed. Usually, works have to gain recognition first before they can qualify for anime adaptation. But what she was thinking of was to do everything at once. Once it fails, the losses could amount to tens of millions. Seeing her silent, Shin Ming was about to get up and leave, but he saw someone from the past in Lin Keke's eyes. She looked very helpless, just like back then. Shin Ming's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, incomparably heavy. He took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and was about to light one, but the lighter was snatched away by Lin Keke. Don't smoke, it's bad for your health, and I don't like that smell either. Huh. Shin Ming's heart was completely in turmoil. He knew Lin Keke didn't like him smoking, but ever since she started messing around with Chi Pengfei, she had never cared about him again. This long-lost care suddenly made a warm current surge in his heart. The person in front of him hadn't changed a bit from 8 years ago. Her skin was still smooth, and time hadn't left a single trace on her perfect face. The only change was that she had shed some of her naivety, and her overall temperament was even more perfect. He was becoming more and more obsessed. Lin Keke placed the lighter on the table, pursed her lips, and said seriously, "As long as the work achieves results, that's fine, right?" These words pulled Shin Ming back from his daydream, and he subconsciously nodded. That's right. As long as it can break 10 million in popularity and the reputation isn't bad, your ultimate dream might not be far away. Lin Keke's eyes were exceptionally firm. Okay, I understand. Shin Ming noticed something was wrong. Your new work is less than 20,000 words right now. How could it possibly be in time? Is Keke going to overwork herself? That's not good for her health, right? Lin Keke clenched her fists. Just leave it to me. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something, glanced at the time, and hurried out of the bedroom, heading to the kitchen. Shin Ming looked down at his watch. Is it dinner time already? It's time to go call Yue home. He was about to leave, when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Lin Keke's bed. His footsteps paused, and uncontrollably, he walked over and threw himself onto the bed. So fragrant, it has Keke's scent. 2200 hours at night. Shin Ming carried a fruit platter and walked towards Lin Keke's bedroom. Knock, knock, knock. The man knocked on the door. I brought you some fruit. Want to eat some? Come in. Pushing open the door, he saw a haggard-looking Lin Keke. Her mental state seemed a bit poor. Ever since she finished dinner, she had been sitting in front of the computer typing. Shin Ming felt a bit heartbroken. How is the progress? It's okay, no writer's block. Lin Keke stared at the display screen, her hands typing rapidly on the keyboard. Swish. After flushing the toilet, Shen Xingyue left the bathroom and carefully closed the door. When passing by Lin Keke's room, she couldn't help but take a look inside. Why is Dad in Mom's room? The little girl suddenly remembered that before, every day after Dad came out of Mom's room, Dad would be in a very good mood. She asked Dad what he did, but Shin Ming just smiled and didn't say anything. However, he said that if Mom wasn't unwilling, they could be happy for longer. The little girl thought for a while, tiptoed, gently closed the door, and locked it. Since they can be happy, of course it's best to be happy all night. She felt she had done a good deed and happily went back to her bedroom to sleep. Hearing the noise, Shin Ming immediately walked to the door to check. The door wouldn't open. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. The door seems to be locked from the inside. Chapter 17. Helping out should be fine, right? A gentle breeze blew through Lin Keke's beautiful long hair, making it shimmer under the glow of the setting sun. For a moment, Shin Ming even thought Lin Keke was an angel descended to earth, breathtakingly beautiful. She did not notice that the bedroom door had already been locked from the outside. Shin Ming stared at her intently, from top to bottom. She won't be able to run away tonight, right? Gur. A sound of protest came from her belly. Lin Keke said calmly, "Banana." Shin Ming immediately took a banana from the fruit plate nearby and handed it to her. Lin Keke glanced at it. "Can't you see it's not convenient for me to eat?" Shin Ming, question mark. What did she mean? Typing with both hands. So she needs me to feed her? That must be it, right? Shin Ming peeled the banana and brought it to Lin Keke. Lin Keke opened her mouth without a second thought. The man shoved the banana directly inside. Lin Keke took a bite, her typing speed not slowing down in the slightest. She had already steeled herself, ready to transform into a tentacle monster. Thump, 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 thump. Shin Ming's face was a little red. The sight of Lin Keke eating the banana just now reminded him of some pleasant memories. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he began to look forward to what would happen tonight. Looking at the 2 fruit pits and 1 banana peel in the trash can, Xinming felt that Lin Keke had eaten a bit too much. She won't gain weight, will she? Gaining weight actually seems quite cute. It might feel better to the touch. Just as his thoughts were wandering, a crisp slap sound startled him. Lin Keke stood up, slammed her hand on the desk, then stretched and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally done. She rubbed her eyes, and her peripheral vision caught someone who shouldn't be here. Why are you still here? Lin Keke asked, looking exhausted. Xinming shrugged, looking helpless. The door is locked. I can't get out. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Keke was instantly wide awake. She walked to the door seriously and pressed the door handle. Why? Who did this? There are only 3 people in the house, and 2 of them are locked in this room. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Keke's forehead. Subconsciously, she increased the distance between them and returned to the bedside. Did you instruct Yue to do this? What? Xinming was very annoyed. Do you think I need our daughter's assistance if I want to do that with you? As long as I have that thought, you wouldn't be able to escape even if I opened the door right now. Lin Keke hurriedly crawled onto the bed, grabbed the quilt, and curled up into a small ball. You, she stammered for a long time, unable to get a complete sentence out. Xinming was initially a bit angry, but seeing Lin Keke's fearful expression, he explained helplessly. That was something our daughter did on her own, although I know why she did it. Why are you afraid of me? Can you explain? We've slept together so many times since we got married. So why is it like I'm killing you just for wanting to sleep together once now? This is very strange, isn't it? Lin Keke replied without hesitation. Didn't I tell you? I lost my memory. I haven't slept with you even once. Xinming's eyes changed instantly. Just lie to yourself if you want. Do you really think I'll believe that? His tone gradually turned cold as he moved closer to Lin Keke. Or is it that you're disgusted by me? Lin Keke loudly retorted. How could I possibly be disgusted by you? She is a human, not a beast. After knowing what Xinming had done, how could she still hate him? She was too grateful to him to even think of that. Then why are you rejecting me? Xinming had already reached the bedside. We clearly agreed before that it would be a daily routine, and you agreed to it yourself. Why are you going back on your word now? Do you think it's okay for a person not to keep their promises? Seeing that he had no intention of letting her off, Lin Keke was extremely anxious. I already told you I forgot. Things I've forgotten don't count. Heh. Xinming laughed in anger. He took off his shoes, got straight onto the bed, and grabbed Lin Keke's quilt forcefully. Just because you forgot, you don't have to keep your promise? Where is there such a good deal? The man pulled hard, and Lin Keke's petite figure was exposed to his eyes. Lin Keke screamed, "Ah!" and closed her eyes in fear. Checkmate. Both of them thought so. Xinming knew that whatever he wanted to do now, Lin Keke had no ability to resist. I really don't remember. Woo. A crystal-clear tear seeped from the corner of her eye, and Lin Keke's eyes instantly turned incredibly red. Xinming's advancing body froze in place. He reached out to touch Keke's head. Keke. As soon as his hand approached, Lin Keke tried her best to shrink her head back. After all, she is a human and cannot shrink directly into a shell like a turtle. Xinming's large hand still landed on her head. The man clearly perceived that at the moment of contact, Lin Keke's body trembled violently. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. She clearly knew he wouldn't be rough with her. She clearly knew he was very gentle. But why did it turn out like this? Did she really lose her memory? How could such a thing happen suddenly? Keke, am I really like a devil, making you feel afraid? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Keke was stunned. She lifted her little face and shook her head with difficulty. No. Then why are you so afraid of me? Xinming cupped her face with both hands. Are you afraid that I will hit you? Do you think I'm the kind of man who would easily resort to violence? Lin Keke was silent for a while, then still answered, No. Xinming's mood improved a lot, but the doubt still remained. Since you know you won't get hurt, where does the fear come from? Lin Keke, woo. Since the atmosphere was already like this, she said in a low voice, I already said I forgot. Do you think a maiden wouldn't be afraid of that kind of thing? Seeing that she insisted on this statement, Xinming felt somewhat helpless. Could it be that she really isn't lying to me? Facing this question again, Xinming suddenly felt he should believe Lin Keke. It doesn't look like she's acting at all. Even if she wanted to act, he had known Lin Keke for over a decade, and he had witnessed firsthand how poor her acting skills were. When he asked her to film a short video, her expression was extremely unnatural, as if she were being forced. For now, believe her? Shen Ming reached out and wiped the tears from the corner of Lin Keke's eyes. All right, I'll believe you for now. Since there's something wrong with your brain, should I take you to the hospital to get checked tomorrow? Since he chose to believe her, then the messy business between Lin Keke and Qi Pengfei could be considered over, for now, depending on the situation. Shen Ming was a very rational man and knew he should change the way he treated Lin Keke. Whatever you say. Her body was no longer trembling. She seemed to understand the current situation. Shen Ming was very happy. That's right. Keke, anyone might hurt you, but I would never hurt you. But as far as the current situation goes, you are my wife. Even if you don't do that with me, helping out should be fine, right? Lin Keke. Chapter 18. There's a pervert. How help? She stammered, trembling violently. Shen Ming grabbed her slender little hand. Use this. Lin Keke shook her head hurriedly. No, that won't do. In Gao games, it's not like this. You have to max out my affection level first before you can unlock special CGs. Shen Ming's mouth hung open in shock. The industry they both worked in meant they were bound to have some understanding of Gao games. Not to mention that Shen Ming had even drawn illustrations for certain Gao games. Hearing Lin Keke's words, Shen Ming felt somewhat devastated. What do you mean by needing to max out affection levels before having deep interactions? He had already maxed it out once. Could it really be reset to 0? Shen Ming's expression was grim, as if he would burst into tears the next second. Keke, you. Lin Keke sniffled, not daring to look him in the eye. You stinking pervert, let go already. You really are a hopeless perverted lolicon. Don't let me find out how we ended up getting married. Sigh? Shen Ming sighed, but the disappointment on his face turned into a smile. He gently rubbed Lin Keke's face, the curve of his lips growing increasingly exaggerated. Fine then, I'll reluctantly pursue my wife all over again. But I have to say something first. His tone shifted, his aura becoming terrifyingly cold. Once I discover you are deceiving me, and that you haven't actually lost your memory, then I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Secondly, even if I'm pursuing you again, you must sleep with me every day. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Lin Keke. Her eyelid twitched. She clearly didn't want to agree to his request. What does it mean to sleep together and then you won't do anything? Does he think she's a pig? Would she believe such a thing? Lin Keke guaranteed that even if she had been a psychopath in her past life, in a situation where she was with such a top-tier lowly and sleeping together, how could anyone possibly hold back? Unless the gun was unloaded. Can I refuse? Her voice was extremely soft, sweet, and sticky. Shen Ming opened his mouth, realizing his request was a bit excessive. A maiden, after all. No, that's too far-fetched. The daughter is already 6 years old. Shen Ming straightened his face. Sleeping together twice a week, that's the final bottom line. Lin Keke still wanted to negotiate, but seeing his expression, which looked like he wanted to eat someone, she swallowed the words she was about to say. Fine. The moment she conceded, Shen Ming hugged her excitedly. Lin Keke. NNG. She wanted to break free, but suddenly she heard a faint sob. She was stunned. She had never imagined that a man who had worked hard outside for so many years, a real man, would cry in her arms. She had never seen her father cry. She thought men were supposed to be like that. She fell silent and did not push Shen Ming away. At this moment, what Shen Ming was thinking was, Keke, are you finally coming back? She didn't know how much time had passed, but it wasn't until Lin Keke felt her arms going numb that Shen Ming finally pulled away from her embrace. The man's face was a bit red. He covered his mouth awkwardly. Cough, cough. I'm fine now. Lin Keke didn't know how to respond, so she chose the universal reply. Shen Ming undid his belt. It's very late now, let's sleep. Tomorrow I'll take you to the hospital to see if your head was bumped by something. Lin Keke's eyes flickered. Do we really have to go to the hospital? Shen Ming's action of taking off his pants froze. Then, we won't go. He only just realized that if Lin Keke truly recovered, he would lose her again. She belonged to him again now. Why change the status quo? Lin Keke's expression was casual. It doesn't matter. It wasn't until the two of them were lying together that Lin Keke jumped out of the identity of Lin Keke and re-examined everything that had just happened. In the end, she reached a conclusion. I must be crazy. How could I agree to sleep with this pervert, Xinming? Suddenly, a gust of hot air came from her neck. NNG. Her delicate body instinctively shrank back. Such a strange feeling. Was it because that guy leaned in too close and was breathing on her? What should she do? She didn't dare to sleep at all. Lin Keke opened her eyes wide, her expression looking worse than if she were crying. The bed in her bedroom was placed against the wall, and by now she had been squeezed into the corner, with the wall right in front of her. There was nowhere left to retreat. But the man behind her was still inching closer. What should she do? At this moment, she clearly felt the quilt at her waist being propped up. It was his hand. He wanted to hug her. How could she let him hug her? It is well known that when evil thoughts arise, they can still be easily suppressed. However, once one touches upon desire, one will lose their reason. For example, a Taoist temple. In her desperation, Lin Keke suddenly remembered something. Her little hand immediately reached under the pillow and took out her phone. By the way, there's something I want you to listen to. What? Xinming's hand froze just a tiny bit above Lin Keke's waist. Damn it, just a little bit more. It was just a little bit away from. Sigh. After listening to the conversation between Lin Keke and Zhang Yuanyuan on the Ferris wheel, Xinming felt somewhat incredulous. How could Zhang Yuanyuan possibly like him? Anyway, I've already told you the matter. What you do is your business. Lin Keke put away her phone and closed her eyes. We agreed earlier, it's just sleeping together. You are not allowed to push your luck. Xinming. He felt a little regretful that he hadn't been able to hug Lin Keke. However, judging from what just happened, she doesn't want him to cheat, right? The man's lips curled into a smile, and he happily closed his eyes. He pondered in his mind how to handle his relationship with Zhang Yuanyuan. He felt that drawing a clear line immediately was the most correct course of action. The next day, NNG. Feeling the warmth coming from behind her, Lin Keke opened her eyes instantly. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her brain hadn't started functioning yet. That is, Xinming, ? Lin Keke, ? Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Ah! A scream startled Xinming, causing him to jump up immediately. What happened? Lin Keke wrapped herself in the quilt, pointing a finger at him, her mouth opening and closing, her face filled with terror. You shameless! You pervert! You bastard! Xinming flushed red, wanting to say something in rebuttal, but since he had already made up his mind to believe Lin Keke, he couldn't argue now. On a deeper level, as a 27-year-old uncle, he had molested a lowly with a mental age of 19. It was indeed a crime deserving of death, but it couldn't really be calculated that way. Lin Keke felt her cheeks burning uncontrollably. An inexplicable sense of shame mixed with nausea turned her brain into mush, making it impossible to think. Get out, Xinming. The man looked somewhat helpless. I'll go make breakfast. Finding an excuse was at least a way to make things less awkward. Being kicked out of the room by his wife first thing in the morning. If that got out, it would be mortifying. Xinming walked to the door and pressed the handle, his face instantly freezing. He turned around and gave an awkward smile. The door won't open. Lin Keke glared at him, finally let out a humph, threw aside the blanket, and walked over to the computer desk. The display screen was blank, and so was Lin Keke's mind. Last night, she really, truly almost couldn't hold back from kicking Xinming away. But she knew deep down that she couldn't do that. Precisely because she knew what he was doing, she couldn't interrupt him. That would be very cruel to a man, and she could understand that. Sleeping until the middle of the night yesterday, Lin Keke, being a light sleeper, was woken up by something unusual. Having been a man before, she immediately understood what it was. Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Before, it was always her charging at small websites, but today she was being charged at by a man. Whoa, suddenly I missed the brothers. Lin Keke ruffled her hair messily and suddenly turned her head to glare at Xinming. The man, looking like a thief caught in the act, trembled all over in fright. Lin Keke stared fixedly at him, and after the latter realized what was happening, he didn't back down either. The two just stared at each other with wide eyes. Just as the atmosphere reached peak awkwardness, the front door opened with a click. Mom and Dad, did you have a good time last night? Shen Xingyue poked her head in, her face beaming with a smile. Who would have thought that what greeted her eyes was Lin Keke's stony face? Ooh. The little girl walked in cautiously, stood straight beside Shen Ming, her face full of guilt. It's over. Mom looks unhappy, and Dad seems to be the same. Did you do something wrong? Lin Keke was not a fool after all. Seeing her daughter's restrained appearance, she helplessly got off the computer chair. I'll go make breakfast. Not until she had walked far away did the father and daughter dare to breathe. Shen Xingyue stroked her chest. Phew, Mom is still as terrifying as ever, but luckily she didn't lose her temper. Well done, Yue. Shen Ming gave a thumbs up and happily picked up his daughter, as expected of Daddy's little cotton-padded jacket. Receiving her father's praise, the little girl temporarily forgot Lin Keke's displeased expression and said proudly, Yue won't let Mom run away, absolutely not. Shen Ming was very satisfied and kissed his daughter on the forehead, as expected of Shen Ming's daughter, so smart. The room was instantly filled with the laughter of the father and daughter. Shen Ming calculated in his heart that it was time to find a way to keep Qi Pengfei completely away from Lin Keke. He was Lin Keke's editor. All he had to do was change the editor. After the meal, Shen Xingyue had arranged to go out and play with a friend yesterday, so she went out as a matter of course. The house was left with only 2 people again. Lin Keke sat on the sofa, looking down at her phone. Just a moment ago, she had already arranged to meet Zhang Luo at noon. I'm eating out at noon. Remember to make food for our daughter, Lin Keke said to Shen Ming, who was sitting on the other side. The man looked puzzled. Why are you going out? Aren't you working later? Could she be going to see Qi Pengfei? Lin Keke picked up her water glass from the coffee table. Fan creation, manga, and anime are all being updated simultaneously. I'm going out to find Zhang Luo, this time specifically for the fan creation matter. Zhang Luo studied drawing specifically in college and currently has her own unique style, which is very popular on the internet. According to the information Lin Keke had checked over the past few days, Zhang Luo has at least 30 million followers across the entire network. The reason she was able to reach the status of honorary writer was because of Zhang Luo's fan creation. Without her fan creation, Lin Keke's work could not have achieved nearly 100 million in popularity. It is well known that if a novel wants to expand its reach, fan creation is indispensable. Shenming nodded. All right, are you going now? Wait 10 minutes. Okay. Bang. As the door closed, Shenming got up and walked to the door. Changed shoes, went out. If she was just going out to see a friend, why dress so exquisitely? At least in Shenming's eyes, going out with friends is for relaxation, and wearing some casual clothes is fine. But Lin Keke, just before leaving, not only washed her hair, but also put on a midi skirt she had bought a while ago. Shenming left the house and closed the door cautiously. Then he followed sneakily behind Lin Keke. Shenming didn't want to do this, but he was afraid of ending up with nothing. He was afraid that Lin Keke was just playing the role of a good wife to win back her daughter's heart, and would eventually leave with her. Although dressing up to meet a friend is considered a sign of respect for the friend, and since this meeting was to discuss work, it really wasn't unreasonable. But Shenming didn't dare to gamble. He only trusted what his own eyes saw. From Mingan Residential Complex to Mingrue Cafe, even walking only takes 15 minutes, so Lin Keke didn't choose to take a taxi. Besides, even if it took 30 minutes, she would still walk, otherwise she wouldn't have left early. On the street, Lin Keke walked with her chest out, neither fast nor slow. She kept her eyes fixed ahead, a smile on her face. The envious, greedy, and admiring gazes from those around her made her feel for the first time that becoming like this was quite nice. There was a sense of satisfaction in her heart stemming from her appearance. She was wearing a very exquisite little white dress today, which elevated her charm as a woman by at least several levels. Lin Keke. Lin Keke looked to the front left. A handsome man holding roses was standing at the entrance of a flower shop. What a coincidence to meet in a place like this. Qi Pengfei walked over with a smile. I just happen to have something I want to talk to you about. Lin Keke paused in her tracks and rolled her eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't have time to linger. Qi Pengfei's smile gradually solidified. His expression changed, and he took out his phone from his pocket, then brought it to Lin Keke's ear. An audio clip played, and Lin Keke's pupils constricted sharply. Seeing her expression, Chi Pengfei felt both surprised and delighted. Come with me to Linan local cuisine restaurant. I believe you wouldn't want Shenming to hear this audio. After saying this, he walked away on his own. Lin Keke gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and quickened her pace to follow. She had only walked a few steps when she suddenly looked back. Huh, how strange. I clearly felt someone was following me. Keke. From a certain corner, Shenming slowly walked out, the expression on his face terrifyingly calm. He saw it. He truly, actually saw it. Chi Pengfei used some method to threaten his lovely wife. He saw with his own eyes that Lin Keke had clenched her fists. Chapter 20. Acting. Linan local cuisine restaurant. What is Shenming worth? He doesn't understand romance. He hasn't prepared a single surprise in all these years of marriage. His looks aren't as good as yours. His emotional intelligence isn't as good as yours. I really don't know what I saw in him. If I could do it all over again, I'd rather stay single than marry him. My sister keeps talking about how good Shenming is to our family. Honestly, I never asked him to do anything. Why should I be morally blackmailed by that? Even if he did help, what does that have to do with me? It was my father who messed everything up and needed help, not me. Lin Keke. Ha! Chi Pengfei laughed as he hit the pause button. The sound cut off abruptly, and the more outrageous things that followed were not played. Lin Keke frowned. Chi Pengfei, what do you want? If it were just a recording, she wouldn't have come here with Chi Pengfei. However, what had just played wasn't a recording, but a video. The background in the footage was a pool hall, and the conversation had taken place while she and Chi Pengfei were playing pool. Never mind how Shenming, Lin Chuan, and her father would react if they heard this. Even Lin Keke wanted to travel back in time and slap herself. What was this dog mouth saying? It was clearly attached to a human. So why couldn't it say anything remotely human? What do I want? Chi Pengfei smiled. Delete your new book and republish a cuckold harem novel. Otherwise, your sister, your father, and Shenming will all receive this video. Chi Pengfei clearly intended to have Lin Keke stripped of her title as honorary writer. He had already learned from Zhang Yuan about what happened on the Ferris wheel yesterday and knew clearly that Lin Keke was no longer the same Lin Keke as before. Although he didn't know why she had changed, Chi Pengfei knew that if he kept treating others like fools, he might end up being the one who suffered. Since Lin Keke was no longer under his control, he should immediately discard this chess piece and make her serve one final purpose. Lin Keke was very calm. What if I say no? Chi Pengfei laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of ending up all alone? Lin Keke's gaze was sharp, her pupils staring fixedly at him. Even if I end up alone, I can still make a comeback with my new work. You only called me here because you acknowledged my new work, didn't you? She sneered. The position of honorary writer is still in my hands. You have no chance of getting it. Chi Pengfei's expression shifted slightly. It seems you are determined to serialize your new work. Then don't blame me for not considering our past. Shut up. Lin Keke slammed her hand on the table. Don't act like we have a good relationship. There is no past between you and me to consider, understand? The corner of Chi Pengfei's mouth twitched. Fine. You said it. Damn it. After working so hard for so many years, am I going to end up with nothing? No. When Chi Pengfei, make a move, I never return empty-handed. His expression turned sinister. Since you are so obsessed, don't blame me. Lin Keke suddenly raised her hand. Show. Chi Pengfei, ? Lin Keke turned aside and pointed behind the door. In that crack in the door, there was a pair of shoes, undoubtedly a pair of men's sneakers. Chi Pengfei instantly understood what was happening. He took out his phone. Then don't blame me for using special means. I will make you regret this, Lin Keke. As the words fell, Lin Keke's phone lit up with a WeChat notification. She looked down. Chi Pengfei, why are you acting? Didn't we break up a long time ago? Lin Keke suppressed a laugh, trying her best to remain calm, and typed out a line, not forgetting to act at the same time. If you can do it, then go ahead and try. The position of honorary writer. Lin Keke, will never hand it over to anyone. Lin Keke. I'm pretending to make up with him so I can trap him, which will make it easier to get a divorce later. Disclaimer, There is no misunderstanding in the plot. Stop guessing. Chi Pingfei saw this message and felt that what the other party said made sense. TSK, what a braggart, and she doesn't even have a single phenomenal work. Chi Pingfei, then what about yesterday on the Ferris wheel? Shinming wasn't there at that time. You didn't need to act. Lin Keke's lips curled into a faint arc. A braggart? Likewise. Lin Keke, don't forget, Zhang Yuan likes Shinming. If I didn't say that, who knows if she would have snitched and sped up the process of her getting together with Shinming. Lin Keke, every change I've made is so that Shinming thinks I've turned over a new leaf. Only then can I pull out the sharpest knife at the end and plunge it deep into his chest. Chi Pingfei nodded, feeling very satisfied. I knew it. How could this Lin Keke change so suddenly? It turns out it was all an act. Haha. In the end, she is still a toy in my palm. He stood up. I want to see what kind of waves you, this has been, washed-up writer, can still make. Chi Pingfei, I think I understand. Then let's proceed with the original plan. Publish your new book as usual, and delete it once it reaches 60,000 words and officially goes on sale. I'll take care of you then. Lin Keke nodded with a smile. Heh, we shall see. Lin Keke, understood. You'd better not look for me if there's nothing important, otherwise it will arouse his suspicion. If I get exposed, it'll be hard to get a divorce. Chi Pingfei took one last drink, gave Lin Keke a knowing smile, and deliberately stomped his feet as he walked toward the door. Lin Keke turned her head to look. The pair of shoes outside the door vanished instantly. Immediately after, Chi Pingfei left private room number 2. Phew. Lin Keke slumped onto the table, letting out a long breath. Is this a woman's sixth sense? Truly terrifying. She just felt that Shinming didn't fully trust her, and combined with the feeling of being watched earlier, she guessed that Shinming might be following her. If it weren't for those 2 million, she would have completely burned bridges with Chi Pingfei just now. What kind of person is he? A total idiot. I don't know what I was thinking back then. Actually attaching the words gratuitous gift to the transfer. It was stupid to the extreme. It seems I have to find a way to get that 2 million quickly. Time is running out. Continuing to tangle with Chi Pingfei is definitely not good. I must get this all settled within a week. Sigh. I wonder if Shinming heard the voice in the video. Lin Keke shook her head and got up to leave the private room. Not long after she left, a man entered private room number 2. Shinming stood by the large round table, imagining the scene where Lin Keke and Chi Pingfei had just been chatting. My Keke, you've finally returned. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted into his nose. He followed the scent and fixed his gaze on the seat where Lin Keke had just been sitting. He sat down and found a half-drunk glass of beer on the table. Shinming picked up the glass and drained it in one gulp. It tastes like Keke. The aftertaste is endless. He felt a bit hot and bothered. In his mind, he kept replaying images of Lin Keke's fair neck, her smooth thighs, her pretty face. When I get back, I'll ask Keke to close her eyes and help me. She should be understanding, right? After all, back in her student days, she was so gentle. Suddenly, Shinming clenched his fists. Although the things Keke said were excessive, that was the old her. Chi Pingfei, how dare you threaten Keke? I will definitely make you pay the price. Chapter 21. I want to sleep with you. Mingrue Cafe. Lin Keke hadn't been at the cafe for long when Zhang Luo arrived. Looking at the face that was almost identical to the past, Lin Keke's thoughts drifted back to university. During her freshman year, because her mannerisms and certain habits were very feminine, she was mocked and teased by some of her classmates. At the time, she wondered why there were such boring people even in university. Why, even after growing up, people would still do such boring things. Was their emotional intelligence really that low? Had she affected anyone? In fact, she hadn't. Lin Keke would bet that she had never caused trouble for anyone while she was in university. However, she was bullied regardless. But she had gotten used to it and had become numb to it. Until one day, when she was insulted again, Zhang Luo stood up for her. She had a wild streak back then, holding a ballpoint pen in front of her, threatening that whoever dared to bully Lin Keke again would have their eyes poked out. Everyone knew she was bluffing, but it was better to avoid trouble, and those jerks could just as easily find another target for their amusement. Since then, Lin Keke's university life gradually returned to normal. Their relationship also gradually deepened through spending so much time together. Lin Keke liked to write novels, while Zhang Luo liked to draw and create secondary works based on many films or anime. The two hit it off immediately. They were not only friends, but also work partners. Furthermore, their personalities and values were very similar. It could be said that they had found a soulmate in each other. Lin Keke had only one thought about Zhang Luo, her only friend in this life. I hope you didn't call me here today, just to waste time. Zhang Luo suddenly spoke up, pulling Lin Keke back from her memories. Lin Keke shook her head. I know that words alone won't convince you, so I brought something that will make you trust me. She opened her phone, clicked on the tomato novel author backend, and handed it to the other person. Zhang Luo took the phone and looked closely. When the Stars Fall. This title is a dead end at first glance. Although Zhang Luo didn't know much about the Mushizizi platform, her years of experience in making videos told her that such a title would absolutely not attract readers. However, this method of judgment was only suitable for newcomers and did not apply to Lin Keke, an honorary writer. Moreover, although she hadn't released any new works this year, her popularity was even higher than the other 4 honorary writers. The reason, well, is that what she writes is so terrible that it doesn't even look like it was written by a human. Infamy is still fame. Zhang Luo stopped thinking about it and focused on reading the text on the screen. Under Lin Keke's expectant gaze, Zhang Luo returned the phone to her. Lin Keke, how does it feel? Zhang Luo asked with confusion. Your new work is indeed fine, but isn't this just a remake of your first work? Although the content is completely different, the settings are almost identical. Lin Keke nodded. I know, but does that really matter? Stories are all the same. It just depends on how the creator presents them. A hero saving a damsel is never cliché. What's cliché is the specific, mediocre plot details. Zhang Luo rubbed her chin, and after weighing it for a long time, said, I can give you one more chance, the last one. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Keke stood up excitedly and bowed deeply. Thank you. Zhang Luo shouldered her back. This is an opportunity you fought for yourself. There's no need to thank me. I have other things to attend to, so I'm leaving. Once you send me the character designs for the male and female leads, I will start creating. Lin Keke waved excitedly. Okay, be safe on your way. Watching Zhang Luo leave, Lin Keke's longing for a bright future became even stronger. The secondary creation part was settled. Now it depended on whether Shinming could handle the Star Trail studio. Thank you for your purchase. Please come again. Lin Keke walked out of the department store, holding a laser toy worth 299 yuan in her hand. Pressing the switch would make a red dot appear, and if there was a lot of dust, you could even clearly see a line. I really don't understand why this kind of thing is popular in elementary school. While eating yesterday, Shen Xingyue kept saying that all her classmates had laser toys, but she didn't. Shinming had originally planned to buy it after getting off work tomorrow, but Lin Keke had taken the first step, pulling her daughter back into her embrace. Not a moment could be wasted. Bang! I'm home. Lin Keke took off her shoes, and as soon as she entered the living room, she saw Shinming with a big smile on his face. Keke, you've worked hard. What did Zhang Luo say? Lin Keke was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Shinming greet her with a smile. From high school all the way to university, she had never seen Shinming smile. Did this guy get water in his brain? Although she thought this subconsciously, as a writer, Lin Keke deeply understood that when someone offers favors for no reason, they are up to no good. Even though she knew the other party had changed his attitude because of the stalking. However, she would still remain vigilant. Otherwise, she'd be done for if she got screwed over. Lin Keke instinctively took a step back. Yeah, Zhang Luo agreed. Now it depends on what you guys at Star Trail Studio say. Shinming looked full of confidence. Believe in me. I will make your plan proceed smoothly. The corner of Lin Keke's mouth twitched. Haha, thanks. Shinming waved his hand. We are husband and wife. There's nothing to thank me for. Lin Keke. While cooking, Shinming acted as if he had lost his mind, insisting on helping Lin Keke. Lin Keke originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Shen Xingyue's expectant gaze, she had to choose to endure it. During dinner, Lin Keke gave the laser toy to Shen Xingyue. The little girl was extremely happy. Her eyes were filled with the laser toy, and she even ignored Lin Keke's hand petting her head. This toy was worth giving. Lin Keke thought to herself. Midnight, 23:30. Why are you following me? Lin Keke backed away while being wary of Shen Ming, who was following her. I'm going to sleep. Shen Ming nodded. Yeah, I'm going to sleep too. Lin Keke's eyes went dark. Then go sleep in your own bedroom. Shen Ming looked completely puzzled. We are husband and wife. Sleeping in the same bedroom is normal, right? Lin Keke was dumbfounded. No, you. Because of what happened before, this guy's attitude toward me was so bad just a few days ago. He definitely wouldn't be shameless enough to do this or say things like this. Now that he chooses to believe I have amnesia, he can be this thick-skinned. Shen Ming pressed closer step by step. What about me? I'm sleeping with my wife. What's the problem? Lin Keke glanced at the door behind her. Didn't I say I don't remember us being married? You're acting like a hooligan. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Keke quickly turned around, pushed the door open, and then slammed it shut with lightning speed. It would have been perfect, but Lin Keke was in despair. This body was too weak and couldn't do that kind of thing. Shen Ming's hand was firmly pressed against the door. She couldn't close it at all. She felt like crying. What exactly do you want? Are you sleeping or not? Half of Shen Ming's face was under the incandescent light, while the other half was hidden in the darkness. Of course I'm sleeping. I just want to sleep with you. Chapter 21. I want to sleep with you. Mingrue Cafe. Lin Keke hadn't been at the cafe for long when Zhang Luo arrived. Looking at the face that was almost identical to the past, Lin Keke's thoughts drifted back to university. During her freshman year, because her mannerisms and certain habits were very feminine, she was mocked and teased by some of her classmates. At the time, she wondered why there were such boring people even in university. Why, even after growing up, people would still do such boring things. Was their emotional intelligence really that low? Had she affected anyone? In fact, she hadn't. Lin Keke would bet that she had never caused trouble for anyone while she was in university. However, she was bullied regardless. But she had gotten used to it and had become numb to it. Until one day, when she was insulted again, Zhang Luo stood up for her. She had a wild streak back then, holding a ballpoint pen in front of her, threatening that whoever dared to bully Lin Keke again would have their eyes poked out. Everyone knew she was bluffing, but it was better to avoid trouble, and those jerks could just as easily find another target for their amusement. Since then, Lin Keke's university life gradually returned to normal. Their relationship also gradually deepened through spending so much time together. Lin Keke liked to write novels, while Zhang Luo liked to draw and create secondary works based on many films or anime. The two hit it off immediately. They were not only friends, but also work partners. Furthermore, their personalities and values were very similar. It could be said that they had found a soulmate in each other. Lin Keke had only one thought about Zhang Luo, her only friend in this life. I hope you didn't call me here today, just to waste time. Zhang Luo suddenly spoke up, pulling Lin Keke back from her memories. Lin Keke shook her head. I know that words alone won't convince you. So I brought something that will make you trust me. She opened her phone, clicked on the tomato novel author backend, and handed it to the other person. Zhang Luo took the phone and looked closely. When the Stars Fall. This title is a dead end at first glance. Although Zhang Luo didn't know much about the Mushizizi platform, her years of experience in making videos told her that such a title would absolutely not attract readers. However, this method of judgment was only suitable for newcomers and did not apply to Lin Keke, an honorary writer. Moreover, although she hadn't released any new works this year, her popularity was even higher than the other 4 honorary writers. The reason, well, is that what she writes is so terrible that it doesn't even look like it was written by a human. Infamy is still fame. Zhang Luo stopped thinking about it and focused on reading the text on the screen. Under Lin Keke's expectant gaze, Zhang Luo returned the phone to her. Lin Keke, how does it feel? Zhang Luo asked with confusion. Your new work is indeed fine, but isn't this just a remake of your first work? Although the content is completely different, the settings are almost identical. Lin Keke nodded. I know, but does that really matter? Stories are all the same. It just depends on how the creator presents them. A hero saving a damsel is never cliché. What's cliché is the specific, mediocre plot details. Zhang Luo rubbed her chin, and after weighing it for a long time, said, I can give you one more chance, the last one. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Keke stood up excitedly and bowed deeply. Thank you. Zhang Luo shouldered her back. This is an opportunity you fought for yourself. There's no need to thank me. I have other things to attend to, so I'm leaving. Once you send me the character designs for the male and female leads, I will start creating. Lin Keke waved excitedly. Okay, be safe on your way. Watching Zhang Luo leave, Lin Keke's longing for a bright future became even stronger. The secondary creation part was settled. Now it depended on whether Xinming could handle the Star Trail studio. Thank you for your purchase. Please come again. Lin Keke walked out of the department store, holding a laser toy worth 299 yuan in her hand. Pressing the switch would make a red dot appear, and if there was a lot of dust, you could even clearly see a line. I really don't understand why this kind of thing is popular in elementary school. While eating yesterday, Shen Xingyue kept saying that all her classmates had laser toys, but she didn't. Xinming had originally planned to buy it after getting off work tomorrow, but Lin Keke had taken the first step, pulling her daughter back into her embrace. Not a moment could be wasted. Bang! I'm home. Lin Keke took off her shoes, and as soon as she entered the living room, she saw Xinming with a big smile on his face. Keke, you've worked hard. What did Zhang Luo say? Lin Keke was stunned. This was the first time she had seen Xinming greet her with a smile. From high school all the way to university, she had never seen Xinming smile. Did this guy get water in his brain? Although she thought this subconsciously, as a writer, Lin Keke deeply understood that when someone offers favors for no reason, they are up to no good. Even though she knew the other party had changed his attitude because of the stalking. However, she would still remain vigilant. Otherwise, she'd be done for if she got screwed over. Lin Keke instinctively took a step back. Yeah, Zhang Luo agreed. Now it depends on what you guys at Star Trail Studio say. Xinming looked full of confidence. Believe in me. I will make your plan proceed smoothly. The corner of Lin Keke's mouth twitched. Haha, thanks. Xinming waved his hand. We are husband and wife. There's nothing to thank me for. Lin Keke. While cooking, Xinming acted as if he had lost his mind, insisting on helping Lin Keke. Lin Keke originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Shen Xingyue's expectant gaze, she had to choose to endure it. During dinner, Lin Keke gave the laser toy to Shen Xingyue. The little girl was extremely happy. Her eyes were filled with the laser toy, and she even ignored Lin Keke's hand petting her head. This toy was worth giving. Lin Keke thought to herself. Midnight, 23:30. Why are you following me? Lin Keke backed away while being wary of Xinming, who was following her. I'm going to sleep. Xinming nodded. Yeah, I'm going to sleep too. Lin Keke's eyes went dark. Then go sleep in your own bedroom. Xinming looked completely puzzled. We are husband and wife. Sleeping in the same bedroom is normal, right? Lin Keke was dumbfounded. No, you. Because of what happened before, this guy's attitude toward me was so bad just a few days ago. He definitely wouldn't be shameless enough to do this or say things like this. Now that he chooses to believe I have amnesia, he can be this thick-skinned. Xinming pressed closer step by step. What about me? I'm sleeping with my wife. What's the problem? Lin Keke glanced at the door behind her. Didn't I say I don't remember us being married? You're acting like a hooligan. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Keke quickly turned around, pushed the door open, and then slammed it shut with lightning speed. It would have been perfect, but Lin Keke was in despair. This body was too weak and couldn't do that kind of thing. Xinming's hand was firmly pressed against the door. She couldn't close it at all. She felt like crying. What exactly do you want? Are you sleeping or not? Half of Xinming's face was under the incandescent light, while the other half was hidden in the darkness. Of course I'm sleeping. I just want to sleep with you. Chapter 22. Loving only one person for a lifetime. Lin Keke pushed against the door with all her might, her short legs scrambling desperately as she tried to run forward. But I don't want to sleep with you. Be reasonable. I really don't remember us getting married. What a joke, you jerk. I am not sleeping with you. The terrifying scene from this morning was still playing on a loop in Lin Keke's mind. As a man, being held at weapon point. Is there any justice left? Xinming gave a firm push, and Lin Keke's entire body began to retreat. She was completely unable to withstand the assault. With no other choice, Lin Keke had to abandon the defense of the door, rushing to the bed and curling up. It's over, it's all over. I knew he wouldn't be able to control his desires. Shunming locked the door behind him and casually placed the key on a cabinet nearby that Lin Keke couldn't reach. As a man, seeing his wife so afraid of him made him feel quite discouraged. Today, he would let her know that he truly wouldn't force himself on her. Can we please talk this over properly? Lin Keke pouted. Who would believe that? You didn't even listen to me and just barged in. Ming held his forehead, his tone helpless. I just want to sleep with you, and I won't do anything else. Lin Keke rolled her eyes. You said the same thing yesterday, and what happened? You pervert. You can tie me up. Will that satisfy you? What? The ahog on top of Lin Keke's head swayed. For real? Ming fell silent. He paced back and forth in the room, several times wanting to take a cigarette from his pocket, but out of consideration for Lin Keke, he refrained. After a long while, the man stopped, took a deep breath, and sighed. For real. All right then, I agree. Lin Keke agreed happily. Ming lay on the bed, and Lin Keke was currently getting onto the bed with a rope. She quickly arrived in front of the man and, to make it easier to tie his hands, sat directly on top of him. Smelling the fragrance wafting from Lin Keke, Ming felt intoxicated. In his daze, he heard Lin Keke say, "Done." When he came to his senses, Ming discovered that he had been hog-tied, with only his head able to move. Was this necessary? He had assumed she would only tie his hands, but he hadn't expected her to tie his feet as well. Sleeping is going to be so uncomfortable now. Lin Keke clapped her hands. Oomph. Who knows if you'll use your feet to harass me. Just to be safe, I have to tie everything up. Ming opened his mouth, but he couldn't refute that. All right, time to sleep. Don't you have work tomorrow? After lying down, Lin Keke closed her eyes on her own. Ming wanted to turn his head to get as close to Lin Keke as possible, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't overcome the limitations of his body. Sigh, is this body ultimately incapable of doing it? He felt more than just a little speechless right now. What kind of situation is this? Even when Lin Keke cheated in the past, she wouldn't have refused his needs. Now that she isn't cheating, life has actually become less pleasant than before. Though he thought this way, Ming was still happy inside. This meant that Lin Keke would sooner or later return to being the virtuous wife and mother she once was. For now, he just had to endure it. The next day, 9:45 a.m., Star Trail Studio, conference room. Brother Shen, is there something you need to announce by calling everyone to a meeting now? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Ming looked serious. Yes, that's right. I have an important matter to announce. A male member asked, what is it? We are going to produce an animation for Lin Keke's new work, in the highest possible spec, Ming said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Only a few veteran members, and those who had a decent relationship with Ming looked at him with instant anger. Zhang Yuan stood up, her expression grave. Brother Shen, you must be joking, right? I know you and sister-in-law share a deep bond, but in this situation, you have to consider the bigger picture. You can't make us all go broke. Exactly. Ming, I'm telling you, if you insist on being stubborn, we don't mind jumping ship directly. Most of the people here are only sticking with you out of old friendship. You don't think everyone would be unable to find work if they left Star Trail Studio, do you? Other studios have long been extending olive branches to us. If we were just a little more ruthless, this studio of yours would have dissolved long ago. Zhang Yuan spoke earnestly. Brother Shen, everyone hasn't left because they are looking out for the newcomers. It's quite difficult for new employees to find new jobs. Our industry has long been saturated. If your skills aren't solid enough, you basically can't find work. You cannot cause everyone to lose their jobs just because of sister-in-law. Ming didn't speak, but his earlobes were unusually red. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions yet. I am now sending Lin Keke's new work as a file to the work group. Please read it before making any judgments. Faced with this reasonable request, no one expressed dissatisfaction. However, quite a few people still sneered, suggesting that Lin Keke couldn't possibly write anything good. This is Lin Keke's new work. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses looked astonished. This has the potential to be a smash hit. The woman next to him was also incredibly shocked. Although the subject matter isn't novel, This opening has already stunned me. Huang Wei, who was next to Shin Ming, put down his phone, stood up, and patted Shin Ming's shoulder hard. Brother Ming, I have always believed in sister-in-law. She just lost her way for a moment. Everyone agrees, right? Let's continue to cooperate with Lin Keke. Following Huang Wei's question, the members raised their hands in agreement one after another. Even though the author's reputation was completely ruined, the work itself was too good to ignore. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shin Ming didn't know how to respond. He just bowed and kept expressing his gratitude. This scene was unexpected for Zhang Yuan, and her hand holding the phone trembled violently. She had always thought she was only a little bit of seasoning away from becoming an honorary writer, but the text on her phone had undoubtedly shattered her arrogant heart completely. She slumped powerlessly in her chair, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Impossible, the gap couldn't be this big. At this moment, a financial director stood up. Just now, Boss Shin mentioned producing it at the highest specification. If I may be blunt, our funds are completely insufficient. We can produce it at a boutique spec at most. Moreover, this is risky. If it fails, the consequences will be unimaginable. The financial director's eyes were sharp. My advice is to wait until Lin Keke's work gets a market response before considering a manga adaptation. If the manga adaptation is successful, then we can proceed with producing the animation. Shin Ming knew that this would be too late, but for now, he could only nod and agree. Starting to produce a manga and animation without any track record was simply too unreasonable. We'll do as Xiao Wang said. First, draw the images of the male and female leads. I need them. What are we drawing the male and female lead images for now? A veteran member asked, puzzled. Huang Wei said indifferently. I guess Ms. Zhang needs them, right? Shin Ming nodded. That's right. Zhang Luo needs the images of the male and female leads for derivative works. As soon as this was said, the whole room was in an uproar. Who is Zhang Luo? Such a big derivative content creator, the traffic she could bring would be huge. Although they knew Lin Keke and Zhang Luo were classmates, hadn't they had a falling out because of Lin Keke? Even if they had made up, creating derivative content for a work with less than 30,000 words was truly somewhat abstract. Before getting off work tonight, send the character design drafts to me. Meeting adjourned. As his voice fell, Shin Ming tidied up his documents and turned his gaze toward Zhang Yuan, who was still lost in thought. Xiao Zhang, come to my office with me. I have some work to hand over to you. He had to cut off Zhang Yuan's hopes. He, Shin Ming, was not a man who liked to flirt around. In this life, he only loves one person. Chapter 23, Gaining Approval. Shin Ming tidied up the files, looked up at Zhang Yuan standing opposite him. Xiao Zhang, do you know why I called you over? Zhang Yuan was a bit confused. Didn't you say there was something you needed me to handle? Shin Ming took a deep breath, speaking to Zhang Yuan with an almost cold tone for the first time. Xiao Zhang, I heard from Keke that you like me. I am a married man, and I cannot reciprocate your feelings. Give up. I will only love Keke for the rest of my life. Zhang Yuan, question mark. She was stunned. She didn't deny it, but asked in confusion, why? Brother Shun, you clearly know that your wife is cheating with Qi Pengfei, so why are you unwilling to get a divorce? Must you wear a little green on your head just to get by in life? Shin Ming's mouth twitched. No, Keke is not cheating. That's just on the surface. Zhang Yuan obviously didn't believe him. Impossible. My sister-in-law and Qi Pengfei. Stop. Shin Ming raised his hand to interrupt her. This is our family business, and you don't need to worry about it. As an employee of the studio, you only need to complete your work on time, and then I will pay you your salary. If it's your birthday, I will have your colleagues celebrate with you, and out of personal consideration, I will also give you a gift. But that's all. Our relationship can only go this far at most. Zhang Yuan still wanted to say something, but seeing Shin Ming's somewhat displeased gaze, she had to shut her mouth. I understand. Brother Shun, he must think that I am not outstanding enough. Not as outstanding as Lin Keke. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuan left the office with a determined look in her eyes. Bang! Shin Ming frowned tightly. This was a high-stakes gamble. If Lin Keke's creation speed were a bit slower and the animation process was delayed until next April, then either producing the animation or paying salaries would eventually fail to be completed. There wasn't much money left in the company accounts, and paying the employees year-end bonuses would require a large sum of money. If she could make the new work a huge hit before November, it could be animated by early December, which would be in time to catch the January broadcast slot. It would be near the Lunar New Year then. Everyone would be on holiday, and traffic would be higher than usual. As for skipping the manga adaptation phase, although Shin Ming had promised others to do the manga adaptation first, there was no other way. It had to be done simultaneously. Now there was another problem. If he wanted to produce the animation to the highest standard, how much more money would be needed? He had saved $6 million over the years, and he didn't know if taking it all out would be enough. He thought for a moment and sent a message to the financial director. The general content was as follows. Assuming the new work of Lin Keke was produced to the standard of Makoto Shinkai's animated films, with 27 frames per second, 24 minutes per episode, and a total of 12 episodes, approximately how much money would it cost? Not long after, he received a reply from the other party. Financial director. If produced according to the highest standards, reaching the level of Makoto Shinkai, the budget would be at least $50 million or more. In our peak period, producing such an animation would naturally be no problem. But the issue is that we have been breaking even for 5 years, and there is too much of a funding gap. I just calculated it. If we produce it at the major boutique level, we will be short by $6 million. If we really want to produce it then, I only suggest producing it at the boutique level. Boutique. Shin Ming stared at his phone in silence. A moment later, he looked up at the ceiling. For a long time, his gaze gradually became firm. Keke's new work is aiming for the anime of the year, right? This is her dream. For a long time, Shin Ming decided to contribute $4 million himself and have Lin Keke contribute $2 million to fill that $6 million gap. In this way, at least he could obtain a major boutique-level production. If it were just an ordinary boutique level, no matter how good the plot was, it would still fall a bit short. Mingen Residential Complex, Building 4, 401. In the bedroom, Lin Keke was wearing a little black dress, standing in front of a full-length mirror, drooling at her reflection. This is too pretty. To think it's just going to be cheapened for that pervert Shin Ming. Sigh, what a pity. She twisted left and right, striking various cute poses. She hadn't done this before because she wasn't used to it and hadn't accepted the gender transformation so quickly. Now she was basically used to this body and her new identity, and with no one at home, her behavior was naturally a bit bolder. Just now, typing had given her a headache, so she thought she would look at her cute face to relieve the fatigue. It would be absolutely perfect if I put on a pair of black stockings. No sooner said than done. Lin Keke ran to the wardrobe and took out a pair of pure black stockings from inside. After putting them on, she went back to the mirror. A flush of red immediately appeared on her face, and a desire emerged in her mind. The moment the desire appeared, she immediately widened her eyes. What am I thinking? She held her head, full of horror. In many novels, people who undergo gender transformation start to gradually fall when they solve their own troubles. If she did it herself, would she be far from female corruption? But there is a saying, female corruption is the most manly thing, because only men can achieve female corruption. What am I thinking? Lin Keke shook her head vigorously and immediately rushed out of the bedroom. But she stopped at the door. What should she do now that she suddenly felt so uncomfortable? Her heart began to beat faster. After a brief hesitation, she returned to the bedroom. Just once, it should be fine, right? This kind of desire is something every human has. It's not her fault. An hour later, a certain golden-haired loli was flushed, panting heavily. Her eyes were hazy. Just a moment ago, she had experienced what it meant to reach the peak. She could die without regrets, truly without regrets. After lying down for a while, Lin Keke put back on her normal casual dress and sat back in her chair. She patted her little face. Time to start working. Just as she touched the keyboard, her phone sounded with a WeChat notification. She picked it up and took a look, and the corners of her mouth immediately lifted. Shin Ming. Keke, your new work has gained the approval of Star Trail Studio. As long as it gets positive feedback from the market, we can help you with a manga adaptation or even an animation adaptation. However, the animation adaptation. After reading through everything, Lin Keke bit her thumb. Still need $2 million. It seemed she had to get the money back from Chi Pengfei as soon as possible. There wasn't much time left. At this moment, Lin Keke felt a strange warmth in her chest. She didn't expect that even in this situation, Xin Ming would be willing to invest money to help her achieve her dream. How much does that perverted Lolita really like her? I sing a song for you. The phone rang suddenly. Teacher Li. Lin Keke remembered that this was Shun Xingyue's homeroom teacher. Why was she calling her? As soon as she answered, an anxious voice came from the other side. Is this Shun Xingyue's mother? Shun Xingyue has been bullied by others at school. You need to come over immediately. Chapter 24, Keke. Keke. What? Lin Keke widened her eyes instantly. Who? Who dares to bully my Yue? Don't worry about that for now. Just hurry over here. Beep, beep. Did she just hang up on me? Lin Keke put away her phone, changed into a casual long dress, and rushed out of the house. Qian Elementary School, Building Number 2, First Floor Office. Anyway, there's no way I'm apologizing. What can you even do about it? A skinny little boy stood with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. Woo. Beside him, Shun Xingyue wiped her tears with one hand, while clutching a broken laser toy in the other. Woo. Why did something like this have to happen? She had played with this laser toy for less than 2 days, and now it had been broken by someone. Moreover, this toy laser meant a lot to her. Why? The homeroom teacher, Teacher Li, sat in her office chair, at a loss for words. The skinny boy in front of her was named Qian Xiaojun, and his father, Qian Wenjie, was a major shareholder of the school. She simply couldn't afford to offend him. She could have ignored this matter. Children cry, and then it's over. At worst, she could pay for the damages to Shun Xingyue out of her own pocket. But this little girl was born to be lovable, and she was crying so hard that no amount of comfort worked. Helplessly, she could only call Lin Keke, though she didn't know if she was reliable. However, she also knew that Shun Xingyue's father had no time except on weekends, so she had to call her mother, Lin Keke. Student Qian, are you refusing to apologize no matter what? Teacher Li asked with a straight face. How dare you threaten me? Without another word, Qian Xiaojun immediately took his phone out of his pocket and dialed a number. Dad, someone at school is bullying me. Woo, come quickly. Teacher Li. After hanging up the phone, Qian Xiaojun sat triumphantly in the office chair behind him, crossing his legs. Until my father arrives, I won't say a single word. Teacher Li frowned, suppressing her anger, and put on a kind smile. Student Qian, I didn't threaten you just now. I was just asking. Qian Xiaojun played with his phone to himself and even started laughing. Ha! He didn't seem to have heard Teacher Li's statement. Beside him, Shun Xingyue was still sobbing quietly. Teacher Li felt her anger rise, glanced at the ruler on the desk, and thought, You little brat, do you think I really don't dare to hit you? Just as her anger was about to consume her reason, a pleasant female voice rang out. Where? She turned her head to look and saw Loli with an extremely sweet appearance and full of charm walking in. A Loli. The moment she saw Lin Keke, Shun Xingyue quickly wiped away her tears and then put the toy laser into her pocket. Mom, why are you here? Lin Keke walked straight to her side, but the little girl instinctively moved to the side out of fear. However, Lin Keke didn't mind. Her eyes were only on Shun Xingyue's tear-stained face. Why am I here? Teacher Li said you were being bullied. How could I not come? Shun Xingyue lowered her head, looking full of guilt. I wasted Mom's time. Mom won't be angry, right? Lin Keke turned to look at the homeroom teacher. Teacher Li, what exactly happened? Who bullied my Yue? Teacher Li pointed at Qian Xiaojun, who was sitting opposite. According to the students at the scene, Student Qian wanted to borrow Shun Xingyue's toy to play with. But Student Shun Xingyue didn't want to, so Student Qian grabbed it. After grabbing it and playing with it for a while, he deliberately smashed it. What? Lin Keke's angry voice instantly echoed throughout the building. She turned her fierce gaze toward Qian Xiaojun. You little brat, I'm warning you to apologize to Yue right now. Otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. Qian Xiaojun glanced at Lin Keke. You don't look very big, but you've got a big mouth. I'd like to see how you intend to make me regret it. Lin Keke twitched the corner of her mouth. Seeing the ruler out of the corner of her eye, she was about to pick it up to punish him when she heard a voice. Who dares to bully my Qian Wenjie's son? Qian Xiaojun immediately rushed over and threw himself into the newcomer's arms. Dad, it's that mother and daughter bullying me. And that teacher who doesn't know right from wrong. There is such a thing. A bespectacled, refined-looking man walked over slowly, hugging Qian Xiaojun. So you are the ones who bullied my Qian Wenjie's son? Teacher Li shook her head. Director Qian, your son bullied someone else's daughter, and now he's falsely accusing them. You're talking nonsense. You guys must be in on this together. Qian Xiaojun shouted loudly. Shun Xingyue became anxious upon hearing this and screamed. You're clearly the one lying. You broke my toy, refused to apologize, and were disrespectful to the teacher. Lin Keke rubbed her daughter's head. Don't shout so loudly. It's bad for your throat. I understand. A child's thought process is very simple. During this time, Lin Keke hadn't been angry at her and had been very good to her. In this situation, she was the only one she could rely on. Shun Xingyue hugged Lin Keke and hid herself behind her. Feeling the dependency from her daughter, Lin Keke's angry mood subsided by more than half. Director Qian, don't believe your son's nonsense. It's clearly him who bullied others. Teacher Li said, biting the bullet. Qian Wenjie frowned. What did you say? You're saying my son would lie? Lin Keke rolled her eyes. With a parent like you who looks so unreasonable, is it any surprise that he would lie? Qian Wenjie laughed. He had originally intended to be reasonable, but Teacher Li and Lin Keke's remarks made him very unhappy. Qian Wenjie's tone turned cold. I don't care what the facts are. My son is unhappy because of you, so you must apologize. Teacher Li wanted to cry, but she still stood by her sense of justice. Director Qian, isn't that inappropriate? Why should the student who was bullied apologize to the student who bullied her? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaojun started to cry loudly. Whoa, Dad, she's still slandering me. Whoa. Qian Wenjie was instantly enraged. Didn't I tell you to? Lin Keke raised her phone to interrupt him. I've recorded everything here. If I post it online, guess who public opinion will favor? Qian Wenjie, ? Seeing his confused expression, Lin Keke said coldly, with my influence, it probably won't be hard to let public opinion crush you. Qian Wenjie laughed. You've got a big mouth. Who are you? Lin Keke said indifferently. Honorary writer on Mushisizi platform. Keke. Do you think the public opinion I stir up will be enough to crush you? Qian Wenjie froze for a moment, then immediately pushed away his son who was hugging him, pulled down his pants, slap. Dad, why did you hit my butt? Chapter 25. I am your fan. Teacher Li was dumbfounded. What was going on here? Was this a Sichuan opera face-changing performance? Wasn't he just a parent who blindly protected his child a moment ago? Why did he suddenly start spanking him now? Lin Keke paused for a moment, then immediately covered Shun Xingyue's eyes. You don't look. Be careful not to have nightmares tonight. The little girl nodded obediently. Qian Xiaojun was crying snot and tears, feeling incredibly aggrieved. Whoa, Dad, what are you doing? I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you hitting me? Qian Wenjie held his son down firmly. Behave yourself, you brat. A pig-slaughtering howl echoed throughout the entire teaching building. 10 minutes later. That's enough, Chairman Qian. If you keep hitting him, something is going to happen to student Qian. Seeing that Qian Wenjie had no intention of stopping, Teacher Li hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. A little discipline is enough. It's normal for children to be ignorant. Qian Wenjie ignored her and turned to look at Lin Keke. Miss Lin, do you think that's enough? Lin Keke shook her head. Whether you hit him or not has nothing to do with me. I just want him to apologize to my daughter and compensate us for our losses. Hearing this, Qian Xiaojun wailed. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'll apologize, I'll apol. Qian Wenjie slapped him hard again. Shut up, you rebellious son. After that slap, Qian Wenjie's anger seemed to subside a bit. He pulled up his son's pants and threw him in front of Lin Keke. Kneel down and apologize to student Shun. Teacher Li, Qian Xiaojun was teary-faced. Dad, didn't you say that apart from Grandpa and Grandma, and you and Mom, I shouldn't kneel to anyone else? Qian Wenjie gave him a threatening look. Miss Lin is different. If I tell you to kneel, you kneel. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you still want to get hit? I'll kneel. Qian Xiaojun trembled, gritting his teeth with a face full of humiliation. Lin Keke looked at him playfully, thinking, that's what you get for bullying my Yuer. But come to think of it, Why did that person suddenly change his attitude? Could it be that he was conquered by my beauty? Or was he afraid of being crushed by online public opinion? At this moment, Shun Xingyue, who was hiding behind Lin Keke, poked her head out. No need to kneel. A bow and an apology will suffice. Upon hearing this, Qian Wenjie looked at Lin Keke with a questioning gaze. Lin Keke shrugged. Since Yue said so, I have nothing more to say. Qian Wenjie nodded. All right then, you brat, just bow. You must apologize sincerely and feel grateful to student Shen. Do you understand? Qian Shaojun wiped his tears. Understood. After apologizing with great sincerity, Qian Wenjie let him return to the classroom. Lin Keke took Shen Xingyue's hand. I'm taking my daughter home first. She's not in a good mood right now, so she probably won't be in the mood for class. Teacher Li recovered from her confusion and nodded slowly. Okay. Wait a moment, Miss Lin. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Qian Wenjie said with a smile. Lin Keke, what is it? Qian Wenjie looked left and right, then picked up a notebook and a pen from Teacher Li's desk. Would you mind giving me an autograph? I am a fan of your books. Lin Keke, ? Lin Keke and Qian Wenjie stood in the corridor outside the office, with Shun Xingyue standing behind them, her eyes sparkling like stars. What kind of person was a school board member? That was someone even the homeroom teacher feared, worthy of being called the ultimate big boss. But such a person was actually Mom's fan. Mom is so amazing. What? You used the flirting methods from my books to win over your goddess? Lin Keke opened her mouth wide, her face full of disbelief. Qian Wenjie was extremely serious. That's right. If it weren't for your books, I'm afraid my goddess would be someone else's wife by now. Without you, Qian Shaojun probably wouldn't even exist in this world. For him, it really was a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple. Lin Keke tried her best to suppress the corners of her mouth from turning upward. As long as the result is good, that's all that matters. You're right. Qian Wenjie agreed with a smile, then suddenly became serious. Miss Lin, although I really like your work, but if I may speak frankly, those works of yours in recent years are truly trash among trash, disgusting. Lin Keke's smile gradually froze. She sighed. I understand, so I don't intend to write that kind of stuff anymore. I'm returning to my original intent. Qian Wenjie's eyes lit up. Is that true? Lin Keke nodded vigorously. Yes, the new work will be released soon. Then I shall look forward to it immensely. At the entrance of Qian Elementary School, a golden-haired loli stood together with a little girl who was even younger than her. The ride-hailing car had already been booked, so they could return at any time once the car arrived. Only then did Shun Xingyue realize one thing. Mom actually allowed her to take leave? You have to know that before, even if she had a low fever, if she didn't tell Dad, it was impossible to get leave. Because Lin Keke would always just say, the student surpasses the master. Your dad and I are both so excellent. You must be even better than us. Why ask for leave for such a small matter? Only by enduring the bitterest of the bitter can one become a master among men. Now, just because she was in a bad mood, Mom let her take leave to go home. Whoa, has Mom finally started caring about Yue again? Has the incredibly gentle mom that Dad described, who would never get angry no matter what happened, finally returned? Lin Keke suddenly turned around and placed her small hand on her daughter's head. Yue, if a toy is broken, just throw it away. Mom will buy you a new one. No. Shun Xingyue gripped the broken laser toy tightly. This is the first gift Mom has given Yue since I can remember. It's special. It can't be replaced by an identical item. In her memories, the gentle mom only existed in Dad's words and in fragmented memories from a few years ago. She once thought her mom was just a bad mom, and that it was because Dad kept instilling in her that Mom was bad, not that she was naturally bad. Lin Keke opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. At this moment, the ride-hailing car arrived. She took her daughter's hand and got into the car, staring blankly out the window. After a long while, she looked down and operated her phone, changing the original destination from the department store to the anything-can-be-repaired shop. Yue, let's go get it fixed. Anything-can-be-repaired shop. All right, just some parts were shaken loose. Reassembling it will do. The skilled front desk clerk handed the toy laser pointer to Lin Keke. That will be 10 yuan. Lin Keke tested it and found it was indeed back to normal, so she scanned the code to pay. Okay. Thank you for your patronage. Leaving the shop, Lin Keke returned the laser pointer to Shun Xingyue, whose eyes were shining with excitement. The little girl pressed the switch, and a small red dot of just the right size appeared on the ground, moving flexibly according to her direction. Lin Keke reached out and hovered her hand over Shun Xingyue's head. Question mark. Shun Xingyue noticed this, but did not dodge. Chapter 26. Can I kiss you? Lin Keke's hand rested on Shun Xingyue's head as she had wished. This time, the other party not only didn't dodge, but also carefully rubbed against her hand. 7 p.m., Linan Local Cuisine Restaurant. In private room number 1, two men sat facing each other. Qi Pengfei took a small sip of wine, a hint of imperceptible sarcasm on his face. Old classmate, why did you ask me out at this hour? Beside him, Xin Ming lit a cigarette, his expression gloomy. Why don't you guess what I want to do? Qi Pengfei touched his chin and pointed at him. Oh, I know. You want to talk to me about Lin Keke's new work. Xin Ming snorted. No, guess again. Qi Pengfei looked puzzled. It's not about Lin Keke. If not about Lin Keke, what else could they talk about? They didn't seem to have any other connection, did they? Then what do you want to say? Xin Ming glanced at him, took a deep drag of his cigarette, then threw it on the ground and crushed it with his foot. I want to tell you. In an instant, Xin Ming jumped up and threw a quick punch straight at Qi Pengfei's face. WTF. Before Qi Pengfei could stand up, he was knocked to the ground, seeing stars. Stay the hell away from Lin Keke. Xin Ming strode over to Qi Pengfei, and before he could recover, he got on top of him and threw another punch. Did you hear me? If you dare to come near Keke again, I'll destroy your manhood. What are you crazy bastard talking about? I'm just a colleague of Lin Keke. Let me go. Qi Pengfei roared with red eyes. If you tell me to let go, I let go? Wouldn't I lose face? Xin Ming sneered. I didn't say there was anything between you and Lin Keke. You're telling on yourself. Xin Ming started working out in his freshman year. Although he rarely went to the gym recently, his body was still strong. He was far from comparable to a refined scumbag like Qi Pengfei. Xin Ming kept pressing Qi Pengfei down and beat him for more than 10 minutes until he was bruised and swollen before letting go. He returned to his seat as if nothing had happened and lit a cigarette. This is a warning. If I see you again, I guarantee I'll break your legs. I didn't hit you before just because there was no evidence. Now I'm hitting you because I can't stand it anymore. Keke has returned to my arms. If you dare to cause trouble again, I don't mind trading my life for yours. Qi Pengfei spat, his expression cold as if he wanted to kill someone. Just wait for the court summons. Just as he was about to leave, Xin Ming rushed over again and grabbed him by the collar. My world only has Keke. If you want to take her away, I will spare no cost to send you to hell. Do you understand? Qi Pengfei looked disdainful. If you have the guts, kill me. Veins popped on Shun Ming's forehead, and he gripped his throat tightly. I have lost important people twice before. This time, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you destroy my family. Qi Pengfei's face gradually turned blue as he struggled to beat away Xin Ming's hands. Until his consciousness gradually faded, Xin Ming threw him to the ground. There's no surveillance here, so take it. Xin Ming kicked him in the abdomen one last time, straightened his clothes, and left the private room. There was no surveillance here, so he wasn't afraid of any court summons at all. Qi Pengfei, after taking a few deep breaths, he covered his abdomen, stood up, walked with difficulty to the chair, and sat down. Xin Ming, you will pay for what you did today. After thinking for a moment, he revealed a strange smile. As long as Lin Keke is still under my control, you will never have happiness. For 101. Shun Xingyue held a fork in her left hand and a knife in her right, a strand of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of her mouth. Gurgle. Mom, hurry up and call Dad to see if he's back. Shun Xingyue urged. Yuera can't hold it anymore. My reason has already been swallowed by the steak. Lin Keke smiled and rubbed her head. Don't be anxious. Dad should be back soon at this time. The little girl looked full of grievance. Yuera can't wait anymore. Mom's cooking is too delicious. Yuera is about to lose control. Lin Keke smiled and flicked her little nose. You little glutton. Is this little girl too cute? Children are indeed easy to coax. It's almost done like this, as expected of me. Click. The sound of the door opening came from the living room. Look, Dad is back. Yay. The little girl put down her cutlery, jumped off the dining chair, and ran excitedly to Shun Ming. Dad, hurry, eat steak. Shin Ming's tense face turned into a smile the moment he saw Shin Xingyue. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. He bent down, picked up his daughter in his arms, and walked towards the dining room. Lin Keke looked aside, her small face slightly flushed. Welcome home. She sat there wearing an apron, looking every bit like a virtuous wife and mother. Shin Ming suddenly felt his eyes getting wet and his nose sore. He had longed for this scene, not knowing how long he had longed for it. Lin Keke stole a glance at him. Why are you crying? Shin Xingyue heard this and looked over. Dad, what's wrong? Were you bullied outside? The little girl immediately reached out to help wipe her father's tears. Who dares to bully Dad? Yue will beat them to death. Shin Ming smiled and shook his head, wiping away all the tears. It's okay, Dad is happy. These are happy tears. Let's eat, let's eat. During the meal, Shin Xingyue excitedly told Shin Ming about what happened at school today. Shin Ming didn't care about the events themselves. What he cared about was that Shin Xingyue's fear of Lin Keke had almost completely disappeared. It was true. In that situation, the only one she could rely on was Lin Keke. Having someone to rely on was better than having no one. She forgave Lin Keke for what she had done before, which was a good thing. Everything was developing in a good direction. It's so good. 2015. In the living room, a cartoon was playing on the LCD TV. It was Shun Xingyue's favorite, Bunny Bears. When the cartoon ended, the little girl left Shun Ming's embrace. Mom and Dad, Yue is going to do her homework now. Good night in advance. Good night. Good night. Watching Shun Xingyue leave, Shin Ming reached for the remote on the coffee table, preparing to turn off the TV. At this moment, Lin Keke noticed a few red spots on the back of Shun Ming's hand. The moment he put down the remote, Lin Keke grabbed his hand. Your hand, let me see. Shin Ming was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Lin Keke pointed to a red spot. How did this happen? This? I accidentally scraped my skin. It's nothing. Shin Ming said lightly. Lin Keke rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean nothing? It's so dirty. Be careful of infection. Let me bandage it for you. Try to keep it dry. She took out a few band-aids from the coffee table drawer, tore them open, and carefully applied them to her husband's hand. Then the second one. Shin Ming stared at her serious face, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. Keke has really come back. The other hand, let me see. Shin Ming came back to his senses. Oh, a moment later. All done. Lin Keke clapped her hands, looking like she had accomplished a great task, her small face full of satisfaction. Keke. Shin Ming suddenly lunged at Lin Keke. Can I kiss you? Chapter 27. Let's shoot something explosive. Huh. Lin Keke was dumbfounded instantly. Do you think I would agree to that? She shook her head frantically, her eyes full of fear. She didn't want to kiss a man. That would be disgusting, wouldn't it? Shin Ming didn't move, just stared straight at her. Lin Keke turned her head away, not daring to look directly into his burning eyes. Get off quickly. It'll be bad if Yue sees us. Although she pushed against the man's chest with all her might, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from his restraint. You are my wife, Shin Ming said suddenly. Lin Keke froze for a moment. Before she could react, Shin Ming suddenly picked her up. Lin Keke waved her limbs in terror. What are you doing? Shin Ming walked towards his bedroom and said indifferently, nothing much. It's time to sleep. Lin Keke struggled even more violently. Didn't we agree that we would only sleep together on weekends? Shin Ming glanced at her. During dinner, Yue said that her classmates' moms and dads sleep together because it proves they have a good relationship. Do you want to make Yue sad? Lin Keke stopped struggling immediately. Huh? This. She couldn't bear to make little Shun Xingyue sad at all. There was a primitive instinct in her body. She wanted Shin Xingyue to be happy all the time. However, if she had to sleep with Shin Ming for that, it seemed like a bit of a loss. While she hesitated, Shin Ming had already carried her into the bedroom. A faint scent of tobacco drifted into her nostrils, and Lin Keke immediately frowned. Did you smoke again? She didn't like the smell of smoke, and she couldn't stand it even more when it was her nominal family member smoking. Ming walked quickly to the bed, placed her on it, and then began to undo his belt. Generally speaking, there are only 3 ways for a man to relieve stress: smoking, drinking, and, Lin Keke's heart trembled. She immediately hid in the corner and curled up. I don't know. Stop talking nonsense. Ming ignored her and changed the subject. Is it necessary to wear outer clothes to sleep? Lin Keke nodded repeatedly. It is necessary when sleeping with you. Ming fell silent. He had already promised her that he would rebuild her affection. Since he had already won the right to sleep together, he would just leave it at that for now. If she took them off and I lost my mind, I'd be done for. The man didn't say anything else. He just climbed onto the bed, lay down under Lin Keke's vigilant gaze, and closed his eyes. Lin Keke felt a bit strange that he hadn't continued to harass her. She hesitated for a moment, pulled some of the quilt from Ming, and closed her eyes as well. Keke, when are you planning to give me those 2 million? Ming asked suddenly. 2 million? Lin Keke suddenly remembered that there wasn't enough funding for the anime production, and she needed to contribute 2 million. In his eyes, even if she had been incompetent all these years, she should still have a few million in savings, right? After all, she was an honorary writer. Lin Keke found the same excuse she used with Chi Pengfei. In a few days. It's in a fixed deposit, and I'll be able to withdraw it soon. Okay. The morning alarm rang 3 times. For several days in a row, Lin Keke's life had remained unchanged. Apart from work, it was resisting Ming's illegal intrusions. Theoretically, she should have broken down, but Lin Keke's brain seemed to be hacked. Writer's block didn't exist at all. Moreover, Ming only teased her every time and didn't really want to force her. Plus, getting along with her daughter was very comfortable, so Lin Keke's mental state remained quite stable. 8:15 a.m. After watching Shen Xingyue go downstairs, Ming turned his head and blew a kiss to Lin Keke. Wife, I'm going to work. Lin Keke raised her arm and flicked her middle finger. Don't call me wife. I don't want your blown kiss either. Stay safe. Ming shrugged and went out. In his eyes, Lin Keke was just at Sundara now. She was just stubborn with her words. Her body wasn't very honest. As long as he was a little tougher, Lin Keke would automatically give up struggling. Don't ask him how he knew. However, due to reality, even though Ming knew this trait, he only dared to tease Lin Keke and didn't dare to actually go all the way. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lin Keke stomped her feet in anger. Damn it, it's always like this. He really thinks of me as a tsundere loli. Sigh. Even if she was angry, she could only rage helplessly. She threw on a long dress and went out. On the way to the Linan local cuisine restaurant, Lin Keke looked dazed. These days, she felt as if she had completely adapted to the life of a housewife. Although it was a bit different from what she had imagined, this feeling of fulfillment made her feel surprisingly good. Suddenly, Lin Keke stopped in her tracks. What am I thinking? I actually think this is pretty good. It's over, it's over. Could it be that properly releasing desires has caused me to fall into depravity? Lin Keke covered her head, cold sweat seeping from her forehead. One day, won't I actually get nailed? The more she thought about it, the more terrifying she felt, so she chose to stop thinking. Forget it, forget it. I must be scaring myself. Linan local cuisine restaurant, private room number 3. As the door was pushed open, Chi Pengfei turned his head to look. Keke, long time no see. How have you been lately? Seeing that his face was covered in band-aids, Lin Keke suppressed her laughter and asked, what happened to you? That day, Ming told her that he had beaten Chi Pengfei up. Chi Pengfei's face darkened. It's nothing. I accidentally fell. Oh, I see. Lin Keke walked over and sat opposite him. What is it that you asked me out for this time? Chi Pengfei's eyes turned cold. Shoot some videos with me. I want to let Ming know the consequences of provoking me. He disdained touching a woman with a lowly figure like Lin Keke's, but if it was for revenge, even if Lin Keke made him feel physiologically disgusted, he would still shoot the video. The corners of Lin Keke's mouth twitched slightly. Let's talk about that later. I have a way to divorce him now. He saw our chat history last time. He insisted on checking my phone, and now our relationship is very strained again. He seems to have completely given up on me. He said if I give him 2 million to build a house, he will agree to the divorce. If he didn't know how much Lin Keke liked him, Chi Pengfei would probably have scolded her away directly. Who would believe such stupid words? However, since these words came from Lin Keke's mouth, the credibility wasn't zero. Chi Pengfei fell into silence. If I refuse, doesn't that prove I don't love her and don't want to marry her? But, seeing Chi Pengfei's hesitation, Lin Keke's eyes darted around. As long as I divorce him, and you divorce your wife, I will directly give up my position as an honorary writer. Because as long as I can be with you, Pengfei, the position of honorary writer doesn't matter. Hearing this, the corners of Chi Pengfei's mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. That's great. When the time comes, I'll forge a divorce certificate, and won't I be able to get the position of honorary writer? Once I get the position of honorary writer, what's 2 million? Chi Pengfei nodded slowly. That works too. Lin Keke was overjoyed. Really? Really? Lin Keke cheered. That's great. I can finally divorce him. Seeing her so happy, Chi Pengfei dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. This stupid woman doesn't look like she's acting. He called someone. Hey, transfer 2 million to card number. Chi Pengfei hung up the phone, turned on the screen recording, and placed it on the shelf next to him. Keke, come here. After saying that, Lin Keke no longer hid the smile on her lips. She took out the pepper spray she had bought earlier from her pocket, hid it behind her back, and approached him. Okay, let's shoot something explosive. Chapter 28. Completely cutting ties with Chi Pengfei. Chi Pengfei fiddled with his phone. Wait a second, I'm turning on screen recording. Lin Keke quickly walked up to him. Not a single second. Chi Pengfei, ? Just as he turned his head, a spray can appeared before his eyes, immediately releasing an irritating gas. Ah! The man began swatting at the spray can like a madman. Lin Keke was quick-witted and pulled her hand back, then changed positions and sprayed his eyes again. Lin Keke, Chi Pengfei, unable to endure any longer, stood up abruptly and kicked toward where Lin Keke was standing. Bang! Because he couldn't see anything, his foot kicked the iron table hard. Ha! Lin Keke laughed uncontrollably. Treating others like fools is the easiest way to suffer for it. Didn't you say that about someone back in college? Lin Keke dropped one last sentence. From now on, we have no connection whatsoever. You and I are cutting all ties right here. Never see you again. Lin Keke. Chi Pengfei called out to stop Lin Keke. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, shouting hoarsely. Aren't you afraid I'll show Shinming our chat history from a few days ago? Lin Keke sneered. Go ahead and send it. Send that video, too, if you want. See if it has any effect. Ha! Leaving the restaurant, Lin Keke felt the air was much fresher. Finally cut ties with that idiot Chi Pengfei. So satisfying. Ding dong. A message came through on her phone. Lin Keke took a glance, and her mood improved even more. That 2 million had arrived in her account. Before, she had always thought Chi Pengfei was so smart. She hadn't expected him to be this stupid. My past self finally served some purpose, Lin Keke mused. If her past self hadn't been so foolish, Chi Pengfei never would have believed her clumsy lies. The heavens have a cycle of retribution. Huh? In a good mood, Lin Keke got into a ride-hailing car headed for the supermarket. Tonight, she would reward herself with a good meal. Pushing the door open, the familiar money tree in the corner came into view. Lin Keke entered the room. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to prepare the crab, her phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone and saw it was Zhang Luo. Hello, what's up? Based on the character designs for the male and female leads sent over by Star Trail Studio, I've created an opening for the short skit. I'm sending it over now. Take a look and tell me what you think. Lin Keke was delighted. So fast, Zhang Luo's smug voice came through. Don't you know who I am? It's a piece of cake. Lin Keke smiled. That's true. After all, you're a natural genius. As she spoke, a WeChat notification popped up. She clicked to view it. The settings hadn't changed much. It just pulled the male and female leads out of the novel and placed them on a different stage to tell a story. The short skit was based on a viral internet joke, which was quite funny. Although it wasn't mind-blowing, it definitely had the potential to go viral. Very good. These chibi characters are just too cute. Lin Keke didn't hold back her praise. Especially the male lead's I'm dying look, it's drawn so vividly. The female lead's airhead demeanor is both hilarious and adorable. It's simply perfect. Zhang Luo. Since there are no issues, I'll proceed with production based on this standard. We expect to start consistent updates in 10 days. Great, that's totally okay. Hanging up the phone, Lin Keke couldn't help but smile again. Good things come in pairs. Next, she just needed to work hard on writing, get the work recognized by the market, and she could achieve her ultimate dream. Before preparing the ingredients, Lin Keke communicated with the official Synopsis platform. Just for two things. 1. Change editor. 2. New book submission, signing. 17:30. Star Trail Studio. Zhang Yuanyuan sat at her workstation, her right hand propping up her head, her eyes fixed intently on her phone. Zhang, Editor Chi, how is Lin Keke's new work coming along? Can you stop her from publishing it? She had been waiting for 15 minutes, but the other party still hadn't replied. What is Editor Chi doing? Zhang Yuanyuan rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. If she were an honorary writer, if she were better than Lin Keke, Brother Shun would definitely choose her, right? Ding. Zhang Yuanyuan slammed her fist on the desk, her voice extremely excited. He replied. The bald guy next to her was startled and shook. Zhang Yuanyuan, are you losing your mind? Can you stop shouting for no reason? Zhang Yuanyuan nodded awkwardly. Sorry. With excitement, she lifted her phone to her eyes. Chi, get lost. If it weren't for you being a useless piece of trash, why would I need to go through all this trouble to make that bitch step down? Before Zhang Yuanyuan could react, message after message popped up. Chi, you love-struck idiot. You don't actually think you write well, do you? What kind of garbage is this? If I hadn't guided your revisions the whole way, what you wrote would be unreadable. Chi, with a loser like you, even if you sat in the position of honorary writer, you wouldn't be able to keep it. Chi, quit your job right now and just honestly go back to drawing. You trash. Chi, stop polluting my eyes with that trash you write. Clap. The bald guy was startled again. Zhang Yuanyuan, are you losing your mind again? Why did you throw your phone on the floor? In the minimalist office, except for the wall facing the desk, the other 3 walls were covered with character designs of anime characters. Those, without exception, were the male and female leads from Star Trail Studios' works, all of which had won awards. As for the wall facing the desk, a certificate of honor hung on it. 2029 Best Animation Production Studio. That award should have always belonged to Star Trail Studio. Shinming sat in his office chair with a faint smile on his face. Just moments ago, he had discussed with the CFO that Lin Keke's new work would be produced according to the standards of a major hit. Lin Keke had already transferred the $2 million to him. Next, he just needed to transfer the money into the studio through a series of formal procedures. As long as this is done, Keke's favorability towards me will definitely rise, right? For million. Truly spending a fortune just to make a beauty smile. Ding dong. Shinming snapped out of his daydream and lit up his phone to check the message. Synopsis platform. Shinming, I am Chi Pengfei. There are 2 videos here. If you want to know the true face behind Lin Keke's transformation, click on them. Question mark. Shinming frowned slightly, confused, and copied the link into his browser. Just as Chi Pengfei said, there were 2 videos. He turned the volume down and clicked on the first one. Shinming is nothing. He doesn't understand romance. The man closed the video immediately and clicked on the second one. The second video was the chat history between Chi Pengfei and Lin Keke. When he saw the transfer amounting to millions, he was stunned. Before he could recover, the next part was the chat history from the day he followed Lin Keke. It was all acting? Why stab my heart so ruthlessly? Shinming closed the video, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Could Chi Pengfei have been beaten stupid by him? How could he do something so foolish? Chi Pengfei had no reason to do this. The only reason he would send these 2 videos was that he had completely broken ties with Lin Keke. Therefore, he wanted to frame Lin Keke so she would be abandoned by him. In other words, Lin Keke was a double agent. Shinming smiled and added Chi Pengfei's phone number directly to his blacklist. Chapter 29. Wife, you are not allowed to tie me up tonight. Plan success. 1900 hours in the evening. 6 delicious dishes were already set on the dining table in 401, and the aroma they emitted even made the neighbors suspect that someone had hired a 5-star chef. Shun Xingyue was drooling, constantly tapping her porcelain bowl with her chopsticks. Lin Keke, wearing a yellow apron, walked out of the kitchen carrying the last bowl of pork rib soup. You are not allowed to tap your bowl like that. Do you hear me? Shen Xingyue put down her chopsticks. Okay, so can you eat first? The little girl widened her eyes and looked at Lin Keke, attempting to persuade her by acting cute. Lin Keke smiled and shook her head. No, you have to wait for Dad to come back before we can eat. All right. Shen Xingyue was a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted. Mom, sit over here. I want to tell you what happened at school today. There was this little fatty who was so funny. Lin Keke walked over to her with a doting expression and sat down. Okay, keep your voice down so you don't hurt your throat. Then I'll keep my voice down. Shen Xingyue's beautiful, large eyes blinked, and she used various gestures and expressions to try to recreate the scene as she spoke. It amused Lin Keke, who giggled along with her. In the hallway, a gust of north wind blew by. Shen Ming shivered. Hiss, it's not even November yet, and it's already this cold. What's going on? Walking to the door of 401, Shen Ming opened the door and entered. When he walked to the dining room, he was stunned. The sound of his wife and daughter laughing made his nose feel inexplicably sore. If Lin Keke's previous changes had allowed him to re-experience a hint of what a home felt like, then now, he wiped away the tears that welled up in the corners of his eyes. Keke, I'm home. The mother and daughter looked over at the same time, and Shen Xingyue was extremely excited. Dad, you're back. We can finally eat. Lin Keke rubbed her daughter's head, then looked at Shen Ming. Come over and eat quickly. Your little cotton-padded jacket is almost starving. Shen Ming casually placed his briefcase on the shelf to the side. Then I, as the father, am truly incompetent. Stop with the glib talk. Come over and eat. It'll get cold soon. The family spent dinner time in laughter and joy. 2030. Turning off the TV, Shen Xingyue hopped off the sofa from Lin Keke's side. I'm going back to my bedroom to do my homework now. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night. Asterisk 2. Watching Shen Xingyue enter her room, Shen Ming locked his peripheral vision onto Lin Keke. Wife, you are not allowed to tie me up when we sleep tonight. Lin Keke glanced at him. Don't even think about it. Shen Ming reached out and hovered his hand over Lin Keke's head, but the golden-haired lowly immediately moved away, crossing her hands into an X and shaking her head. Sigh. Shen Ming sighed. To have a beautiful wife at home but not be allowed to touch her, what kind of torture is this? Lin Keke made a face at him. Humph, perverted lolicon. It's impossible for me to let you succeed. Every move she made was constantly attacking Shen Ming's sanity. Especially at home, Lin Keke's attire was unexpectedly bold. A pure white, slightly transparent gauze dress, paired with light white silk stockings. To Shen Ming, it was simply telling him, come and bully me. Shen Ming couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, Wife, why are you dressed like this? Lin Keke looked down, shrugged her shoulders. I feel like this is comfortable to wear. What's wrong? All right, don't call me wife. Shen Ming. He seriously suspected that Lin Keke was doing it on purpose, not letting him touch her while wearing such seductive clothing. Is this a hell built in heaven? Why is it both enjoyable and torturous? The man sighed again. Back to the previous topic. You cannot tie me up tonight. Lin Keke was confused, and even showed annoyance in her eyes. Why? You have to give me a reason, right? Shen Ming said calmly. Tomorrow is your period. When your stomach starts hurting in the morning, who is going to untie me? Lin Keke opened her small mouth wide. Period? That's right. Girls have periods. It is said that periods are very uncomfortable, and there is bleeding. No way. Lin Keke's mind went blank. Can it be avoided? Shen Ming's expression changed, and then he curled his lips. Yes, there is. Lin Keke leaned in excitedly to ask, what method? Pregnancy. Then never mind. This time it was Lin Keke's turn to sigh. Sigh. I'm going to go right for a while. Watching her back, Shen Ming shouted, You've agreed, right? Lin Keke didn't even turn her head. What else can I do? She went straight into the bedroom. Yes. Shen Ming clenched his fist in excitement. Tonight, finally. A few hours later, Shen Ming thought it was about time, so he got off the sofa and walked towards the bedroom. Carefully pushing the door open, the image of a golden-haired lowly wearing gold-rimmed glasses and working seriously came into view. So beautiful. No matter how many times he looked, whether it was her profile or her face, She was too perfect to be real. A long time ago, he, Shen Ming, had said that marrying Lin Keke was the greatest blessing of his life. He had thought that statement would become a joke, but now it seemed it hadn't. The man's gentle voice sounded. Keke, it's very late. It's time to sleep. Lin Keke shook her head, turned her head to look at Shen Ming, then turned back to glance at the time. It's already this late. She took off her glasses, walked to the bed, and laid down directly. Good night. Shen Ming couldn't help but want to laugh, but he didn't say anything. He climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes with his back to Lin Keke. Don't know how much time passed. Shen Ming suddenly opened his eyes, a triumphant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The scales of victory had already tipped in his favor. Are you asleep, Keke? Next is my time. You were too naive after all. Shen Ming, moving at 10 times the speed of slow motion, carefully turned around. It took him a full 2 minutes to complete a simple turning movement. When he saw that Lin Keke was facing him, he was completely stunned. Wasn't she facing away from me? But soon he realized that Lin Keke had her eyes closed. Shen Ming revealed a triumphant smile. Plan success. Chapter 30. Hugged by the wife. He slowly reached his hand out behind Lin Keke, and just as he was about to touch Lin Keke's slender waist. What do you want to do? Question mark. Lin Keke suddenly opened her eyes and stared straight at him. Shen Ming was almost scared silly. You weren't asleep? Lin Keke snorted coldly. Never mind whether I was asleep or not. Just go to sleep now and don't think about strange things anymore. Shen Ming. Lin Keke turned her back to him and closed her eyes. How could she not understand men? With such a perfect opportunity, he would definitely want to take advantage of it. Seeing that the situation had developed into this, Shen Ming had no choice but to go to sleep honestly. The next day, 7 a.m. It hurts so much. Ugh, it hurts. In his sleep, Shen Ming vaguely heard someone calling him, and they kept saying it hurt a lot. Where does it hurt? Suddenly, he realized something, and his brain instantly cleared. Keke. The moment he opened his eyes, he found that Lin Keke was actually hugging him proactively. My stomach hurts so much. Help me. Lin Keke's small hands were clutching Shen Ming tightly, actually making him feel a hint of pain. She was frowning tightly, her expression twisted, as if she were in extreme pain. Shen Ming gently stroked his wife's back. Is it that painful? He remembered that although Lin Keke's menstrual period was very painful before, it had gotten much better after giving birth to Shen Xingyue. Why had it returned to its previous state? I don't know. It just hurts so much. Lin Keke's expression became increasingly ugly. Shen Ming suddenly thought of something, quickly lifted the quilt, and his vision went black. Where is your thing? Why didn't you wear it? Lin Keke had no mind to care about that. She was clutching her husband for dear life. It hurts so much. Shen Ming was somewhat helpless. Lin Keke hadn't even worn a sanitary pad. Now both the sheets and the bedding would need to be changed. Let go first. I'll go prepare a towel and brown sugar ginger water for you. Ugh. Subconsciously, Lin Keke didn't want to let go of Shen Ming, but forced by reality, she could only let go. She curled into a small ball, hugging her calves, her whole body trembling. Hurry. Okay. Shen Ming quickly put on his clothes and rushed out of the bedroom in a hurry. After feeding Lin Keke a cup of brown sugar ginger water and applying a hot towel, she felt a bit better an hour later. Phew. Lin Keke let out a long sigh of relief. Her tummy didn't hurt as much anymore. Seeing her relaxed brow, Shen Ming dared to relax. He was by the bed, with a faint smile on his face. Lin Keke had just hugged him. Keke was relying on him. The previous incident must have increased her favorability, right? Thinking this, Shen Ming reached out and placed his hand on his wife's head. Lin Keke originally intended to dodge, but thinking of how worried Shen Ming had been for her just now, she gritted her teeth and didn't dodge. Shen Ming, who successfully touched her head, couldn't control the corners of his mouth from turning up. And so, he touched it for over 10 minutes without letting go. Lin Keke really couldn't take it anymore. Do you want to rub me bald? Ahem. Shen Ming withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly. A moment later, Shen Ming planned to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. He had to go to work later, and Shen Xingyue also had to go to school. Keke, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, just call me, and I will rush back as soon as possible. Leaving this sentence, he left the bedroom. Bang! As the door closed, Lin Keke's small face immediately flushed with two blushes. What did I just do? Woo-woo. This is too embarrassing, right? This time was an accident. Wait until next time when I'm mentally prepared. I definitely won't be as helpless as today, and hug him. Thinking about it, Shenming's serious and anxious appearance just now flashed in her mind again. Was that guy so handsome when he was serious? Moreover, he did it for me. Stop. A cold sweat appeared on Lin Keke's forehead. Damn, I can't let myself be conquered. In order not to be affected by some mysterious power, Lin Keke chose to empty her brain, rest for a while, and then go to work. According to what Shenming said, her menstrual period was only very painful when it first arrived, and it would get much better after enduring it for a while. So, you spent 2 million, got beaten up twice, and yet you still couldn't make Lin Keke abdicate. In a luxuriously decorated flat, a woman wearing a mink coat and sunglasses sat on a leather sofa with her legs crossed. In front of her, a man with red marks on his face was kneeling. The bright red palm prints were clearly visible. Wife, this can't be blamed on me. That Lin Keke, I don't know what kind of madness she had suddenly. Slap. Another slap. Shut up, you loser. The woman sneered. Forget it. I never intended to rely on you entirely anyway. Get lost and make dinner. Yes. Chi Pengfei ran to the kitchen with a fawning smile. The woman watched his back, her eyes mixed with disgust and disappointment. Her real name was Wang Shan, Keke Shanhilu, one of the 5 great honorary writers of the Mushisizi platform. The genre she was good at was also pure romance, the same as Lin Keke. A few years ago, a supernatural fiction author came to the Mushisizi platform. Although his strength wasn't top tier, it was already evident at the time. The Mushisizi platform gave him a lot of traffic, which was simply baffling in the eyes of many old writers. They just pushed the traffic regardless of whether the audience could handle it or not. But the result was shocking, because that author really handled it all. Wang Shan keenly sensed that sooner or later, one of her or Lin Keke would be replaced, because both of them were good at the same genre, and there would definitely be a ranking between them. At that time, there would be an author who was good at writing in a genre that none of the 5 great honorary writers were good at, replacing either her or Lin Keke. Now, years later, that supernatural fiction author had long since become famous. The original plan was to use backstage connections and use Zhang Yuanyuan, an author who writes female-oriented refreshing novels, to replace Lin Keke, but now it seems that won't work. Lin Keke was uncontrollable, and Zhang Yuanyuan's strength was completely inferior. Wang Shan had already seen Lin Keke's new work, and could only say that she was in a bit of danger. The two's strengths were about the same. It just depended on whose popularity was higher and who could bring more benefits to the platform. But Lin Keke had the help of Zhang Luo and the Star Trail Studio, plus black traffic. It seemed she couldn't win no matter what. If she could eliminate either Zhang Luo or the Star Trail Studio, she would be confident in defeating Lin Keke. What to do? Play dirty? Ring, ring, ring. Sister, answer the phone quickly. Sister, answer the phone quickly. Wang Shan came back to her senses and answered the phone. Hello, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Is there anything you need from sister? Time flew to 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Keke could no longer feel the pain in her lower abdomen, so she planned to make dinner, striving to cook a delicious dinner for her cute baby daughter. After getting off the bed, Lin Keke was about to change clothes when her phone suddenly rang. There was a call. She picked up the phone and saw it was Zhang Luo. Hello, what's up with calling me at this hour? The person on the other side was silent for a while. Keke, I'm very sorry. I might not be able to help you draw the derivative work anymore. What the heck? Beep. As the phone hung up, only 3 words remained in Lin Keke's head. Why? She was stunned for a while, then immediately called Zhang Luo back. But unexpectedly, the only response was a mechanical female voice. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently on another call. It was the same several times in a row. Lin Keke was a bit irritable. She took a deep breath, rubbed her temples, and called Shenming. Wife, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm getting off work soon, and will be right back to accompany you. Lin Keke twitched her eyelids. Who is your wife? Don't say these nonsense things. I'm asking you, where does Zhang Luo live? Chapter 31, Difficulties. Shenming's confused voice came from the other end of the phone. Why are you asking about this? Lin Keke forced herself to calm down and said, word by word, I don't know why Zhang Luo wants to terminate our collaboration. Her tone sounded a bit distressed. She must have run into some trouble. I've called her several times, but she won't answer. It seems like she's blocked me, so I have no choice but to go over there. Shinming was very calm. I think I understand. Don't panic yet. I'm not panicking. Your voice sounds very anxious. Lin Keke. Shinming tried to soften his tone. Keke, getting anxious is bad for your health, and you're on your period right now. I'll head back right away and take you to find her, okay? Lin Keke opened her mouth, but in the end, she just helplessly said, okay. All right then, wait for me at home. I'm heading back now. Beep. Hiss. A sharp pain shot through her lower abdomen. Lin Keke endured the discomfort, crawled onto the sofa, and curled up into a small ball, the ahog on her head drooping limply. Why does it hurt so much all of a sudden? Star Trail Studio. Shinming finished the tasks he needed to do today as quickly as possible, grabbed his briefcase, and rushed out of the studio. This scene left the other employees stunned. Wait, is the boss in more of a rush to get off work than the employees? Is there such a good thing? Shinming dashed all the way to the elevator, saw it was on the first floor, and rushed to check the other elevator, only to find that the other one was on the second floor. He was on the 26th floor. There was no telling how long he would have to wait for the elevator. This building was a high-end office building, with a studio or a small company on every floor. If he was unlucky. Sure enough, the elevator stopped for a while at every floor, and finally, at the 19th floor, it went straight down and didn't come back up. It was probably close to being overweight. Shinming took a deep breath and glanced at the stairs. No choice, time to run. As he ran down the stairs, he hated himself for not being able to run faster. In the past, whenever Lin Keke got angry or anxious while on her period, it would cause her stomach to ache. Keke must be in a lot of pain right now, right? If only he could fly to her side. After more than 4 minutes of sprinting, Shinming finally saw the exit. Reaching flat ground, Shinming no longer had to worry about getting injured from running down the stairs too fast, so he ran toward the parking lot with all his might. Faster, even faster. Mingan Residential Complex Building 401. Why does it hurt more and more? Lin Keke gritted her teeth tightly, her whole body trembling. Ugh, this is so painful. Shinming. Why did I think of him? Click. The living room door was opened. Keke. Chin City No. 1 People's Hospital. Based on what you've said, your wife might have experienced intensified menstrual pain because she was too anxious. Outside the emergency room, a female doctor wearing a mask with her hands in her pockets explained unhurriedly. However, under normal circumstances, even dysmenorrhea shouldn't cause fainting. Your wife's health might not be very good. She should rest well during this period, and please don't upset her again. Okay, my wife is fine now, right? Shinming asked nervously. The female doctor nodded. Yes, the patient's condition has stabilized. Once she wakes up and there are no issues, she can be discharged. Okay, thank you, doctor. You're welcome. After the female doctor left, Shinming entered the emergency room and sat beside Lin Keke. Seeing that her expression was no longer pained, his hanging heart finally settled. He gently held her hand. Idiot, if you do this again, I'll have to lock you by my side 24 hours a day. At this moment, Shinming suddenly needed to use the restroom. After being highly tense for over an hour, the urge to urinate suddenly hit him, and he couldn't hold it back. He quickly got up and left the emergency room. Phew, that feels better. Shinming pulled up his pants, washed his hands, and left the restroom. At this time, the sun had completely set, and the moon was about to rise. There is a spare key outside 401, so there is no need to worry about Shun Xingyue not being able to enter the house. It's just that she might have to go hungry for a while. He can only make dinner after he gets back. Shinming thought to himself. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. In a patient room ahead, a tall woman walked out. She looked exhausted, and there was a faint sadness in her eyes. She walked to the corridor railing and stared blankly at the sky. Zhang Luo. Why would she be at the hospital? Right. Since he ran into her, he wouldn't have to go to her place to ask. Shinming walked straight toward her. Miss Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Luo turned her head to look, her tone full of surprise. Shinming? Why are you here? Ming walked to her side and placed his hands on the railing. That's what I wanted to ask you. Why are you at the hospital? A trace of hesitation flashed in Zhang Luo's eyes. I came to see a friend. Ming, who was used to catching people's micro-expressions, didn't believe her words. Oh, I'm here with Keke. She's not feeling well. Zhang Luo. She's okay now, right? Ming stared intently at her. She's fine now. That's good. Ming changed the subject. I want to ask, why do you want to terminate your collaboration with Keke? I haven't heard her mention anything about money. If you think that's the issue, I can pay you the remuneration you expect. Zhang Luo shook her head repeatedly. That's not the issue. How could I stop collaborating with Keke just because of a little money? I create her works, and I also gain traffic that shouldn't have been mine. This is a win-win situation, and I wouldn't take money. I've collaborated with Keke for many years, and I've never taken a cent from her. Of course, I didn't share the money I earned with her either. Hearing this, Ming became even more confused. Then why suddenly cancel the collaboration? Zhang Luo was silent for a moment, then turned to look at the full moon slowly rising in the sky. Everyone has their own difficulties. My canceling the collaboration doesn't mean I look down on Keke's new work. That's all, I'm leaving now. Having said that, she didn't give Ming time to react and left behind a lonely silhouette. Ming was somewhat helpless. Keke definitely won't be satisfied with this answer. Not only that, but the small sailboat carrying her dreams would also suffer a heavy blow. The man hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at the patient room Zhang Luo had entered. Maybe he could find out something if he went there? With this feeling, Ming walked to the door of that patient room and knocked. A weak male voice came from inside the room. Xiao Luo? Haven't you gone home yet? It's so late. Xiao Luo? Who would call an adult woman that? A parent? A boyfriend? Ming pushed the door open and entered. What came into view was an adult male wearing a hospital gown. By the looks of it, he didn't seem much older than himself, maybe in his early 30s. The man looked puzzled. Who are you? Ming was stunned for a moment, but after collecting himself, he immediately replied, I am a friend of Zhang Luo. Chapter 32. Zhang Luo has a brother? Xiao Luo's friend? Yes, my name is Ming. May I ask who you are? The man on the bed thought for a moment before giving his name. My name is Zhang Huai, and I am Xiao Luo's brother. A brother? Ming was full of surprise. So Zhang Luo has a brother? She never mentioned it to me. Zhang Huai smiled. Xiao Luo doesn't like to discuss family matters with outsiders. Ming. No wonder. He looked around and asked casually, Brother Zhang, what's wrong? Why are you hospitalized? Zhang Huai glanced at him. He wanted to tell the other person to leave, but thinking of Zhang Luo's pained expression before she left, he decided to do something. Me? I have kidney problems and am preparing for a kidney transplant, so I'm hospitalized. Ming was shocked and asked with concern, That sounds serious. Have you found a suitable kidney donor? Zhang Huai nodded. Yes. So why did you come in? Ming explained. I saw that Zhang Luo was in a bad mood when she left here, so I was curious and came in to take a look. I didn't expect. I wish you a speedy recovery. Zhang Huai. Thank you. He thought for a moment and said helplessly, Ever since she found out about my condition, Xiao Luo hasn't been very happy. I had found a suitable kidney donor, which made her happy for a few days, but just now, the other party suddenly made an inexplicable demand, causing Xiao Luo's mood to worsen again. Ming frowned. What kind of demand? Would it be convenient to talk about it? Zhang Huai looked puzzled. Why are you asking about this? Zhang Luo had originally planned to create secondary content for my wife's new book, but she suddenly broke the agreement a few hours ago for some unknown reason. Ming looked at him, full of anticipation. If Zhang Luo hasn't encountered anything else recently, I suspect it has something to do with the kidney donor's demand. Zhang Huai suddenly realized something. Help with secondary content for your wife's new book. Could your wife be the honorary writer with the Keke? Ming wasn't surprised. After all, this was Zhang Luo's brother. Yes, that's her. Zhang Huai was overjoyed. Do you have an autographed copy of Summer Breeze? I love that book so much. It's a pity I couldn't get an autograph back then. Huh. Ming was dumbfounded. Brother Zhang, you're a fan of Keke? Yes. I just love reading the books she wrote before. She's basically a white moonlight level existence. A pure white ceiling came into view. Where am I? Lin Keke rolled her eyes. A hospital? Why am I here? She propped herself up on the white sheets and realized her stomach didn't hurt anymore. Shunming suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Keke, you're awake. How are you feeling? Lin Keke brushed aside the hair blocking her eyes. It's nothing, I feel quite good. Shunming walked to the bedside and lifted the quilt. That's good. Let's head back quickly. Yuer is probably starving at home. Lin Keke was stunned. What time is it now? 9 p.m. Oh crap. In the car, Lin Keke was very anxious. Thinking that her precious daughter hadn't eaten dinner yet, she felt guilty. Shunming saw the agitated expression on Lin Keke's face through the rearview mirror. He was about to say, calm down, we'll be home soon. But he suddenly remembered that saying that never worked before. It's like trying to comfort an injured person by telling them to stop crying. They won't pay you any mind, because that's not comfort at all. Shunming chose to divert his wife's attention. Keke, regarding the reason why Zhang Luo canceled her collaboration with you, I've already found some clues. Lin Keke was indeed attracted by this topic and recalled her previous goal. Tell me quickly what's going on. Okay. After a brief summary, Lin Keke understood roughly what had happened. Why won't that guy named Wang Tianyu let Zhang Luo collaborate with us? She didn't understand. She couldn't understand it at all. He's just an organ donor. Why is he meddling in this? Isn't that inexplicable? Shunming hit the steering wheel. Exactly, it's simply inexplicable. The conversation ended there, and Lin Keke didn't say anything more. Seeing that she no longer had that agitated expression, Shunming stopped talking and focused on driving to prevent any accidents. Lin Keke, on the other hand, was working her brain frantically. Using thinking methods she learned from certain anime in her past life, she successfully deduced the types of people who would do something like this. The only ones who could benefit from doing this were Qi Pengfei and other web novel authors. That Wang Tianyu guy very likely has some connection with Qi Pengfei. The purpose of doing this is most likely to disgust her. Lin Keke bit her thumb, her little brows slightly furrowed. This is a bit tricky. Keke, stop thinking about those things. Let's go find Zhang Luo tomorrow morning and see if there's any way to solve it. Seeing her looking distressed again, Shunming couldn't help but interrupt her thoughts. Lin Keke was about to answer when she suddenly realized something. Shunming, quick, call Zhang Luo's brother. Prayer Cafe. In a corner, a man with a bandage on his face looked with a smile at the woman opposite him, who had a vacant look in her eyes. Miss Zhang, as long as you sign this contract, I will have Mr. Wang donate his kidney immediately. A simple contract in exchange for your own brother's life. It's quite a good deal, isn't it? When Qi Pengfei spoke, he couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. Although his whole face hurt when he smiled, he just couldn't help but laugh. Lin Keke, Shunming, do you really think you two can win the annual Best Creator and annual Best Animation Awards? You're dreaming. If you mess with me, Qi Pengfei, don't think you two will have an easy life. This is just the beginning. Zhang Luo was expressionless as she stiffly reached out and took the contract. After reading it briefly, she didn't find anything deceptive in the contract. Her hand trembled as she picked up the pen. Once she signed this contract, the rights to her secondary content creation would belong to a woman named Wang Shan. In the future, she would only be able to create secondary content for other works with her permission. Furthermore, she wouldn't be able to refuse whatever she was told to create secondary content for. Once she signed this contract, the ladder to her dream would collapse. She herself would also fall into the abyss. Her world would never see the light of day again. Zhang Luo didn't reproach fate for its unfairness. On the contrary, she was even grateful to fate. At the very least, her brother was favored by fate. Since she was a child, she had always kept in her heart the kindness her brother showed her. Without her brother, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to have dreams. If her brother were gone, her dreams would be shattered too. Miss Zhang, can you hurry up? I have things to do later. Qi Pengfei urged impatiently. Zhang Luo gave him an annoyed look. Qi Pengfei laughed disdainfully. Ha ha ha, that look is truly terrifying, Miss Zhang. Zhang Luo ignored his remark. After steeling herself, just as her ballpoint pen touched the document, a phone call suddenly rang, pulling her back from despair. Exclamation point. Qi Pengfei frowned. Why do I have a bad premonition? As soon as Zhang Luo answered the phone, An angry voice came from the other end. Zhang Luo. Now, immediately, right now, get over here. Chapter 33, The Past of Zhang Huai. Zhang Luo quickly moved the phone away, rubbing her ears in confusion. Brother? Before she could react, Zhang Huai's voice rang out again. I don't care what you are doing right now. Come see me immediately. Otherwise, I will refuse all treatment. Zhang Luo. At this moment, she couldn't care about much else, immediately grabbing her bag and standing up. Brother, don't worry, I'm coming over right now. Watching Zhang Luo's figure move further and further away, Qi Pingfei was dumbfounded. He shouted loudly, Hey, the documents haven't been signed yet. How long could it possibly take to sign a document? By now, Zhang Luo had already left the cafe, and even her silhouette was no longer visible. Damn it! Qi Pingfei slammed the table heavily. What kind of crazy episode is that sickling having? We were so close to succeeding. It's infuriating. If I just go back like this, she will definitely look down on me even more, right? No, I must let Wang Shan know that I am not a loser. Qi Pingfei gritted his teeth, downed his coffee in one gulp, grabbed the contract, and rushed out of the cafe. Chinan First People's Hospital, inpatient building, 2nd floor. Zhang Luo stood at the door of Ward 13, feeling anxious. Why did brother suddenly call me over? Could it be that he found out something? But I clearly never told anyone. How could he know? Zhang Luo pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and pushed the door open to enter. Brother, I'm here. Zhang Huai turned his head to look, his face expressionless. Come sit. Oh, seeing him like this, Zhang Luo felt a bit nervous. Whenever this happened, her brother would lecture her. At least, that was how it was in her memories. She walked to the bedside and sat down, bowing her head like a child who had done something wrong. Tell brother, what were you doing just now? And what about my dinner? Zhang Luo's heart trembled. I just finished eating, and I haven't had time to buy it yet. Zhang Huai shook his head, his face full of disappointment. Xiao Luo, look into my eyes. Oh, Zhang Luo raised her head, her beautiful eyes clouded with a mist of tears. Zhang Huai opened his mouth, his pupils trembling slightly. Should I say it? I must, otherwise what kind of brother am I? Otherwise, wouldn't everything I did before be in vain? If you are willing to give up your painting for my sake, then what am I, who did those things before, supposed to be? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo was stunned. Brother, I didn't. Zhang Huai raised his hand to interrupt her. Stop. Everything you've shown from the moment you walked in tells me that you were on the verge of doing something irreversible. If you had truly done something so foolish, don't call me your brother anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo immediately got anxious. But, brother, if I don't do that, what will happen to you? A dream in exchange for a life. That is a very profitable trade. Zhang Huai's brows furrowed tightly, his voice almost a roar. How is that profitable? A life for a life? Is that profitable? Zhang Luo. Zhang Huai's voice slowed, his tone softening. Xiao Luo, if I hadn't fought with all my might to protect your painting back then, would you have today? Would you have achieved what you have today, and would you be living happily until now? No, you wouldn't. If I had done nothing back then, you would be a walking corpse today. Without dreams, without a soul. Everything would just be following a routine, without any thoughts of your own. I almost became that kind of person, which is why I worked so hard to keep you from becoming like that. What you were preparing to do earlier would undoubtedly have made everything I did before a useless act. Hearing this, Zhang Luo could no longer control her tears. Brother, I know, but Zhang Huai coldly interrupted her. There are no buts. Surgeries have a probability of failure, but the hands you use to create your painting have never faltered. My life depends on fate. Your painting is in your own hands. Brother. Zhang Luo didn't know what to say and threw herself into her brother's arms. Inside Ward 13, only soft sobs remained. Zhang Huai affectionately patted her head. You're so old now, and you're still a crybaby. Zhang Luo gently punched his chest, but didn't reply. Ouch! Are you trying to beat your brother to death? The Zhang family had very strict discipline. They were not allowed to touch anything other than studying. Their father worked away from home all year round, and their mother was a housewife. All the family rules were set by their mother. Zhang Huai liked playing basketball and dreamed of becoming a basketball player to bring glory to the country. But his mother simply threw the basketball away and strictly forbade any toys from appearing in the house. Zhang Huai had always been dissatisfied with the family rules. Why could other children do what they were interested in, while he could only read books and do exercises? Regardless of the season, regardless of whether it was school or holidays. He tried to resist, but the result was being disciplined by his mother with a whip. He went to his father in tears, but his father didn't know the situation at home at all, could only comfort him, and suspected that he was lying. Because in his father's eyes, his mother had always been very gentle. Zhang Huai gave up and had no choice but to hide his true self, forced to become a heartless learning machine. He felt numb to everything. Only when playing with his sister could he feel that he was still alive. One day, when his sister reached school age, she fell in love with painting. Her mother naturally strictly forbade it. Zhang Luo didn't just draw at school, she wanted to draw at home too. Her mother was furious and destroyed all her artwork and painting tools. She also shouted loudly at the 4-year-old Zhang Luo. Little Zhang Luo cried bitterly and could only keep apologizing. Zhang Huai doted on his sister. He couldn't take it anymore, so he stood in front of his sister to argue with their mother. Not only did his mother not listen, but she also threatened to beat both of them. Zhang Huai was furious. He didn't care what happened to himself. If anyone wanted to touch his sister, no matter who that person was, they had to ask his fists if they agreed first. He got into a physical altercation with his mother. That fight was very fierce, but Zhang Huai only took the beating passively. In the end, his mother even used a wooden stick to injure his right leg. Although he could still live like a normal person, he could never play basketball again. His dream was completely shattered. One day, their father came back. Their mother played the victim first, and even demanded that their father send Zhang Huai to a place similar to an internet addiction treatment school. Their father was shocked, but he was more concerned about his son's leg and did not discipline Zhang Huai for getting into a conflict with his mother. From the neighbors, he learned the truth. After weighing the options, Zhang's father ultimately chose to divorce his wife. Mingan Residential Complex, Building 4, 401. Wu, why isn't mommy done yet? Yuer is going to starve. Shen Xingyue sat on her father's lap, rubbing her little tummy in dissatisfaction. Shen Ming hung up the phone and pinched his precious daughter's cheek. Don't rush, it shouldn't take much longer. Oh, after comforting his daughter, Shen Ming turned his head to look at the kitchen. A petite figure was working hard to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. As expected of an honorary writer, her brain really works well. Just now, Zhang Huai called to express his gratitude. He had almost lost his sister. If it hadn't been for Lin Keke noticing the problem in time and telling him to call Zhang Huai, Zhang Luo would probably not be in this world anymore, having been replaced by Zhang Luo. A walking corpse is not worthy of being called a human. Since Zhang Huai had already learned the reason for Zhang Luo terminating the collaboration, now it was time to think about how to resolve this matter. That person named Wang Tianyu was the key to breaking the deadlock. Chapter 34. Doxing. The delicious steak is here. Lin Keke carried a plate larger than her own head, carefully walking to the bedside table and setting it down. Wow! Shen Xingyue's big eyes immediately lit up. Yuer is starving. Can I eat first? Lin Keke smiled and patted her daughter's head. Yes, of course you can. You can even eat it all if you want. Hey, that won't do. Shen Ming shook his head. If you eat too much, you won't be able to digest it. The pleasant dinner time passed quickly. Since it was getting late, Shen Xingyue went straight back to her room, planning to rest for a bit before going to sleep. Keke, it's late. Let's go back to our room too. Shen Ming put down his book and reminded her. Oh, that's true. 2 hours later. Humph. Lin Keke closed her laptop, took off her glasses, and irritably scratched her hair, the cowlick on top of her head lying limply. Shen Ming, who was sitting up in bed, noticed her distress. Keke, what's wrong? Lin Keke turned to look at him. Although I know the reason, I have no idea how to solve it. Don't worry, there's still half a month until Zhang Huai's surgery. I will also think of a way during this time. You are still on your period? Don't be overly anxious. Lin Keke wanted to say, how can I solve this situation where I've been checkmated? But thinking about how she had gotten a stomachache earlier from anxiety, she had to suppress her irritation. She absolutely never wanted to experience that kind of pain a second time. Seeing her calm down, Shen Ming asked softly, how was the progress tonight? Lin Keke held her forehead and shook her head. Not great. I only squeezed out 2,000 words in 2 hours. It's terrible. Seeing her like this, Shunming opened his arms. Hug. Lin Keke rolled her eyes at him. Hug your head. I don't want to. You stinky lolicon. Shunming smiled. So what if I am a lolicon? Who told my wife to be a loli? Lin Keke's eyelids twitched. I've seen thick-skinned people, but never anyone as thick-skinned as you. She walked to the bedside and climbed onto the bed without taking off her dress as usual. Originally, Lin Keke only wore underwear to sleep, but now that she was sleeping with Shunming, she didn't dare to take anything off. Who knows what might happen? Shunming noticed her legs were still outside, so he pulled the blanket up for her. Focus on writing. Don't worry about Zhang Luo's matter for now. There are plenty of fan creators. Do you have to hang yourself on one tree? Lin Keke suddenly turned around, looking at him with a serious gaze. Zhang Luo is not just a fan creator. To me, she is an irreplaceable friend. Shunming immediately changed his tune. All right, I know. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I will do everything I can to help her and do my best to protect her dreams. Lin Keke was very satisfied and said something without thinking. That's more like it. You are my husband after all. Shunming's mouth curled up. Hom. I am your husband after all, and your friends are my friends. Lin Keke's expression stiffened, her small face turning bright red. I just said that casually. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't admit you are my husband. Shunming quickly shook his head. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I didn't hear anything. Humph. Lin Keke snorted coldly, turned around, and closed her eyes. Shunming also closed his eyes, his heart filled with the image of Lin Keke just now, all shy. As expected, a target that has been conquered once is much easier to conquer a second time. This affection level is rising quite fast. Not bad. Shunming had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before Lin Keke would willingly give him everything. What did I just say? I actually said he counts as my husband. It must be the period's fault. It must be. However, the feeling of being cared for actually feels pretty good. Lin Keke curled up and emptied her mind. A certain luxury residential complex. Tell me, what can you actually accomplish? Wang Shan coldly interrogated him. In front of her, a man with a crooked nose was kneeling. Qi Pengfei lowered his head and replied, biting the bullet. She didn't refuse. She just said she would consider it. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. Wang Shan rolled her eyes at him. I arranged everything, and you still managed to mess up just signing a contract. Just how stupid are you? Your only advantage was being handsome, and now your nose has been beaten crooked. Do you want me to divorce you? Qi Pengfei's eyes widened, and he stood up excitedly. Don't. Dear wife, the doctor said my nose can be fixed. Give me another chance. I will definitely get it done perfectly. Wang Shan frowned and kicked him in the abdomen. Who allowed you to stand up? Get on your knees for me. Yes. Qi Pengfei didn't hesitate at all and immediately knelt down. Wang Shan used the tip of her shoe to push against his chin. Listen well. If you can't even handle a simple task like signing a contract, prepare to leave with nothing. The woman exerted a little force and easily kicked Qi Pengfei onto the ground. Sleep in the doghouse tonight. Don't come bother me. Yes. As the woman's back faded away, Qi Pengfei stood up. He brushed the dust off his body, walked to the balcony, and stared into the distance with a vicious gaze. Lin Keke, Zhang Luo, Zhang Huai, and Shunming. I will definitely make all 4 of you pay the price. Earlier, Qi Pengfei had chased Zhang Luo all the way to Zhang Huai's hospital room. After entering, he had just taken out the contract when he was severely beaten up by Zhang Huai. The other party even threatened that he would beat him every time he saw him. Qi Pengfei sneered. Zhang Huai, your life is in my hands, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and apologize. Thinking about what he was going to do next, Qi Pengfei couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth. 8 a.m. A strange sensation came from her abdomen, causing Lin Keke's brain to start working rapidly. How should she put it? Why did she sleep so comfortably today? There was no fatigue at all, and she wanted to get up and get to work immediately. Of course, by get to work, she meant working. So what exactly was this feeling? The moment her brain was completely awake, cold sweat broke out all over Lin Keke. This stinky pervert actually dared to hug me while sleeping. As expected, I should have tied him up. Lin Keke didn't hesitate to give the person behind her a taste of her elbow. Ah! Shunming opened his eyes in pain, and Lin Keke's pouting, angry face came into view. Good morning, wife. Let go of me right now. Sorry. Shunming sighed and helplessly withdrew his hand. So comfortable, so fragrant, so soft. I really want to hug her again. Shunming's head was filled with these thoughts, but forced by reality, he could only get up. After breakfast, Shun Xingyue went to school, and Shunming went to work. Everything was as usual. However, Lin Keke was sitting in front of the computer and not writing. She curled her small lips, her hands typing rapidly on the keyboard. She had learned a few little tricks before and planned to directly dox Wang Tianyu. She wanted to see who this person really was and why he would do such a thing. Chapter 35 Wang Tianyu. Through illicit means, Lin Keke obtained some information regarding Wang Tianyu. She didn't know until she looked, and what she saw was shocking. Wang Tianyu, male, 23 years old, single since birth, works as an ordinary employee at a foreign company. He is honest, gentle in nature, and never gets angry. When he was young, his parents worked away from home, so he was raised by his sister, who is 5 years his senior. His relationship with his sister is closer than mother and son. Looking at it this way, the suspicion centers on, why would a kind person make things difficult for others? Actually, that's not the case. Wang Tianyu's sister, Wang Shan, has a husband named Qi Pengfei. It seems the problem lies here. Lin Keke took off her glasses, propped her head up with one hand, and stared intently at the photo of Wang Tianyu on the display screen. This information alone doesn't seem very useful. She can't exactly make him ignore his family's wishes and force a donation, right? She needed more intelligence. Given her abilities, achieving this much was already quite difficult. From here on, she would leave professional matters to the professionals. Relying on memories from before her transmigration, Lin Keke added a hacker on WeChat. After paying the deposit, she put down her phone. She dazed off for a moment, then got up and walked to the full-length mirror to admire her own stunning beauty. Her waterfall-like long hair hung down naturally, with the ends curled slightly inward. Her delicate little face still bore two inexplicable blushes. This wasn't because Lin Keke was thinking about anything strange. It was just a natural feature of her face, which only added to her cuteness. She reached out and rubbed them, only to find they wouldn't wipe away. How strange. She scratched her head. Then her mind suddenly wandered to a certain matter. Releasing stress. After a brief internal struggle, Lin Keke slowly walked to the bedside and climbed up. She took off her thin dress and began to tend to herself. She didn't think she could blame herself for having such thoughts. When she first woke up this morning, she felt her body tingling and limp. The prerequisite for triggering this situation was intimate contact with Shunming. Some time ago, Lin Keke had learned a desperate fact. It was as if she were born to serve Shunming. As long as she was too close to him, her body would become weak. Although it was desperate, Lin Keke soon came to terms with it. After all, they had been married for so many years. Who knew how many times they had slept together? Therefore, their compatibility must be ridiculously high. A certain foreign company. Men's restroom. Phew. After washing his hands, Wang Tianyu wanted to return to his post quickly, so he quickened his pace. As a result, a cleaning lady carrying trash suddenly appeared in front of him, and the two accidentally collided. Trash scattered all over the floor, and Wang Tianyu's newly bought suit was also filthy. Wang Tianyu shook his head and immediately got up to help the cleaning lady. "Are you all right, ma'am?" After the cleaning lady regained her composure, she was completely stunned. "I'm sorry, I just wasn't paying attention. Your clothes." Wang Tianyu shook his head. "It's fine. If I throw it in the dry cleaners, it'll be clean. You don't need to worry about it. It's all my fault for not watching where I was going and accidentally bumping into you." He picked up the broom from the floor and immediately began to clean up the scene. The cleaning lady was dumbfounded. "Young man, some of those special oil stains won't come out. How much is your suit? I'll compensate you." Wang Tianyu shook his head again. "It's not expensive, ma'am. I bought it at a roadside stall. If you really must compensate me, just pay me 30. As soon as this was said, a woman with a single ponytail standing not far away showed a look of confusion, But upon realizing the person involved was Wang Tianyu, she felt it was reasonable. She clearly remembered that the suit was bought for him by his sister and was worth over 10,000. Chapter 36. Box weapons are so useful. After finishing the manual work, Lin Keke was in a great mood. She sat back down in her chair and discovered that she had received a file on WeChat. It was sent by that hacker. Lin Keke opened the file to browse through it. The initial basic information was no different from what Lin Keke had found herself, but there was some real substance further down. When she saw the information regarding Wang Tianyu's hobbies, her eyes lit up slightly. If that's the case, then it's not entirely without a chance. She immediately took out her phone and called Zhang Luo. The melancholy ringtone played for a long time before the other side picked up. "Hello, are you free to go out now? I have something I want to tell you." The other side didn't reply immediately. Instead, they remained silent for a long time before quietly answering, "No." The voice was hoarse and sounded somewhat exhausted. "Huh?" Lin Keke asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" This time, Zhang Luo didn't speak for a full 5 minutes, and during that time, no matter how much Lin Keke called out to her, she received no response. "What on earth is wrong with you? Say something," Lin Keke urged anxiously. This was the nth time she had said this. "Brother said he would rather die than let my dream be destroyed, but how can a dream compare to his life?" A voice filled with tears came from the other end. "Keke, tell me, what should I do? How on earth can I break this deadlock? Why is fate so unfair? Why do I have to go through something like this?" She practically roared that last sentence, making Lin Keke's ears ache. The golden-haired loli nearly bristled in agitation. "Calm down and listen to me first." This time, the other side cut her off. "Calm down? How do you expect me to calm down? You still have to calm down. That's an order." Lin Keke roared back. "Zhang Luo, if your brother saw you like this right now, what would he think? He is swearing to defend your dream with his life. And this is the attitude you're using to respond to him. Do you even deserve to be his sister?" That last sentence seemed to snap Zhang Luo out of it, and the other side fell into silence once again. Lin Keke felt a twinge of pain in her lower abdomen from the exertion of shouting just now. She rubbed her stomach. The kidney donor is Wang Tianyu, Wang Shan's younger brother. Wang Shan is Qi Pengfei's wife. Wang Tianyu is an honest man. I don't know why, but he planned to donate his organs a long time ago, and it just so happens that he is a match for your brother during this time. He originally intended to donate for free. It's likely he only added conditions because his sister ordered him to. But he is an adult and has the right to make his own decisions. We just need to persuade him, and we can save your brother." The other side remained silent, and after a long while, she quietly said, "Do you think that with our status?" "No. Even if our status wasn't so sensitive to him, trying to persuade someone to donate a kidney is still an incredibly heaven-defying thing to do." Lin Keke opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. How could she not know that doing this was heaven-defying? But she had no other choice. She was truly out of options. "Keke, I can feel your concern." "Thank you." Lin Keke. "Then what are we supposed to do? Do you really want me and your brother to just watch your dream get destroyed?" "Of course I don't want that to happen, but the desperate reality is right in front of us. What do you think I can do?" Zhang Luo's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion, like a heartless robot. Chapter 37. Cornering a little lowly in the kitchen. Is there really no way at all? Lin Keke's gaze was dull, her pupils trembling slightly. She knew deep down that if it weren't for her, Zhang Luo would never have been dragged into this mess. Damn that Qi Pengfei. Lin Keke wanted to tear that animal apart with her own hands right now. Ultimately, it was all his fault. If he hadn't been sabotaging things from behind the scenes, how could Wang Tianyu have added extra requirements at the last minute? "There's no way for now. I have things to do later. I'm hanging up." Beep. Lin Keke. She let out a heavy sigh. She went to the sink to splash her face with cold water, then dove into her bedroom to write. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. With November fast approaching, Lin Keke had to hurry and get her new work up to 80,000 words. She hadn't even reached the halfway point yet, so she had no choice but to put Zhang Luo's situation aside for now and focus on writing. 1600 hours p.m. Xi'an Residential District, Building 4, 401. The setting sun spilled through the window, rendering the entire room exquisite. Yar, should I just say, as expected of me? Lin Keke twirled her gold-rimmed glasses with her right index finger, her face full of smugness. 4 hours, 25,000 words, and no filler. It's simply unprecedented. After a moment of narcissism, Lin Keke hopped off her chair and headed to the kitchen. Her daughter would be home from school soon, and her husband would be getting off work shortly. As a qualified wife, Lin Keke now had to prepare a sumptuous dinner. Whenever she realized this, she would remind herself not to get too immersed in the role of a mother. If she ever truly fell for it one day, completely succumbing to this role, then it would be game over. Just thinking about how she might lie in Shun Ming's arms, acting coquettish and saying, "Be gentle," made her shudder. No way, that's too abstract. She hurriedly stopped thinking about it and focused on preparing the ingredients. Coming home to see one's wife cooking, what a wonderful thing. The golden-haired Loli turned around to look. Her husband was standing at the kitchen doorway, though she didn't know when he had arrived. "Why are you back so early today?" A mysterious smile on his face, Shun Ming slowly approached her. Lin Keke immediately sensed something was wrong. She glanced behind her, only to find she had nowhere to retreat. What are you trying to do? Why don't you guess why I came back so early?" Lin Keke turned her head towards the kitchenware, attempting to find something for self-defense. "How would I know why you came back so early? Anyway, don't come any closer." Shun Ming cornered Lin Keke. The golden-haired Loli's legs instinctively went weak. She immediately closed her eyes, not daring to look at what was about to happen. "I am warning you. Don't you dare do anything weird to me. Otherwise, I'll run away from home." Uffed. Shun Ming tried his best to suppress his laughter as he pinched Lin Keke's chin. "Keke, you're even cute when you're trying to sound tough." Lin Keke opened her eyes instantly. Her pretty little face was instantly flushed with a crimson hue. "What are you talking about?" Shun Ming bent down and leaned closer to her. "I'm just expressing my honest thoughts. Is there a problem with that?" Seeing him leaning closer and closer, Lin Keke hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth. "This damn pervert isn't thinking of kissing me, is he? No way. Help. Officer, there's a perverted lolicon here." For a long while, Lin Keke didn't feel Shun Ming getting any closer, so she curiously opened one eye slightly to peek, only to find that Shun Ming was painfully trying to hold back his laughter. "What do you mean by that? You damn pervert." Chapter 38. Wanting you to sleep normally. "It doesn't mean anything." Shun Ming finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha. I was just thinking, Keke, you really didn't lie to me, did you? You really lost 8 years of memories. Every word and action is just like a pure college girl. It makes me itch with desire, wanting to dote on you fiercely." Lin Keke's face stiffened. "SHSH, shut up." Before she could flare up, Shun Ming put away his unserious demeanor. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Today is my birthday, so don't cook. I'll take you and you out for a good meal." "Huh?" Lin Keke was stunned. "Today is your birthday?" "That's right." "Oh." The cowlick on Lin Keke's head swayed. "Then shouldn't I give you a gift?" Shun Ming placed his hand on her head and rubbed it with a bit of force. "You are the best gift heaven has bestowed upon me." Lin Keke moved his hand away. "Does that mean I don't need to give you one?" Shun Ming spoke to himself. "If you insist on giving one." "I didn't say I insisted on giving one. Can you let me hug you? Let's count that as the first gift." "I didn't say I insisted on giving one." "Shun Ming, how about it?" Lin Keke twitched the corner of her mouth. "You." She was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that the other party had just said the first gift. From this, she inferred that her past self had never given him a gift. How could this be possible? Wasn't it said that they were deeply in love at the beginning? How could she not even give a birthday gift? Although puzzled, Lin Keke didn't think too much about it. Shun Ming definitely wouldn't lie to her, just considering his love for her. Since that was the case, since you want it so much, it's not impossible to give you a hug. As soon as the words fell, the man opened his arms and immediately pulled her into his embrace. Both of their clothes were relatively thin, so the result of being pressed tightly together was... Lin Keke slapped his back hard, her vision darkening for a moment. "Let go, you pervert." "Who knew?" Shun Ming hugged her even tighter. Not only that, but Lin Keke also noticed something even more wrong. "Hey, buddy." She was just about to resist when a surge of electric current instantly electrified her whole body, leaving her weak and limp. It's happening again. Every time she gets too close, it turns out like this. Sigh. Lin Keke was held by Shin Ming for a full 10 minutes like this. Placing the weak-limbed Lin Keke on the sofa, Shin Ming felt a bit awkward. Ahem. I've already received the first gift. Thank you very much, Keke. I'm very happy. Lin Keke's expression was extremely ugly. I can tell that both you and your brother are very happy. You damn pervert. Shin Ming. So, the second gift. Lin Keke. Why do I have to give two? Shin Ming explained with a smile. Because I just said that the hug is the first gift, right? Didn't you hear that? What the heck? Lin Keke's face turned even redder. She covered her head with both hands, her face full of shock. So the first gift you mentioned didn't mean that I hadn't given you a gift before, but that you wanted me to give you two gifts. Shin Ming covered his mouth, afraid he would laugh out loud. That's right. Is there a problem? Lin Keke felt a bit mentally exhausted. If I refuse to give you a second gift, will you cry? I will. Then what do you want for your second gift? Shin Ming's lips curled into an unfathomable arc. For this second gift, I want you, Keke, to sleep normally when you go to bed tonight. Lin Keke was puzzled. What day do I not sleep normally? As soon as the words fell, she realized something. He wanted her to sleep wearing only her underwear. Chapter 39. The Definition of Strange Things. Seeing Lin Keke's expression, Shin Ming knew she understood. So, can you sleep normally? As he spoke, he put on a pitiful expression. Lin Keke nearly fainted from anger. A 6-foot-tall man was actually acting cute towards her. Is this right? Can a married couple really be this cheesy? I can't take it. Lin Keke turned her head away. No. Shin Ming looked completely disappointed. Why? Lin Keke rolled her eyes. What do you think? She would rather sleep on the floor than take off her clothes and sleep with Shin Ming. That would lead to loss of life. Shin Ming blinked, deliberately raising his eyelids high. Is it really not okay at all? Lin Keke was truly rendered speechless by his behavior, and just as she was about to refuse, Lin Chuan's words echoed in her mind. Brother-in-law worked until he was hospitalized for our family without a single complaint. Sigh. I must have owed him in my past life. Besides, today is his birthday, so I shouldn't be too much of a buzzkill. Just once, only this once. Lin Keke pursed her pink lips, her voice extremely small. I can't agree to you. But if you dare to do any strange things, I won't forgive you. Shin Ming's eyes lit up. Really? I love you so much, Keke. In his excitement, Shin Ming picked Lin Keke up from the sofa and spun her around in place a few times. It was just like playing with a child. Lin Keke was scared and wrapped her limbs around him tightly. Slow down. Be careful not to throw me off. Shin Ming stopped immediately. Sorry, I was too excited and forgot you were still on your period. Lin Keke let out a long sigh and slapped the man's back hard. If you act crazy again, I'll beat you to death. Shin Ming laughed awkwardly. Ha! At this moment, there was a knock at the door outside. Without thinking, the man walked towards the front door while holding Lin Keke. The golden-haired loli pushed hard against her husband's chest. Hey, put me down before you go open the door. Shin Ming curled his lips into a smile. No, you just agreed to let me hold you, and it counts for the whole day. Besides, are you still afraid of people misunderstanding? You are my wife, who would overthink it? This is flirting, Keke. Ah, a sharp pain came from his shoulder, and Shin Ming helplessly rubbed the head of the person in his arms. How did you learn to bite? Lin Keke glared at him. Humph. As she finished speaking, she crossed her arms, looking very angry, but she didn't resist anymore. What could she do? Her only weapon was her teeth. Shin Ming realized this, and his heart immediately began to thump wildly. So cute. Shin Ming quickly shook his head hard, trying to shake the strange thoughts out of his mind, and pressed down on the door handle. Mommy, Yue is back. The little girl rushed forward and hugged Shin Ming's leg. Huh. Shin Xingyue looked up. Daddy is holding Mommy. Yue, welcome home. Shin Ming grinned, switched to holding Lin Keke with one arm, and bent down to pick up Shin Xingyue with the other. Today is Daddy's birthday. I'm taking you and Mommy out for a good meal. How about that? Yay. Shin Xingyue happily kissed Shin Ming on the cheek. Happy birthday, Daddy. Ha! Ming prepared to go out, holding one in each arm like this. However, at Lin Keke's strong insistence, he put her down and let her walk by herself. After all, she was an adult and still needed a bit of dignity. Dinner was at a five-star hotel. According to Ming, the food at that hotel was exceptionally good. As it turned out, the family became more silent as they ate, and they left before the last dish was served. After returning home, Lin Keke made a seafood feast for the family, which finally satisfied Xingyue's little tummy. After eating, the little girl watched TV as usual, and after finishing, she went back to her room to do her homework. Ming sat next to Lin Keke and suddenly turned to look at her. Wife hug. Lin Keke rolled her eyes at him. Stop hugging for now. I have something serious to discuss with you. Ming raised an eyebrow. What could be more important than us being intimate? Lin Keke couldn't be bothered to banter with him and cut straight to the point. Regarding Zhang Luo, do you have any way to solve it perfectly? Not only to save her brother's life, but also to protect her dream. Ming thought for a moment. If we want the best of both worlds, we can only start with the person providing the kidney. Unless he withdraws the demand, or we find a new donor. Lin Keke sighed. These two are basically impossible to achieve. If that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. Ming shook his head helplessly. Keke, I know you feel guilty, and I know you really want to help Zhang Luo. But if something can't be done, it just can't be done. Only God would have a way. Lin Keke sighed. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Ming opened his arms again. Are you really not going to hug me? Lin Keke twitched the corner of her mouth. I'm going to take a shower. All right. After showering, Lin Keke typed for a while, and the time quickly reached 2300 hours. The bedroom door was pushed open, and Ming walked in wearing a pair of shorts. He had a towel draped around his neck, looking like he had just finished showering. Keke, it's time to rest. Don't wear yourself out. Lin Keke took off her glasses and let out a long sigh. When she turned off the computer and stood up, she saw Ming's very muscular body. What the? How does this guy have abs? The primitive instinct engraved in her genes made Lin Keke suddenly feel that Ming had a really good body, and she really wanted to touch his abs. WTF? Lin Keke was so scared she quickly turned around. What am I thinking? What has Ming turned this body into? Why is there a fangirl moment? Lin Keke shook her head vigorously and was just about to get into bed when a very magnetic male voice came from behind her. Keke, didn't we agree to sleep normally today? Why are you getting into bed without taking off your clothes? Exclamation point. Lin Keke's heart trembled, and she immediately turned her head to look. Before she knew it, Ming was already standing behind her, within arm's reach. A scent that made her feel extremely comfortable radiated from Ming, lingering at the tip of her nose. Lin Keke's legs went weak, and she sat down on the bed. Let's forget it. I suddenly don't want to take them off anymore. Ming bent down and leaned closer to her. That won't do. This is what you promised me. As a qualified elder, how can you not keep your word? Rest assured, I will also do what I promised you. I won't do any strange things to you. Lin Keke leaned back in fear. I don't believe you. Tell me your definition of strange things first. Chapter 40. Ambushed at night? Ming curled his lips. Is there any need to say such things? Lin Keke. Then forget it. So, Ming climbed onto the bed, looking at her with an expectant face, not taking it off. The man was radiating an ominous aura from head to toe, and Lin Keke had a premonition that if she took it off, something disastrous would definitely happen. She shook her little head frantically, her beautiful golden hair flying everywhere. No, I won't take it off. Ming shrugged. All right. After saying this, he lay down directly. Although Lin Keke was just as sharp-tongued, Sundara lowly in his eyes, pushing her too hard would definitely be counterproductive. At the moment, in her eyes, I'm just a reasonably reliable man, right? How strange. Lin Keke scratched her head, feeling very confused. He gave up just like that? Never mind, this is fine. Lin Keke carefully laid down and pulled some of the blanket from Ming to cover herself. Suddenly, the man turned to look at her. Lin Keke was so scared she didn't dare to move. Ming looked completely serious. I want to hold you while I sleep. That's fine, right? No. Before the word fine could escape, Lin Keke shut her mouth. She hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Only for today. Shin-ming lifted his arm and pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from the man's chest, she instinctively curled up her body. It's quite comfortable. It's not too much of a loss, I guess. It's just that having a hand on her waist made her feel a bit awkward. Shin-ming's lips curled up uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but tighten his grip slightly. Your stomach doesn't hurt today, right? It doesn't hurt anymore. That's good. Good night. Good night. The next day, at a certain residential complex, Wang Tianyu sat on a park bench, recalling something. He knew why his sister wanted him to add that additional requirement. He, Wang Tianyu, was no fool. He could naturally see through his sister's little schemes. However, after careful consideration, he suddenly felt that his sister had been blinded by profit and had almost lost her humanity. He had to stick to his principles. He could not be a bargaining chip for his sister to threaten others. He originally sought no reward. He only wanted to save Zhang Huai's life. Now that an additional condition had been added, saving a life for free had turned into a transaction. This was simply not what he wanted to do. Wang Tianyu sighed and stood up from the bench. It was time to put an end to this. A certain skyscraper. On the 26th floor, in the office of a certain studio, a woman wearing red glasses stared at the man in front of her with great displeasure. Xiaoyu, so you mean a free donation? Wang Shan's tone sounded extremely annoyed. I didn't agree with you donating in the first place, and now you're even ignoring my request? Wang Tianyu shook his head. No, sister, I am not ignoring your request. It's just that your request conflicts with my principles. Didn't you say that one must strictly adhere to their own principles of conduct at all times? Wang Shan was quite angry. Very well, you've actually started talking back to your sister. Wang Tianyu interrupted her. Sister, is it really right for you to take advantage of someone's misfortune like that? He touched the spot where his heart was. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. Isn't that what you often said when we were young? Didn't you say that people are born inherently good? Then what are you doing now? Wang Tianyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance. Sister, do you still want to persist in your own way of thinking? Wang Shan was silent for a long while before uttering one word. Mingan Residential Complex. Lin Keke sat on the bed, her beautiful golden hair a mess like a bird's nest, her face full of despair. It's over, it's completely over. What exactly did Shin-ming do last night? From waking up at 9 a.m. until now, she felt physically exhausted. Especially her legs, they felt sore and numb. He wouldn't have, while she was asleep, done something to her. Chapter 41, borrowing it for a moment. Lin Keke picked up her phone with trembling hands and called Shin-ming. She couldn't take it anymore. If she didn't get an answer, she feared she wouldn't be able to settle down and write today. Damn nasty Lolita. He wouldn't have actually done that to me, would he? Lin Keke swallowed hard, her eyes filled with terror. I'm still on my period. You jerk. At that moment, the call connected. From the other end came Shin-ming's cheerful voice. Hello? My cute wife? Is there something you want to tell me by calling me now? Lin Keke clenched her small fist tightly and pounded the bed hard. Confess. Did you do strange things to me last night? Shin-ming's voice sounded clearly surprised. You? How did you know? The light immediately faded from Lin Keke's eyes. She suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. You jerk. Pervert. Scum. I will never forgive you. Shin-ming was bewildered. No. Keke, calm down. How can you expect me to calm down? Lin Keke's voice was almost a roar. You clearly promised me you wouldn't do anything. So why did you bully me while I was asleep? Speaking up to this point, Lin Keke's eyes turned red, and a glimmer of tears welled up. Why? I clearly tried my best to accept you. Why did you have to do something so out of line? In an instant, a sense of grievance overwhelmed her heart, and big, bean-sized tears fell down drop by drop. No, don't cry, Keke. Shin-ming was dumbfounded. I just used you for a moment. I didn't do that kind of thing to you. I know you're on your period, so I definitely wouldn't bully you. I swear I didn't. You're lying. My legs are so sore. How could you have just used me for a moment? Lin Keke frowned tightly. You actually still want to lie to me. How dare you say you love me? No, Keke, calm down. Xinming's tone was a bit anxious. Your leg soreness is because of your own sleeping posture. It has nothing to do with me. I was even kicked awake by you several times in the middle of the night. I'm innocent. If I really did that kind of thing, may I be struck by lightning, hit by a car when I go out, and die a horrible death. Since he swore such a vicious oath, Lin Keke had to change her mind. Could it be that he really didn't bully her? Holding a skeptical attitude, Lin Keke asked Xinming again, Are you really not lying to me? I swear, I absolutely did not bully you. It's the truth. Although Lin Keke didn't want to believe his one-sided story, the other party's tone and statement made it truly impossible for her to continue doubting him. Xinming, I really just took care of my own needs. I really didn't touch you. Lin Keke clutched the blanket tightly and finally sighed helplessly. It was one thing to forbid him from touching her, but was she supposed to confiscate his right to take care of his own needs too? That would be too inhumane. Humph. Lin Keke pouted. Yes, I misunderstood you. I apologize to you. It's fine now, I'm hanging up. Xinming, damn Lolita. Lin Keke pouted. What a hopeless small fry, only thinking about that kind of thing all day. Lin Keke composed herself and got up to prepare lunch. Who knew that as soon as she got off the bed, she felt as if her knees were stuck to something? Out of instinct, Lin Keke reached out to touch it, and her whole body immediately froze. Chapter 42, Writer's Block, What to Do? Lin Keke decided that no matter how Xinming tried to talk his way out of it later, she would tie him up. Men really are creatures controlled by some kind of desire. She understood better than any woman. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Keke wiped the undried hot water off her legs with a tissue and sat down in front of the computer. She scrolled through videos for over 10 minutes before her injured soul was soothed. After convincing herself not to care too much, she started writing. In a certain luxury flat, Qi Pengfei stood on the balcony and called Zhang Luo. After a moment, the other side answered. Hello, Ms. Zhang. You finally have time to sign the contract today, right? A smug smile played on the corners of his mouth. You wouldn't want your brother to die untreated because there's no suitable kidney, would you? Although Wang Tianyu said yesterday that he had his own ideas. But so what? He would definitely listen to Wang Shan. It didn't even need thinking. Zhang Luo, what are you? Get lost. Let Wang Tianyu tell me himself. Beep. Qi Pengfei, ? He just hung up on him like that? What's the situation? Qi Pengfei returned to the bedroom and hurriedly reported to Wang Shan. My dear wife, that Zhang Luo said whether she signs the contract or not depends on what Tianyu says. What's going on with Tianyu? Just make her sign it. Wang Shan glanced at him with disdain. You don't need to worry about this matter. You idiot. Just honestly be a dog. You can't even handle a small matter. What use are you? Qi Pengfei was dumbfounded. My dear wife, this is Tianyu's problem. What does it have to do with me? If Tianyu's attitude were a bit firmer, wouldn't Zhang Luo have to sign the contract obediently? What did you say? Wang Shan's tone was clearly displeased. You say Xiaoyu has a problem? Qi Pengfei was stunned and immediately shook his head. I didn't mean that. Then what did you mean? Qi Pengfei lowered his head. Nothing else. I meant, it's all my problem. Wang Shan crossed her legs. That's more like it. Go shovel poop for Daiju. Yes. 16:30. Lin Keke grabbed her hair forcefully, and a few golden strands drifted down naturally. She lay limply on the table, sighing heavily. With Zhang Luo's matter unresolved, she had no heart to write. Her mind was full of things about Zhang Luo. Thinking that her dream might be stifled, she felt incredibly annoyed, wishing she could crack her head open. Lin Keke raised her head, and the screen reflected a blurry, exquisite little face. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they would definitely have gone through the normal process, and Zhang Luo wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. She was dazed for a while, then prepared to go out to call Shun Xingyue home. It was Friday today, and the little girl had been on holiday since school ended at noon. After eating, she went out to play with a little girl from the neighborhood. Changing into a long dress, Lin Keke put on small leather shoes and went out. The corridor was desolate, and the deciduous trees outside were bare, with only a few scattered leaves remaining. Winter is coming soon. Lin Keke couldn't help but feel some emotion. from the confusion and anxiety of just transmigrating to the current family harmony. Although she didn't pay a particularly high price, she had definitely achieved it through effort. Perhaps living like this is a pretty good thing? This thought appeared in her mind again. This time, Lin Keke didn't snuff it out, just immediately diverted her attention. Picking up Shen Xingyue from the playground full of entertainment facilities, Lin Keke walked with her towards building number 4. The little girl followed obediently behind Lin Keke, excitedly telling her about what happened this afternoon. But Lin Keke just perfunctorily replied with oh. Shen Xingyue noticed her mother was in a bad mood and asked suspiciously, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Lin Keke's footsteps paused, and she came back to her senses from her reverie. "No, nothing." Shen Xingyue shook her head. "Mom is lying. You must have encountered something annoying. When I encounter something I can't solve at school, Dad told me a principle. He said, if you encounter something you can't solve for the time being, then just ignore it for now and go do other things. Because people always have to move forward." Huh? Lin Keke laughed, unable to resist rubbing her little head. "Okay, Mom will listen to you and won't think about it." She didn't expect to be enlightened by a 6-year-old child. It was really hard to hold back. Standing at the door, Shun Ming swallowed his saliva. He held the key, hovering it in the air, not knowing whether he should insert it into the door lock. Keke should be angry, right? After all, I did such a lewd thing. It's not that he didn't want to endure it. It's that he couldn't endure it at all. Holding his cute wife in his arms, coupled with the long unreleased pressure, not losing his mind, and eating Lin Keke directly was already a blessing in misfortune. What's more, why should he endure it? He has a wife, he's not a single dog. Sigh? I hope Keke will still agree to sleep with me. With a trembling heart, Shun Ming opened the door. Entering the dining room, he saw his wife and daughter chatting and laughing at a glance. This seemed to be no different from usual. Could it be that Keke isn't angry? At this time, Lin Keke noticed him and turned her head. "What are you standing there for? The food is getting cold. Come over and eat quickly." Shin Ming felt puzzled, but still let out an "oh." The atmosphere at dinner was no different from usual, eating when it was time to eat, chatting when it was time to chat, until Shun Xingyue finished watching TV and returned to the bedroom. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Keke looked at Shun Ming with a kind expression. Discovering her expression was a bit wrong, Shin Ming subconsciously shifted his butt to the edge of the sofa. Keke, your expression is a bit scary." Lin Keke suddenly sighed. "Sigh? You knew I would be angry if you did that, but you still did it. How can I not be angry? You sent me to sleep alone, then brought up our daughter to make excuses. You only know how to bully me." Seeing Lin Keke's aggrieved appearance, Shin Ming panicked immediately, his right hand immediately forming a vow gesture. "Lord Keke, give me one last chance. I will definitely remain soft in the future." The corners of Lin Keke's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Then it depends on your performance." Shin Ming's expression was very serious. "Okay." Lin Keke sighed again and turned to walk toward the bedroom. "I'm going to work. I haven't even squeezed out 1,000 words today." Originally, she thought it was the matter with Zhang Luo that caused her bad mood, which is why she had writer's block. However, 5 minutes before Shin Ming returned, Zhang Luo called to say that Wang Tianyu was willing to drop the additional conditions. Although there was no sign and it was inexplicable, the fact was established, and Zhang Luo's excited voice didn't sound like a fake. Clearly, the matter had been resolved, but Lin Keke still felt empty in her head, and her irritability increased instead of decreasing. Looking at her slightly tired back, Shin Ming felt he needed to do something. Since it's writer's block, she needs inspiration, right? Romance novel, inspiration. A flash of inspiration struck Shin Ming's mind. Got it. Aren't he and Lin Keke the material and reality? As long as he and Lin Keke do something together, they can think of new plots, right? As a married couple, what should they do? It's best to do something that makes both parties happy. Chapter 43. I must unlock the special CG. Just after sitting down, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Lin Keke glanced at Shin Ming. "It's still early. I need to get some writing done. Why are you coming in?" Shin Ming walked over to her side with a grin. "Wife, are you experiencing writer's block?" Lin Keke held her forehead. "Don't bother me. I'm not your wife." Ming walked behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders, gently kneading them. Don't say that. Let me give you a massage. Doesn't that feel good? Just as Lin Keke was about to tell him to let go, she felt surprisingly comfortable. Lin Keke's body gradually relaxed, and a subtle curve formed on her small lips. How does this guy even know how to give a massage? Not bad at all. Seeing her look of enjoyment, Ming leaned in close to her ear, inhaling the faint fragrance coming from her body, and asked softly, Keke, can you tell me where you're stuck? Do you need my help? I'm stuck on how to make the male and female leads deepen their relationship. The previous chapters portrayed the male lead as too withdrawn and too cold. The female lead is too neurotic, making it really difficult to arrange a plot that fosters their relationship. Following normal logic, this is completely turning into a comedy novel. Ming leaned in closer again, breathing hot air against her ear. Is that so? Let me take a look. Shall I help you think of a solution? Lin Keke shuddered all over, quickly shifting her body away, and glared at him in confusion. What are you doing? Ming smiled and raised his hand to pat her head. Calm down, babe. I just wanted to get closer so I could read your novel. Lin Keke pushed his hand away, puffed out her cheeks, and glared at him. You damn pervert. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, humph. Ming stood up straight. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Aren't you stuck with writer's block? Do you want me to offer a few suggestions? Lin Keke thought for a moment and slowly nodded. Oh, okay. Great. Ming closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Generally, when a man and a woman want to close the distance between them, they need an opportunity, that is, an event where one party can help the other. Of course, it could also be having a meal together, chatting, and discovering that you surprisingly get along well, or something similar. Lin Keke waved her hand. That won't work. The male lead is too cold. I can't think of how to trigger an event. Hearing this, Ming immediately understood something. He walked to the front of Lin Keke, squatted down, and naturally took her two small hands in his. What are you doing? Lin Keke wanted to pull her hands back, but the man seemed to be using force, and she couldn't break free. Ming suddenly moved his right hand down, gripped Lin Keke's left wrist, and pressed it against his chest. Keke, this heart only beats for you and you. Can you feel its sincerity? Feeling the temperature radiating from the man, Lin Keke looked away, inexplicably afraid to look him in the eye. What? What are you doing all of a sudden? Damn it, my brain must be malfunctioning. Why do I think he looks so handsome? No, please don't. Estrogen, stop attacking my brain, woo. Noticing her small face turn a shade redder, Ming let go of her hand, allowing her to pull it back. Keke, it's just a novel. You don't need to worry too much about rationality. Take what just happened, for example. Did you think I would suddenly do that? Lin Keke covered her face, glaring at him dissatisfiedly through her fingers, and said coquettishly, How could I possibly understand the thoughts of a pervert? Ming patiently explained, I don't want you to understand. I'm saying that you, a pure college girl who thinks of me as a perverted uncle, just blushed because of my inexplicable actions. Why can't the male and female leads in your book advance their relationship because of these kinds of inexplicable things? You care too much about rationality, but reality is often more magical than fiction. Readers won't think it's illogical, they'll only think it's amazing, wouldn't you agree? You are writing a novel. Novels don't need to be so grounded in reality. The content in your story will eventually be adapted into an anime. The rich visuals of 2D anime can make many unreasonable things seem reasonable. As long as the animation is slightly exaggerated, it will work. Lin Keke was stunned, feeling that what he said actually made some sense. However, she still felt like something was off. It felt like she was admitting that she couldn't create a perfect work. Why? It had been perfect from the beginning until now. But I don't want this part to be imperfect, she said, subconsciously speaking her thoughts aloud. Ming took a deep breath and said patiently, Keke, you are human, not a god. Only gods can create perfection. In the end, we can only try to seek perfection within our imperfections, can't we? Lin Keke's already slightly flushed face turned even redder. Damn it, I actually got lectured by this perverted lolicon. How annoying. But then again, why is Ming so handsome when he's serious? Oh no, my brain is being attacked by estrogen again. Lin Keke sighed and finally conceded a little. I understand what you said. I'll think about it some more and see if I can try to resolve this part as perfectly as possible. If it really doesn't work out, then I'll do as you suggested. Shinming nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you understand. Keke, we don't have much time left. You need to have 100,000 words by the end of the month. Otherwise, there won't be enough content for anime or manga adaptation. Your book will be published at the latest in 3 days, and it still needs to be validated by the market. Hearing this, Lin Keke felt a bit annoyed. I know. You don't need to tell me that. Shinming said aggrievedly. I'm not your editor. I didn't mean to rush you. Lin Keke paused for a moment. Sorry. Shinming stood up. It's okay. I don't blame you. You're still on your period, so it's normal for your emotions to be unstable. Since you're suffering from writer's block, how about we go out and have some fun tomorrow? Think of it as a date. Lin Keke refused without the slightest hesitation. No, that's a waste of time. Just think of it as a small reward for a husband who works hard outside. Is that not okay? Shinming asked with a face full of anticipation. Just as Lin Keke was about to refuse, a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Can you really bear to refuse him? As soon as these words appeared, they subconsciously made Lin Keke think of Shinming's tragic experiences. How desperate must this man have been when she cheated on him? It had taken her less than half a month to make him forgive her, but he had been tortured by her former self for several years. Besides, don't novel authors need to go out occasionally to find inspiration? Fine. Just to ease her conscience, Lin Keke finally agreed. Shinming's eyes lit up. It's a deal, then. Tomorrow, I will definitely make sure you have a happy holiday. Lin Keke smiled helplessly. So he's this childish? He gets as happy as a little kid just from getting a small reward. Shinming, who was smiling foolishly to himself, caught a glimpse of Lin Keke's genuine smile and became even happier. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before her favorability reaches max. Chapter 44, Keep Rubbing. Lin Keke sat by the computer for half an hour without squeezing out a single word, and finally decided to go to sleep. She turned her head and took a peek, discovering that Shinming seemed to be asleep. His chest was rising and falling rhythmically. Safe. No, this was an illusion. Every day before this, Lin Keke had thought he was asleep, so she had gone to sleep without a worry. But every time she woke up the next day, she found herself held in his arms. Being held was one thing, but he even had to rub her stomach. It wasn't that it was uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was very comfortable. So comfortable that Lin Keke almost said things that normal people wouldn't understand every time. How could this be allowed? Although she wasn't a tough guy before, she was at least a man. Moreover, she didn't want to sink into Shinming's gentle trap. Decided, she had to tie him up. This was a must. Thinking of this, Lin Keke couldn't help but triumphantly wiggle her little feet. As expected of me, my innocence can only be guarded by myself. Lin Keke jumped down from the computer chair, and just as she was about to go to the closet to get some rope, her phone suddenly vibrated. Who would be sending a message at this hour? Zhang Luo. Lin Keke turned back, picked up the phone from the table, and lit up the screen to see that someone had added her. Luo, you requests to add you as a friend. Note. Hello. I am here to take over Editor Cheese Worked. A new editor? Lin Keke's eyes lit up. Great. That bastard has finally been replaced. She hurriedly opened the author assistant backend and found that the official platform had indeed sent her a message. The editor had been changed. This feeling of having her request met as soon as she made it was simply too satisfying. If it were her from 8 years ago, even with the talent, she probably wouldn't have been taken seriously, as she didn't have the title of honorary writer. Why is there another message? Lin Keke clicked to view it, and her brows immediately furrowed. Tomato novel online meeting? Why hold a meeting at this time? Lin Keke had a bad feeling. She felt it was highly likely related to the removal of her position as an honorary writer. The meeting was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Lin Keke pursed her lips, her gaze becoming increasingly determined. The less people think of her, the more she must prove them wrong. She would let them know that if she hadn't been deceived by Qi Pengfei before, she would have been the head of the 5 honorary writers. In these 8 years, her skills hadn't improved. On the contrary, they had even regressed a bit. If she could still obtain the position of honorary writer like this, let alone her in her prime. Lin Keke curled her lips, She couldn't wait to see those people get slapped in the face. As she thought about it, the rope was already in her hands. With a smile, Lin Keke climbed onto the bed and quickly tied Shun Ming up tightly. Phew! The golden-haired loli wiped non-existent sweat from her forehead and lay down beside Shin Ming. This feeling is so reassuring. What is going on? The sharp pain from her abdomen forced Lin Keke to curl into a small ball. Why is it hurting again? Ugh, so uncomfortable. Lin Keke endured the pain, turned to look at her husband, and whispered, Shin Ming, wake up, I'm dying of pain. Shin Ming. Shin Ming opened his eyes abruptly. Who tied me up? It hurts. Keke. Shin Ming's brain started working instantly. Are you having menstrual cramps? Lin Keke answered with difficulty. Woo. Don't worry, I'll go get you a hot towel. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Ming's face stiffened, but he also knew why he had been tied up. It was all his fault for not being well-behaved earlier. Keke, hang in there. I'll find a way to untie the rope. Shin Ming began to struggle, attempting to find a way to untie the rope. I'll do it. Lin Keke clenched her teeth hard, forced herself to stand up, and tremblingly helped Shin Ming untie the rope. When she finally undid the knot, she could no longer hold herself up and fell backward. Keke. Shin Ming immediately got up and caught her. You wait here, I'll be right back. Woo, it hurts so much. Lin Keke couldn't hold it in anymore and started rolling on the bed, clenching her fists and pounding the mattress hard. Beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on her forehead. Keke. Shin Ming rushed in with a hot towel and brown sugar ginger water, but he couldn't find a way to apply them to Lin Keke. She kept rolling around, leaving him no chance. Shin Ming was so anxious he didn't know what to do. His brain short-circuited, so he climbed onto the bed, forcefully pulled Lin Keke into his arms, and then gently rubbed her lower abdomen. In an instant, the mixture of comfort and pain caused Lin Keke's mind to go blank, and she slowly stopped rolling. Seeing her stop, Shin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Keke, does it still hurt? Lin Keke's pretty face flushed slightly, and she took the initiative to press Shin Ming's hand down. A little bit, keep rubbing. Chapter 45, The Past. He didn't know how long he had been rubbing, but he only dared to stop once Lin Keke had fallen asleep. He felt as though his arm had lost all sensation. He picked up his phone to check the time and discovered it was already 4 a.m. Shin Ming took one last look at the sleeping Lin Keke, then gently held her as he drifted off to sleep. For Shin Ming, he didn't want Lin Keke to have a stomachache, but if this was what it took to make Keke rely on him, it seemed rather nice. Stop it. Things that cause Keke pain really shouldn't happen. The next day, Shin Xingyue stood at the doorway, carrying a little bunny backpack filled with toys and a small amount of homework. Today, she had arranged to go to a classmate's house to do homework and play games together. The other party also lived in Mingan Residential Complex, so both parents readily agreed. Lin Keke brushed her daughter's hair while instructing her. You must come back early. Don't let mom and dad worry, you know? I know. When you're at someone else's house, pay attention to your behavior. Be polite. Don't. Lin Keke rambled on, making Shun Xingyue's little head spin. Seeing his daughter swaying and his wife still chattering away, Shin Ming quickly interrupted. Keke, stop talking. Your CPU is about to overheat. Huh. Lin Keke only then realized that Shun Xingyue was already rolling her eyes. She embarrassedly covered her mouth. All right, mom will stop talking. Go on, be safe on the way. Okay. Little girl instantly regained her energy, opened the door, and skipped away. Haha, you're just as nagging as my mom, Shin Ming teased. Lin Keke glanced back at him. Mind your own business. I was only saying so much because I'm worried about you. Shin Ming nodded. I understand. So, could you go change your clothes? We haven't gone out for a date for a long time. Could you at least take it seriously? He stood up, his light-colored casual outfit highlighting his unique temperament. It gave people a feeling of being very gentle and very sunny, yet inexplicably difficult to approach. In contrast, Lin Keke was wearing an old brown dress that wasn't attractive at all. This young lady is naturally beautiful. I don't need fancy clothes. The golden-haired loli said with her hands on her hips, looking smug. Shin Ming's expression changed. If you don't change, then I will. Lin Keke immediately became vigilant. What do you want to do? I'll cry for you to see. Lin Keke ultimately couldn't win against Shen Ming and changed into a gorgeous little white dress. And at his strong insistence, she also added a pair of white silk stockings. However, she didn't really care. She hadn't considered this a date anyway, just material gathering for her writing. Leaving Mingan Residential Complex, the two walked along the bustling street. Although it was a date, Lin Keke had absolutely no experience and could only ask Shen Ming what they should do. They had been married for a long time, and the last date seemed to have been a long time ago. Even Shen Ming couldn't remember clearly. He could only follow traditional methods, taking Lin Keke shopping and then to watch a movie. 12:30 p.m. In the corner of a restaurant, a golden-haired loli stared speechlessly at a handsome man. Isn't this date just a complete waste of time? It feels so boring. I can't get any inspiration at all. Lin Keke complained while picking up food and putting it into her mouth. Shen Ming looked embarrassed. Don't rush. There's still something big in the afternoon. Then I'll barely believe you. Shen Ming felt helpless. He was clearly very happy, so why was Lin Keke acting so displeased? Before, when they were dating before marriage, Lin Keke was always very lively, and both of them enjoyed it. Keke from 8 years ago wasn't like this, was she? Sigh, don't think about those random things. Better think about how to make her happy. After the meal, Shen Ming mysteriously brought Lin Keke to a quiet, deserted park. Qingbi Park. The moment she saw the park gate, Lin Keke had an illusion that she had been here before. Seeing her dazed, Shen Ming took the opportunity to pat her head. This is where we had our first date, and also the place we've dated the most. Even the marriage proposal was completed here. This place is of extraordinary significance to us. Lin Keke. The two walked into the park, and every time they reached a new spot, Lin Keke felt as if her brain had been stimulated by something, her whole body trembling slightly. Just like that, they walked all the way to the very center of the park, a heart-shaped island paved with stones. Lin Keke stood in the center of the heart-shaped island, and Shen Ming stood opposite her. At this very moment, Lin Keke got goosebumps all over. She didn't know why. She just felt very uneasy in her heart. She couldn't help but look around, couldn't help feeling anxious, and even felt a trace of inexplicable fear, and a tiny bit of indescribable excitement. Keke. Shen Ming's voice pulled her back from some strange state. Back then, this was where I proposed to you, the man said with deep emotion. Under the gaze of countless passers-by, you accepted my proposal and shared our first kiss with me. I was so excited that tears flowed out. I don't know if you still remember. Lin Keke stared blankly at him, and just as she was about to reply, a scene suddenly flashed through her mind. In an instant, it felt as if her head was being gnawed on by tens of millions of ants. The golden-haired loli covered her head with both hands. Hiss, it hurts. She stumbled a few times, feeling the world in her eyes gradually turn dark, eventually losing all light. Keke, what's wrong with you? Ugh. The familiar ceiling came into view, and Lin Keke realized she was still alive. Keke, are you okay? Shen Ming's face crowded into her field of vision, blocking part of the ceiling. Lin Keke shook her head gently. I'm fine. Did I just faint? Shen Ming nodded, his eyes filled with worry. After you fainted, I took you to a nearby hospital. The doctor there said you were too tired lately, so you fell asleep. Huh? Lin Keke was speechless. How could I have been asleep? Shen Ming also didn't understand. I also think he was talking nonsense, but you really are fine, which means what he said wasn't wrong either. It's already 6 p.m., you rest well. Once I'm sure you're okay, I'll feel relieved to go make dinner. Watching her husband leave, Lin Keke propped herself up on the bed and sat halfway up. Her gaze was dull as she recalled the blurry fragment from earlier. Was that something that happened in the past? There was one sentence that she felt was worth thinking about and investigating further. It was a pure white room, and Shen Ming said to her, Keke, you love me the most, don't you? This sounded a bit inexplicable, but if it was said during their dating period, it wouldn't be strange. The problem was, at what point in time was this said? Lin Keke thought about it and decided to just ask Shen Ming directly to see how he would answer. She had to be well prepared and must capture every subtle change in Shen Ming's expression. Chapter 46. I will stay gentle. After lying down for a while longer, Lin Keke felt that her physical condition was back to normal. She got out of bed, put on her shoes, and left the bedroom. As soon as she opened the door, she ran into Shun Ming, who was holding a large tray with 4 bowls on it. Keke, are you feeling better now? Lin Keke nodded. Yes, let's go to the dining room to eat. Okay. Dining room. After sitting down and taking a few bites, Lin Keke brought up a topic. Shin Ming, earlier when we were on Love Island, a memory from the past flashed through my mind. Shin Ming's hand froze midair while picking up some food. He slowly looked up at her. Keke, have you recovered your memories? Lin Keke narrowed her eyes. Not all of them, just a blurry image flashed through. We were in a pure white room, and you said to me, I only love you. I wanted to ask, when did you say that to me? Shin Ming was slightly taken aback. Just that? Can't remember anything else. Lin Keke, no. Shin Ming waved his hand and lowered his head to take a bite of rice. That has no meaning, and I can't answer your question. How could I possibly remember exactly when I said a single sentence? Seeing his matter-of-fact expression, Lin Keke wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He was definitely hiding something, but since her memory was incomplete, she couldn't investigate further. However, she still had to ask, even if asking might lead to bad things happening. Lin Keke took a deep breath. Then let me ask it a different way. Do you remember if that sentence was said after we fell in love, or before we fell in love? Shin Ming froze again, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Keke, why are you asking such a question? That kind of thing must have been said after we fell in love. How could I have dared to say something like that before we were dating? I'm not some kind of simp. Lin Keke. Fine, then just pretend I asked a meaningless question. Yeah, let's eat. Let your brain rest for a while, don't think too much. Oh, although she felt that Shun Ming was lying, she had no evidence. So Lin Keke, damn it, how did I accidentally slack off again? She immediately put on her glasses and focused on typing. 2,300 hours. Seeing Lin Keke turn off the computer, Shin Ming, who was leaning against the headboard, asked, How is the progress? Lin Keke took off her glasses, turned around, and smiled. I'll hit 100,000 words tomorrow. Progress is very smooth. The plot is about to enter the exciting part, and I believe it will definitely be a hit. Shin Ming smiled along. Since you're so confident, I'm relieved. It's late, let's rest. As he spoke, he lifted the quilt and patted the empty pillow beside him. Lin Keke's smile vanished instantly. You won't do anything bad in secret, right? Shin Ming covered his mouth in embarrassment. Ahem, don't worry. Didn't I promise you I would stay gentle? Humph, that's for the best. She walked to the bedside and sat down, lifting her leg to take off her silk stockings. Shin Ming's peripheral vision was fixed on this scene, completely unable to look away. You won't take the opportunity to hug me, right? The golden-haired loli said while taking them off, tossing the discarded silk stockings onto the nightstand. The man's whole body stiffened. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and nodded. That is, of course. Lin Keke climbed into bed and gave him a warning look. I hope I don't have to get up in the middle of the night to tie you up. Yeah. A few hours passed. Shin Ming opened his eyes abruptly, a triumphant arc curling at the corners of his mouth. Hee. It's the same script again. Keke, you definitely didn't expect that I would hug you even if I didn't sleep, right? This time is still my victory. Shun Ming carefully hugged Lin Keke, his right hand slipping under her top to touch her little belly. Finally, he buried his face in her golden hair and took a deep breath. Ah, comfortable. Cozy, so cozy. As long as I wake up before Keke and pull my hand back, I can declare victory. The next day, just waking up, Lin Keke felt an unusual warmth on her abdomen, as if someone had placed a heat pad on it. Suddenly, she realized something, and her expression turned extremely ugly. Without hesitation, she gave the person behind her a sharp elbow strike. Oof! By the time Shin Ming recovered, Lin Keke had already left the bedroom. He slapped himself. It's over. I'll definitely be tied up again tonight. Why am I so stupid? Because he went to sleep too late. Waking up later than Lin Keke was a given. He should have worn headphones and set an alarm. After breakfast, Lin Keke, wearing a gorgeous dress and a sleek single ponytail, sat down in front of the computer. The online meeting with Tomato Novel was about to start soon, and the participants included several executives from Tomato Novel, and Lin Keke. The golden-haired loli didn't even need to think to know what they wanted to do. They were probably just going through the motions and then stripping her of her position as an honorary writer. Keke, no matter what you hear them say later, don't get anxious, okay? Shin Ming stood nearby, instructing her with a worried face. Your period hasn't ended yet. You'll get a stomachache if you get anxious. Lin Keke waved her hand dismissively. Of course I know, I won't get anxious. My new work is my confidence. I won't be intimidated by them. As soon as she finished speaking, a pop-up window for invitation to join meeting suddenly appeared on the screen. Lin Keke took a deep breath and clicked agree. Chapter 47, Tomato Novel Online Meeting. There were 4 people in the meeting, and apart from Lin Keke, there were 2 men and 1 woman. They were the Tomato Novel CEO, the editor-in-chief, and the head of online business. Lin Keke said, "Everyone, good morning." The CEO was a middle-aged man in a suit, with a sharp, angular face that was oppressive just to look at. There's no need for pleasantries. Lin Keke, do you know why we've called you into this meeting? The CEO's voice was somewhat cold. Lin Keke nodded slightly. I understand. The editor-in-chief spoke up. It's easier if you understand. I'm here to notify you that your status as an honorary writer is revoked, effective immediately. The 3 of us holding this meeting with you is giving you enough face. Beside her, Shin Ming clenched his fists, wanting to help but feeling helpless. Lin Keke's expression didn't change, and her voice was devoid of any emotion. Ms. Editor-in-Chief, I recall the rules stating clearly that revocation can only occur if a major incident prevents the current honorary writer from continuing to hold the position. Otherwise, a new honorary writer can only be appointed if the current one voluntarily resigns or the 8-year term ends. The head of online business said coldly and ruthlessly, Lin Keke, your work nearly turned the platform into a mess and even caused our reputation to plummet. This can already be classified as a major incident. We could have replaced you, frozen your career, or even blacklisted you long ago. But the chairman cherishes talent. He didn't freeze your career because you were the youngest honorary writer, and he was even willing to believe you would turn things around. Unfortunately, now, the chairman has lost all patience. You no longer have any value. Just stay in a forgotten corner and rot away. Shin Ming fought the urge to punch through the computer screen and instead slammed his fist against the wall. Fortunately, Lin Keke didn't cry. Otherwise, he would have been furious and done something irrational. Lin Keke remained calm and composed. Whether I have value is not for you to decide. I determine my own value. By what right do you arbitrarily deny my worth? The head of online business clapped his hands and said sarcastically, as expected of an honorary writer, if you were sent to ancient times, Zhuge Liang might not be the one debating the scholars. Lin Keke curled her lips. Since you are all so eager for me to step down, I assume there is already a new candidate for honorary writer? As soon as she said this, the head of online business and the editor-in-chief showed a hint of panic. Only the CEO remained unchanged. Yes, so what? What do you want to say? Lin Keke shrugged. What I say isn't important. My new work will speak for me. Having said that, she sent a file into the meeting chat box. This contains my new work. It's nearly 100,000 words long and is ready to be published tomorrow. If you have the time, why not take a look? Perhaps making a decision after reading it would be a better choice. The head of online business snorted disdainfully. I'd like to see what else you can write. The other 2 also began to read, and the meeting fell into silence. Lin Keke's heart was pounding. She hadn't been this nervous even when she first transmigrated and was almost bullied by Shin Ming. The people she had just been talking to were the 3 top executives of the Tomato Novel Group. Deep down, she was still a college student. She had never seen such a big scene before. Shin Ming's heart tightened as well. He paced back and forth behind Lin Keke, hoping to hear sounds of shock from the 3 of them. Whether Keke would be happy or sad next depended entirely on their reactions. Shin Ming did not want to see Lin Keke's tears. A quarter of an hour later, the CEO was the first to look up. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses but didn't speak. Lin Keke grew anxious and asked, How was it? Chapter 48, The Dragon King Returns? The CEO did not reply immediately. He remained silent for a long time before saying coldly, You showed us this just to keep us from revoking your status as an honorary writer? Lin Keke nodded. That's right. Upon hearing this, the head of online business and the editor-in-chief were clearly stunned. Both looked up simultaneously, their faces filled with shock. Without a doubt, Lin Keke's request was reasonable. It clearly had the makings of a hit. Even with bad luck, it would at least be a top-tier premium work. Bringing such a work to the table really called for a reconsideration of the honorary writer position. Just as the editor-in-chief was about to say something to wrap up the meeting, the CEO spoke up first. You think you can keep your status as an honorary writer by presenting a work that any premium writer could write? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Lin Keke, Shenming. I could find any top-tier premium writer to write something like this. In my evaluation, it's just a mediocre work. I don't see anything outstanding about it. Besides, your new work hasn't achieved any substantial results yet. The writer who is about to replace you specializes in supernatural fiction. Their new work has already surpassed 30 million in site-wide popularity, a genuine hit. You have no chance of winning because your ability hasn't changed. You're just a premium writer with average talent. The CEO appeared high and mighty. The corners of Lin Keke's mouth, which had been about to curl up, immediately dropped. The editor-in-chief and the head of online business were also stunned. The CEO's words were undoubtedly biased, but it was hard to find any actual fault with them. A top-tier premium writer could perhaps write the beginning of Lin Keke's new work. But that wasn't the point. The point was whether it would start strong and fizzle out, or start strong and continue to soar. Lin Keke was fully confident that the exciting parts would become an immortal classic in the web novel industry. But for an average premium author, just maintaining that strong start would be difficult enough. After all, the structure of the story was set. The climax could not be ordinary. Lin Keke was speechless for a moment. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Shenming didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately rushed to the camera, pointed at the CEO's nose, and shouted angrily, "How are you worthy of being a CEO if you judge a writer's ability based on an uncertain future?" The CEO was clearly stunned for a moment, but he remained calm and said coldly, "Mr. Shun of Star Trail Studio, is this how you speak to business partners?" Shenming stood in front of Lin Keke, his brows locked in a frown. "Who cares how I speak? I only know that you're picking on my wife." The CEO waved his hand, looking indifferent. "Mr. Shun, please calm down. I'm not bullying Miss Lin Keke. If you were a stock trader and a stock was skyrocketing, and you knew for a fact it would keep rising without stopping, while another stock was plummeting, and it was unknown whether it would ever rise again, which stock would you buy?" Shenming was stunned for a moment, but quickly retorted, "You're talking about two completely different things." The CEO smiled, a trace of sarcasm in his expression. The performance of Ghost Sun is obvious to everyone. The author has the capability to move to the Qihong platform and pay us the breach of contract fee. If that happens, we will lose a large number of readers, and even our supernatural fiction section will collapse. The only way to retain the author of Ghost Sun is to tie him firmly to our platform with the honorary writer position. As for you, Miss Lin Keke, we can still grant you the title of a top-tier premium author. That's more than enough to reflect your capability. Hearing this, Shenming grew even more furious. He was about to explode, but Lin Keke grabbed him. "Calm down. Do you want to make my situation even worse?" Shenming gritted his teeth and retreated behind Lin Keke. "Damn it." Lin Keke took a deep breath and asked with a trembling voice, "So you mean my status as an honorary writer must be revoked?" The CEO smiled and nodded. "Miss Lin is a smart person. Since you already understand, I think there's no need for this meeting to continue. However, there is one thing I must say, lest Miss Lin think that we at Tomato Novel are cold and heartless. Although your status as an honorary writer has been revoked on paper, the resources you enjoy will not change until next year. And you won't be shortchanged on your year-end bonus either." Lin Keke scoffed. "You really are generous to your authors, aren't you?" The CEO's smile didn't fade. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Of course, every author is a precious resource to us, and we will do our best to protect your interests." Lin Keke sneered, not bothering to hide her disdain. The CEO, however, was unbothered. "This concludes the meeting. Miss Lin, I wish you success with your new work." With that, the CEO exited the meeting. The editor-in-chief seemed like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she exited the meeting without a word. The head of online business remained silent for a while, then suddenly spoke up. Miss Lin, I just sent your work to the head of IP development and operations. He thinks very highly of your new work, and I do too. Whether you can regain your status as an honorary writer depends entirely on your own performance. After he finished speaking, only Lin Keke remained in the meeting. She stared blankly at the screen, never having expected such a situation. She had been full of expectations. She had worked so hard. And this was the result she got in return? It wasn't that it was unacceptable, just that the gap between reality and her expectations was too vast. A sharp pain suddenly shot through her abdomen. Lin Keke clutched her stomach and collapsed onto the computer desk. Xinming immediately realized something was wrong. Keke, what's wrong? Is your stomach hurting again? Lin Keke answered with difficulty. Yeah. Xinming's brows furrowed instantly, and a flash of killing intent even appeared in his eyes. It vanished quickly, however. After all, the CEO hadn't been speaking without any basis at all. The man forced himself to calm down. Keke, do you want to stay like this, or should I carry you to the bed to lie down? Lin Keke gritted her teeth and shook her head slightly. This way is fine. Just get me a cup of hot water. All right, I'll go right now. Just wait. Xinming dashed out of the bedroom as if he were flying. I hate this. I really hate this feeling. Lin Keke felt like her brain was about to explode. She hadn't been able to keep her status. Was she a failure? The script of the Dragon King's return was ultimately just a fantasy. When reality struck, what could she actually do? It hurts so much. My period is so annoying. Can't it just go away? Lin Keke hardened her heart, clenched her fist, and was about to punch her lower abdomen. But Xinming's face flashed through her mind, causing her entire body to freeze. Her fist hovered, suspended just 1 millimeter away from her abdomen. Chapter 49, Beating Qi Pengfei Up Again. What right do I have to give up on myself? Didn't they say I still have a chance? The pain I'm enduring is nothing compared to what Xinming has gone through, right? But is there really still a chance to get back the position of honorary writer? Perhaps they were just saying that to comfort me. Bang! The front door was pushed open forcefully, slamming violently against the wall. Xinming rushed in, carrying a hot towel, a cup of brown sugar ginger water, and several medicine bottles. He hurried over to Lin Keke's side and handed the towel to her. Keke, apply the towel. Do you need to take a painkiller? Xinming didn't want Lin Keke to take painkillers, but she looked like she was in extreme pain. Her whole body was trembling violently, and the hair by her ears was already soaked with sweat. If they waited for the brown sugar ginger water to slowly take effect, Lin Keke might pass out from the pain. It would be better to take a painkiller for faster relief. Lin Keke lifted her small face with difficulty, revealing a bitter smile. No need for medicine. I can still hold on. Seeing her painful expression, Xinming's eyes immediately turned red. He quickly wiped the corner of his eye and pushed the brown sugar ginger water to her lips. If you won't take the medicine, drink this, otherwise you'll keep hurting. MHM. Lin Keke forced her agony-stricken body to sit up and drank the brown sugar water in one gulp. Let me lie down for a while. You go out first. Xinming immediately refused. No, I need to stay here and watch you, in case something happens. Lin Keke glanced at him without saying a word. Xinming bit his lower lip, remained silent for a long time, and finally left the room. Keke must just want to be alone right now. After carefully closing the door, Xinming slumped onto the floor. He leaned against the bedroom door, feeling incredibly distressed. He still clearly remembered how happy Lin Keke was when she became an honorary writer. She spread the news everywhere. Moments, QQ status, Weibo, Bilibili, TikTok. Major platforms, eager for traffic, all scrambled to make videos about her. The youngest honorary writer, this trending topic stayed on all platforms for a full week before gradually fading from people's view. At that time, Lin Keke could be said to be infinitely glorious. No one would have thought that years later, today, she would have fallen to such a state. She didn't commit any crimes, didn't actively do anything to harm the platform, yet she was dismissed by the platform. She was the first honorary writer to suffer such an insult, and perhaps the last. This was undoubtedly nailing her to the pillar of shame in history. Before long, This news would likely spread across the entire internet. When that time comes, will Keke be able to withstand the baptism of public opinion? Shenming clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. All of this, every single bit of it, was Qi Pengfei's fault. It was that beast who ruined Keke. It was all his fault. Thinking of this, Shenming suddenly felt his limbs filled with strength. He stood up abruptly and turned to glance at the door of Lin Keke's bedroom. It was a pale yellow door with a heart on it. Inside the heart were two chibi characters. One was a girl with long golden hair, and the other was a boy with short black hair. The two were hugging tightly, their faces filled with happy smiles. This was custom-made by Lin Keke online. Shenming still remembered very clearly the happy smile on her face when she received it. Shenming took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the living room door. As he walked, he took his phone out of his pocket and called a college student who was proficient in information technology. "Hello, Xiaowu. I remember you know a bit about hacking, right? Help me find someone. I need his specific location right now." "Xiaowu, huh? Brother Shun, I only know a little bit of the basics. How could I possibly help you find someone out of thin air?" Shenming put on his shoes and closed the front door. "I have his detailed information. You just need to help me locate his current position." "Oh, that's no problem. Tell me, Brother Shun, I'll help you find him now." The little girl was dumbfounded. "Dad, what happened to you?" Her eyes immediately turned red. Why was Dad's clothes torn? Why were his hands covered in blood? Especially his right hand. There was even a shocking gash on his right hand. "Whoa, Dad, did someone bully you?" Shenming hurriedly entered the house, closed the door, and then took his daughter into his arms, comforting her repeatedly. Don't cry. Dad is fine. This blood is someone else's. Dad is lying." The little girl buried her head in Shenming's chest, crying even harder. There is such a terrifying wound. And you still want to lie to Yaya. Whoa, it must hurt a lot, right? Shenming was at a loss for a moment. Click. A door-opening sound rang out, and immediately after, the golden-haired Loli, her face as dead as water, appeared in sight. Seeing this scene, Lin Keke was stunned. "What happened to you?" Shenming smiled. "It's nothing. I went to get something good for you, and now I'm going to show it to you." Chapter 50. Let's give him a reward. Good stuff? Lin Keke looked completely puzzled. What kind of good stuff requires you to end up like this? Shenming smiled and turned to look at Xinxingyue. Wait in the living room for a moment, okay? I have something to discuss with Mom. The little girl shook her head vigorously, her large, beautiful eyes filling with tears. "No, I want to follow Daddy." With that, she tightened her grip around Shenming's neck. The man felt helpless. Daddy isn't in pain. You'll get my clothes dirty like this. Be a good girl. Just 10 minutes, okay? Xinxingyue puffed out her cheeks and turned to look at Lin Keke. Lin Keke nodded firmly at her. "Don't worry, Yue. Mom will take care of Daddy's wounds. Daddy will be fine." The little girl reluctantly let go of Shenming's hand. Shenming set her down on the sofa, then headed to the bedroom with Lin Keke. There were some things Xinxingyue shouldn't see right now. Shenming was afraid she would have nightmares, so he had to send her away. As soon as they entered the bedroom, Shenming noticed that Lin Keke hadn't even turned on her computer. Logically speaking, since her stomach didn't hurt anymore, she should have been writing. The book launch was urgent. They needed to get market feedback immediately to proceed with anime adaptations and other related operations. This wasn't a game. It was a matter of great importance. "So what exactly did you go to do?" Lin Keke asked while rummaging through the nightstand. Her voice pulled Shenming out of his daze, and he pulled something out of his pants pocket. "Look, this is the surprise I prepared for you." Lin Keke found Band-Aids, Yunnan Baiyao, and iodine disinfectant in the second drawer, then turned to walk toward him. When she saw what was in her husband's hand, she was completely stunned. "Teeth? Whose teeth?" Shenming grinned, revealing his own neat, white teeth. "Qi Pengfei's. Fresh ones." "What the hell?" Lin Keke's mouth fell open. "You?" The golden-haired Loli stared blankly at her man, momentarily speechless. Why did he do this? Did he think it was Qi Pengfei's fault that she was removed from her position? Indeed, all of this was Qi Pengfei's fault. If it weren't for that animal, what happened today wouldn't have occurred. Seeing that Lin Keke didn't react, Shenming immediately took out his phone, opened his photo album, and leaned in next to her. Look, this is what he looks like now. A bloody and violent photo came into view, and Lin Keke covered her mouth to keep from screaming. In the photo, Chi Pengfei's face was covered in blood, and his nasal bones seemed to be broken, crooked in an outrageous way. Both sides of his mouth were swollen, and he was missing 4 or 5 teeth. The funniest part was that one of his front teeth was gone. Lin Keke's mouth inadvertently curled into a smile. How did you manage to knock his teeth out? Her voice carried a hint of laughter, which Shun Ming keenly picked up on. He said proudly, I'm strong, so I just pulled them out with brute force. Lin Keke. Huh. The golden-haired Loli's shock made Shin Ming feel even more smug. That idiot must be a dog. In the end, he was cornered and tried to bite my hand. And then this happened. Lin Keke. She suddenly felt a soreness in her nose and asked, knowing the answer, Why did you hit him? Shin Ming shrugged. I felt like he was the one who made you sad, so I wouldn't feel right without giving him a beating. Lin Keke rubbed her little nose. You fool. What if you had run into danger? Seeing her smile, Shun Ming smiled too. There's no way I'd encounter danger. He can't beat me. Lin Keke rolled her eyes. You only know how to run your mouth. Give me your hand. Shin Ming extended his right hand. All right. The golden-haired Loli took her husband's hand, carefully and meticulously applying disinfectant, then the Yunnan Baiyao, and finally putting on a Band-Aid. There, don't let it get wet for the next few days, you hear me? Shin Ming nodded seriously. Of course I know. After saying this, he spread his hands out, but said nothing. Lin Keke looked at his expectant eyes and his tattered clothes, and finally closed her eyes and walked over. Shin Ming gently hugged her and comforted her. Keke, if the honorary writer position is gone, you can just take it back. There's no need to be sad about it. It belongs to you in the first place. Even if you lose it temporarily, it will definitely return to your hands later. I think your new work is excellent. Didn't the head of online business at Tomato Novel also say your new work was very okay? As long as you keep the right mindset, sooner or later you'll let them know that you are the one most deserving of the honorary writer position. Lin Keke raised her arms, seemingly intending to hug Shin Ming, but they dropped halfway down. I understand. As long as you understand. So comfortable, so happy? Lin Keke felt a warm current flowing through her entire body. Is this the feeling of happiness? Perhaps if I continue living like this, I will be happily content for the rest of my life. This thought surged into her mind once again. Suddenly, a knock on the door rang out. Knock, knock, knock. Daddy, Mommy, why haven't you come out yet? A sweet, soft girl's voice instantly pulled Lin Keke's thoughts back. Without thinking, she pushed Shin Ming away, stepped back a few paces with a flushed face, and didn't dare to meet his eyes. I'm going to make lunch. You go change your clothes quickly. She ran toward the door in a panic, opened it, and brushed past Shin Xingyue. The little girl glanced at her, then looked back at Shin Ming. Daddy, are you okay now? What's wrong with Mommy? Shin Ming walked over to his daughter with a smile and patted her little head. Daddy is fine now. Your mommy just got a little shy all of a sudden, so she ran off. The little girl stared blankly at her father's face. A little shy? In the kitchen, Lin Keke looked at the grass carp on the cutting board, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She felt like the fish on the cutting board, already caught by Shin Ming, unable to escape, and ready to be eaten at any moment. Damn it, it must be this body's problem. Lin Keke shook her head vigorously, her long golden hair flying everywhere. She clutched her chest, panting for a long time before she could barely calm down. She admitted that Shin Ming was truly impeccable toward her. But she must have been attacked by female hormones. Otherwise, how could she have possibly had the thought of giving herself to him just now? Lin Keke covered her head, feeling like she was going to fall apart. Calm down, calm down. As long as it hasn't happened yet, anything else is a minor matter. After a long while, Lin Keke finally soothed her flustered little heart. After focusing on cutting the fish for a while, she suddenly realized something. Since Shin Ming had done all this, shouldn't she give him some kind of reward? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense reasonably or emotionally, right? What kind of reward would make him happy? If you want the next part, let me know in the comment. For more exciting high-quality novel, hit that like and subscribe.